Hello. Hello. Make sure it's working and folks are on here. I wanted to do this live. Okay. So, my name is Harry Styles, and I am actually, no, I'm kidding. My name is Matt Beat, and I am a history teacher, and I'm not just some schmuck in my basement, although I also am some schmuck in my basement. I've taught history from 7th grade to 12th grade in the classroom at multiple schools for more than 12 years. That was my main gig for so long. And I also make these social studies videos, in case you didn't know, because who knows who's watching this, because you're watching this right now on my channel, but I just want to make sure you know who I am. And it doesn't mean you should trust me completely, although I think I'm more credible than some when it comes to knowing about history, especially American history. American history is my specialty. I'm an American, but also it's something I've studied for a long time. I've taught for a long time. And there's this other organization out there called PragerU. It's not a university, although it sounds like one. When I first stumbled upon it, I believe it was early 2015. I was trying to find a Civil War video to show my 7th graders. And I found a pretty decent one, actually, and I ended up showing it to them. It was fine. For the most part, it was just fine. And I later on found out that, they have all kinds of history videos, it's like they're trying to cover it all, just like I was trying to do with my own YouTube channel. That's cool. And they have well-produced videos, crisp animations. They're all brief, easy to digest, especially for middle schoolers, But then later I was teaching high school. I was at Tonganoxie High School at this point, and I started to watch more of their videos. The one that was a turning point was I watched the atomic bomb video, where they basically, at the end of the video, they're just like, the United States was completely justified dropping the atomic bomb. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay, it was a no-brainer. Duh. If you say that it wasn't smart to drop the atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, then you are an idiot, basically, is what the video was saying. And then I was like, maybe they're not so objective as I thought. I mean, everybody's biased. I'm biased. It's hard to not be biased, but at least we can try. And watching that video, I was like, they're not even trying to not be biased. It seems like they have like an agenda here. So I watched more and more of them. Then I realized, this isn't what I thought it was. And so I was kind of duped there for a year or two about PragerU. Well, thank you for the super chat, Hildebrandt. Here's something for the pain you are about to endure for the next 7 hours. Greatly appreciate the content as a fellow history and social studies teacher. Oh, thank you for your service. Yes. It's rough right now for social studies teachers, so I really appreciate that. I mean, I feel like it's always been a little tricky. You always have parents or community members who are worried about indoctrination in the classroom. I generally give kids more credit than that. I think kids are pretty capable of critical thinking, usually, especially by the time they're in 7th and 8th grade. They're like, okay, they can think more abstractly and consider multiple perspectives and analyze and corroborate and evaluate lots of sources of information. That's typically what history teachers these days do, is they give information from all kinds of sources, and then they try to make it so that the students are the historian. They're the ones who are the detective trying to find out what really happened. You give them primary sources, secondary sources, whatever you can, and you like for them to draw their own conclusions. That's what I think most history teachers try to do. But you wouldn't think that from some of parents and community members are like, oh, they're just trying to like push their liberal agenda. Honestly, and this includes myself, I would say most history teachers don't self-identify as liberal or leftist or whatever weird meaningless term you want to apply to us. I think our views are generally all over the place, because the more you learn about stuff, the less sure you are, the less ideological you are. So you're not going to find very many ideological teachers in the classroom, myself included. I used to be more ideological as a young man when I was a teenager and in my early 20s, but I grew out of that. I realize now that I was kind of an idiot for being ideological. Thanks, Dylan. Hey, Dylan. Oh, yes. Dylan and I go way back. Dylan Patton, thank you. Hey, Matt, as usual for your videos on Friday, I'll be at work and meetings most of the day. But just want to say hello and hope you and your family are well. Sponsored by your book. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I had the day available. I blocked it off well in advance. I was like, September 17th, 2021. I'm just going to like knock a bunch of PragerU videos out. I get a lot of requests to do this. So I was like, maybe if I just live streamed it and they could see my process unedited, unabridged, just seeing my real-time reactions. But yeah, back to what I was saying. I mean, most history teachers understand, like, they don't have ideologies. So how can they, like, why would they push ideologies onto kids? Plus, they know that the kids are a captive audience. They have to be there. We have to be careful with what we say. We have to make sure this is what people think. This is not what I think. This is what others think. But also these people think this, and then these people think that. And there's all kinds of a full range of perspectives on every single, not only issue, but even interpretation of events in history. But generally, we fall to the experts, who are the historians. Speaking of historians, I mean, it's not like, I mean, I have a master's degree in history. I know the process. I know I've studied historiography. It's not like I don't know that stuff as well. Oh, you're from one of those liberal universities. No, I got my master's at Emporia State University, which is, I would say, a more conservative leaning college here in Kansas. So like, I always laugh when people say like, oh, well, you don't like PragerU, you just must be a lefty, No, I don't think we should be spreading lies. That's all there is to it. And it doesn't mean that PragerU does nothing but spread lies. They a lot of times they're telling the truth. I think most of the time they're just being misleading. They're cherry picking information, deciding to leave part of the narrative out to fit their agenda. Man, look at all this support. Thank you. Hiram, Biff Idem, thank you. I think PragerU started out with a decent pick yourself up by your bootstrap videos and then slowly changed to monetary oligarch propaganda. SI Vlog, hey, how you doing, buddy? Thank you. Something you said in a previous video was perfect. I teach children how to think, not what to think. Yeah, that's really not just me, though. It's most history teachers. That's our goal. We're not like, if everybody was able to critically think, then like that would solve a lot of the problems that we're currently dealing with. Like, people are not critically thinking when they encounter new information. They're drawing conclusions too quickly. Thank you, Hoptman Herman Musk. Great name. Love your content from the UK. Do you think the GOP will suffer another power drought due to demographics and its ridiculously stubborn base? I really do. I really think they will. But I don't want to get into that now because I want to get into the videos here. What I do want you to suggest in the chat here, this is also another reason why I'm doing the live chat, is if you have a video, and it has to be a history video, like not just, policy or contemporary issue. If you have a video that is clearly just it's meant for the classroom, please share it as a possible candidate for a video for me to react to today. I will be here until 3 p.m. Central Time. It's 8:11 a.m. Central Time here now. I've got caffeine, cold brew. Shout out to the Merc here in Lawrence, Kansas. Also, I've got a Cliff Bar, so I think I'm good for the day. I will have to go to the bathroom at some point. I did not bring any diaper or catheter, so we'll just take a little break, put a little picture up, and then I'll be back. Eating is overrated for me though, so I think the Cliff Bar should be sufficient for 7 hours. Otherwise, yeah, like again, if you don't know who I am, I make social studies videos. I've taught in the classroom. I have a history degree, a master's in history, also a journalism background. So I'm more of a communicator. I communicate history. I don't consider myself a historian. I'm somebody who's trying to communicate what really happened. And to me, history has always been what's the truth about the past. And it's not what is the truth of the past with a capital T. It's like you're constantly searching. Just like with science, and it is a science, it's a social science. You're constantly trying to find out a better version of events. It doesn't mean you're always going to get to the final conclusion. Like I just released a video about 9/11. It doesn't mean, oh crap, this video is demonetized now. I said 9/11. That event happened 20 years ago. It doesn't. I mean, we still have much to learn about it. For example, the Biden administration just declassified a bunch of documents about it, so we're learning even more information. So I probably could have waited longer before I made it, but I just figured the 20th anniversary was a nice time to make it. But anyway, I'm not Harry Styles and Mr. Beat. We're going to look at PragerU videos from 7 hours. Why not Vox videos or Now This videos? Huh? They're clearly lefties, and yes, they are. There's no doubt about it that they have an agenda too. But I think with them, it's more of a slant. And it's more on an individual basis, or Vox is another one that's thrown out because they'll sometimes present history videos. I think Vox, Now This, I already said Vox. What was the other one? Vice sometimes does. But I think, with them, they have a giant team of probably thousands of journalists, and all of them probably generally lean to the left. They all give their own spin. It's with PragerU, there's a certain specific criteria here. Generally, they are promoting a certain brand of conservative, not even all conservatism. In fact, I would say a lot of the populism that's so attractive right now in the Republican Party, PragerU is actually not necessarily for. They're just playing the politics game because they want to get people on their side of the spectrum. I think also the thing that troubles me the most about PragerU and why I tend to target them more than the others, because I could also target the Gravel Institute. The Gravel Institute, they're pretty clearly, they have an agenda and it's propaganda, but they don't hide that fact. PragerU has, for many years, has kind of hid that. They try to present themselves as a objective source of information, especially when it comes to history, because history is not supposed to be, well, it is political, but people don't perceive it to be political. And they often are like, oh, we're just telling it how it was, and also there's been a push to get PragerU in the classroom in front of captive audiences, just like I played I've played PragerU videos to my kids, and they didn't think critically about it. They didn't break it down. What was this really saying? I also show them other stuff, and mostly stuff that came from classroom materials. But regardless, PragerU they're trying to push themselves as part of the curriculum, and they are getting in the curriculum in many schools, especially I noticed in the Midwest and in the American South. that troubles me. But also, PragerU, I don't know if, well, here, let me just start to share my screen. Make this a little bit bigger for you. So if you see here, PragerU, they have 2.92 million subscribers currently. By the way, there's a plugin I use called TubeBuddy that you can kind of see that compared to mine, like, and to them, like I got 1.96 million views on my channel in the past 30 days, which is pretty freaking good. That's amazing, actually. But they got I can't see 19.7 million. So they have 19 times the audience that I do. They have almost 3 million subscribers. That, look, total views 1.37 billion with a B. That's how many people have seen their videos. So they are undeniably influential. I think they are largely responsible for this resurgence of the Republican Party that we saw beginning with the Donald Trump campaign in 2016, which I think there were some good ideas to come from that. I don't even, people say that I'm a lefty, but I'm not. I don't identify as that. I have opinions on certain issues that would probably lean more towards the right. I think most social studies teachers are actually mostly libertarian, to be honest. So it's not like I'm even against everything what they're trying to do. But I think it's troubling when they try to present themselves as like this, oh, we are well, even just putting freaking PragerU in the name, like we're this legit university. Come on. And the videos are all short and, bite-sized, digestible, accessible, misleading, and it encourages just a superficial understanding of history and really everything. I think maybe that's fine as an introduction sometimes to things, but they are just they present themselves as like, you don't need to dig further. That's the truth. Okay. That's my interpretation of it. Judo Joker, hey, thank you for this donation. You should react to their Ulysses S. Grant video. All right, I'm going to write that down. I'm going to start writing these down. I haven't seen a lot of their more recent ones, so I want to see what they've been up to. I actually think that one's pretty good. I think a lot of USG's negatives have been unfairly overstated. I'm going to bet, I'm going to gamble that they have got their information primarily from that Grant, Ulysses Grant book that came out recently. When did that come out? The Ron Chernow book. That's the same dude who did the Hamilton book. So I'm gonna say that probably they were influenced by that book, but I'm not saying all their videos are bad. No. In fact, today we might find out that I agree with a lot of their stuff. But I'm just going to try to show you several examples of, in real time, how they slant things, how they leave information out and mislead you. I'm going to try to knock out as many videos as is possible here. Also, the video I'm going to start out with is the history of slavery video, which apparently the cynical historian, he told me this. He live streamed him reacting to it as well on his Twitch. But by the way, this is also simulcasting on Twitch and Facebook. If you want to follow me on both of those platforms, I'm going to try to do more Twitch stuff. I've been really inspired by some of those channels. I know I make fun of reaction channels, but I think if you're reacting in this format with a live stream, I think it's more credible. So like, yeah, plus the interactions is the most important part here. Cause all right, Angel Mezquita, thank you for the support. Matthew, why did you go crazy over my comment on you're having a comment and you're short? That wasn't cool. And you ignored me on Twitter. Please apologize. I apologize, Angel. I probably was joking. He's talking about my decades apostrophe short video I released yesterday. Devin Canada, thank you for your support on Patreon too. And he's a local where I live. All Johnson County is considered left leaning. Oh yeah, he's talking about Johnson County in Kansas, in the Kansas City metro area. Look at that, Mrs. B. brought me a drink from Starbucks. It's better than Bucks. Thank you. Another cold brew. Now I have 2 cold brews. Thank you. This will get me through the 7 hours. You can come on camera sometime. It's gonna. I mean, it's a. She still thinks I'm crazy. I'm doing this. Thank you. All right, I got 2 cold brews and a Cliff Bar. I'm plugging in. And so if I miss any super chats, I apologize. I'm sometimes bad about that. She is right. Blah, blah, Demir. She's right. Okay. Let me go to maybe this. Yeah, let's try this. Okay. So we're going to start off with the history of slavery video. I've never seen it. A short history. Yeah, well, I started to watch it and I was like, okay, I better stop, do this for this. In fact, this is one of the reasons why I decided to do the live stream. All right. Is that big enough for you? See, I'm new to this. Is that big enough for you, or should I go to the bigger? All right. All right. Oh, I'm also getting comments from Chris, the legendary Chris Kinman. Anti-social studies on TikTok. Ooh, interesting. Okay, here we go. A short history of slavery.
And now for a brief history of slavery. Here's the first thing you need to know. Slavery was not invented by white people. It did not start in 1619 when the first slaves came to Jamestown.
Depends on what you mean by white people. But she's right. It didn't start with 1619. I'm assuming they chose that because their agenda is we want to present ourselves as against the 1619 project. But yeah, it's been around for thousands of years.
It existed before then. It did not start in 1492 when Columbus discovered the New World.
That's true as well. But what he did was a specific type of slavery. Okay, let me know if there's any audio issues since I'm new to doing this. Okay.
In fact, when the intrepid explorer landed in the Bahamas, the native Taino tribe hoped that he would help them defeat their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs. The Caribs enslaved the Taino and, on occasion, served them for dinner.
Oh, that's wow! I didn't know that. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, the Taino famously. This is the native group that Columbus and his crew. Shout out to the Columbus crew, the soccer team. How they they interacted mostly with the Taino when they first came to the so-called New World. Yeah.
Slavery existed in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The word slave.
Okay. Hold on a second here.
The word slave.
Okay, it existed everywhere. It wasn't just like she said. Okay.
Africa, Asia, and the Middle East.
Okay, so it existed everywhere in the entire world. Like, as far as I know. I mean, I'm not familiar with maybe South America it didn't, or maybe Australia, but it definitely existed in Europe and all of Asia. So, and the Americas, like, yeah. I don't know why she left that stuff out. That's what I'm talking about. Like they a lot of times they are telling you true information, but they're just leaving out, other stuff that might help you have a better understanding.
The word slave actually comes from the Slavs of Eastern Europe. Millions of them.
That is, I think I've heard a lot about that. I used to think that was 100% true, but then I read something that maybe that's not true, that's a myth. So you might have to like those of you watching, you might do some more research on that, because that's not like 100%.
All white, by the way, were captured and enslaved by Muslims in the 9th century and later by the Ottoman Turks.
Okay, so what she's trying, I'm already getting the vibe here, and this is Candace Owens. She's a famous African-American, in case it wasn't obvious, conservative commentator, pundit, whatever you want to call him. She does make a lot of money doing what she does. And I'm getting the vibes here that this video already has an agenda, because she's trying to point out that, hey, it's, why are we blaming white people for so many bad stuff? White people used to be enslaved as well. And so, like, I'm already getting like the vibe of, instead of this being just like, oh, this is just a true video explaining the history of slavery, instead it's like, stop making white people feel so guilty about the sins of slavery of the past. So I think that's the vibe I'm getting. What do you think? Bosnian drunkard, thank you. PragerU is nothing but neoliberal conservative propaganda funded by oil executives. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. As being an education major, I can say that they especially don't understand CRT. We could watch that video too, maybe. I'll write that one down. I haven't seen that one. But I will say that they're funded by the Wilkes brothers, and that's a red flag. They are oil barons, and they do get a lot of their money from nefarious sources.
It existed when the Roman Empire controlled the Mediterranean and most of Europe from the 1st through the 5th centuries. Slavery existed when Alexander the Great conquered Persia in the 4th century BC.
Yep, it did.
It was so common that Aristotle simply considered it natural. The slave master model was just how the world operated in the great philosopher's day. Slavery existed during the time of
hierarchies in general. I mean, we still have hierarchies that a lot of people would say are natural. But yeah, slavery or slaves were at the bottom of the hierarchy. And then they did, the ancient Greek philosophers did justify it, of course. All of what she just said just then was correct, to my knowledge.
Ancient Egyptians 5,000 years ago. As far back as we can go in human history, we find slavery. As renowned historian John Steele Gordon notes from time immemorial, slaves...
John Steele Gordon, is he renowned? Let's... I've never heard of this guy. He's a renowned historian. Just looking at his Wikipedia page, it says he is an American writer who specializes in the history of business and finance. Born and raised in New York City. Doesn't have much on his Wikipedia page. Okay. Oh, Stephen Dubner from Freakonomics interviewed him once. That's cool. I don't know if he has a degree in history or what. I don't think he's a historian, maybe, but what do you think? Okay. Watching from Sweden. Thank you, Philip, for the support. Okay.
Were a major item of commerce. As much as 1/3 of the population of the ancient world was enslaved.
Hey, look at that. They put the source on the screen. I don't remember them doing that in the past. Good for them. Cityjournal.org. A short history of... Is that also in the description here? They just put the transcript here. Oh, for a complete script as well as facts and sources. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it opened up in a new window here. So I'm looking at the, I don't see any sources. Oh, here we go. Here, I'm gonna share with you their actual page now. That way you can see. So this is here. I'm gonna show it on bigger for you because this is their list to their sources. So it's always good to go here. And this is a lot better than it used to be. I remember they didn't used to do this. So, all right. So, it's a little bare. The guy, they put the source on the screen though for, I think this was it from, oh gosh, this is like a website from 1994. It looks like from the BBC. Okay, well, that's where's the other source though? The dude who was the writer, really well-respected historian. I always think of Monty Python. Oh, this page cannot be found. Okay. Well, you know what? We're not gonna worry about this. Let's go back to the, to the video on YouTube. Yeah. All right. John Steele Gordon
was enslaved. Here's the second thing you need to know. White people were the first to formally put an end to slavery. In 1833, Britain was the first to...
because white people were in power? Like, I don't think it's... Also, what about the Haitian Revolution? You know, the Haitian Revolution was... That was late 1700s or early 1800s, so that was before 1833. Hillebrand says, looks like John Steele Gordon is a journalist mostly writing op-eds for Wall Street Journal and similar news sites. Okay, yeah, so he's not a historian. All right, but yeah, that's just wrong. So we found our first pretty clear, just like making stuff up.
Country in the history of the world to pass a Slavery Abolition Act. They were quickly followed by...
Okay, so they were the first country in the world to do this. Okay, I'll give them that, but that's... Okay, that at the very least, that's misleading.
They were quickly followed by France, who in 1848 abolished slavery in her many colonies.
You know, one thing she didn't mention is that they didn't have to go to through a civil war to do that. The United Kingdom, they just basically paid off. They bought the slaves' freedom. That's a oversimplified way of putting it. I'm not sure exactly what happened in France, but...
Quickly followed by France, who in 1848 abolished slavery in her many colonies. Then, of course, came the 13th Amendment in the United States Constitution. After centuries of human slavery...
Well, the 13th Amendment was preceded by something. 750,000 people dying in the Civil War. You might want to bring that up, even in a short history of slavery. Like Abraham Lincoln said, may those people not die in vain for what they were fighting for, you know, at Gettysburg Address.
After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice. That includes the 300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War.
Okay, there we go. Good. 750,000. But yeah, good that you mentioned that people died for the Civil War, but it is amusing to me that the way she's framing this is like, you know, instead of just giving facts, she's just like, how dare you have any negative thoughts about white men? Because like that's the vibe I'm getting here. It's not like just a history explainer video. And I guess, yeah, you know, maybe that's what they're known for getting more clicks for. Thank you, Ricochet, for the donation. And Appelon adds why America must lead to the list. It's with former General Secretary of NATO Anders Fogh Rasmussen. I got a lot of hate from the PragerU community. Interesting. Thank you for the suggestion. Why America must lead. I'm writing it down right now. Okay. So I already have I'm going to be busy here for a while.
Saying that this makes white people better than anyone else? Of course not. My purpose here is to simply tell the truth. And the truth
you're not saying that.
is that human history is complicated.
Yes. Yes. Good job, PragerU. Human history is complicated. I want to hear you say that every video.
Regardless of skin color, stands guiltless. Yet today we are never told
Oh,
to
here we go.
consider the murderous Persian Empire or the cannibalism of indigenous tribes of North and South America or the heinous actions under the imperialistic Muslim, Chinese, Mongol, or Japanese empires, to name just a few.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you didn't know about any of that stuff until right before this video, Candace, because we're not taught about a lot of things in history because history is severely restricted as far as like time spent learning it in K through 12 education in the United States and other countries. Like there's just most students don't get much of a history education, even in college. A lot of times you're getting electives for to learn history at a deeper level. So I'm not surprised they wouldn't know all this stuff unless maybe they're watching YouTube videos. So yeah, that's it's okay to try to teach them. But again, like I'm not getting the vibe that you're just. I feel like I'm being scolded right now for not knowing about this as an average viewer, I guess.
Instead, we're told that slavery is a white phenomenon. And
Okay,
like all
that is a straw man. That's a straw man. Who's saying that?
slavery is a white phenomenon.
In case you forgot what the straw man fallacy is, this is Ben Shapiro's favorite fallacy is the straw man. You basically it makes it easier if you can debate something or criticize something if you misrepresent what it actually is. So like if you're saying, "Oh, well, Mr. Beat, he wants he likes dogs better than cats. So he wants all cats to be euthanized." That's a straw man because I don't want all cats to be euthanized. I think that's so quote me on that, by the way. But that's a straw man. I don't think any historian has ever said that.
And like all persistent lies, this lie spawns a bunch of other lies. On social media, I come across extraordinary depictions about how Africans lived like pharaohs before Europeans came and laid waste to their paradise.
Oh, this seems like this is going to go in a sinister direction here indeed. Well, I mean, Africa is the second largest continent, and tens of millions of people live there. And like when Europeans, well, millions of people lived there at the very least when Europeans first encountered them. To try to like generalize an entire continent like Africa, which typically happens. Let's admit it. So some of them probably, I mean, the richest person who ever lived lived in Africa. So I don't know, like some of them did live like pharaohs and kings. She's trying to say that none of them did. That's oversimplification. Redway 2, has anybody ever claimed that slavery is a white phenomenon? No, they have. I just don't think they have. That's a straw man.
I wish any of this were true, but it's not. It's a fantasy. The truth is that Africans were sold into slavery by other Black Africans, and in many cases, sold for items as trivial as gin and mirrors.
Oh, I didn't know about the mirrors, but gin, I did know about that. That's true, what she just said.
Whites didn't go into the interior and round up the natives. They waited on the coast for their Black partners to bring them Black bodies.
The reason why they did this is because they were afraid to go inland because of diseases like malaria.
The stark reality is that our lives had very little value to our ancestors. Here's the third thing you need to know. If you think slavery is a relic of the past, you're wrong. There are some 700.
It's interesting that this video is called A Short History of Slavery, and she's 3 minutes and 56 minutes in, and she's already saying that she's getting ready to say that slavery still exists, which it does. It doesn't look the same as it used to, but it does. And a lot of people need to know this, but I feel like this is not much of a video about the history of slavery. It's like even a short history. So she's probably going to mention like, especially, and in fact, I'm going to predict she's going to mention the Middle East, although a lot of enslaved folks are in India. It's pretty bad there.
1,000 slaves in Africa today.
Oh, Africa.
Right now.
Okay. Oh yeah, I can see why they would spin it that way. Yeah, like it's. I mean, most of the slaves that exist today are kidnapped as children, forced into slave labor, which unfortunately, a lot of the young women are enforced or forced to be prostitutes. Um,
That's the lowest estimate that I could find. Other sources say there are many more. For context, that's almost twice as many slaves as were ever brought to the United States.
there's something that happened over the years, and that is has been the population has increased of the world. So when the United States first became a country, for example, their let's see, the world population. World population in 1780, we don't know exactly. Um, okay, 1700, the population of the world was around um, 60 600 million. 600 million. So maybe when the United States first became a country, it was like 750 million. We didn't even have a billion people in the world. So that's one of those misleading things I was telling you about, like twice as many slaves. Like, yeah, this is lacking context. Devin, yes, thanks for the support again. In Africa, aren't you supposed to be working? No, I was kidding. In Africa, tribes selling each other was a common tale. Definitely. However, it increased heavily with the Portuguese. This is true because they're like, hey, the Portuguese they're giving us lots of good stuff, and it wasn't just gin and mirrors, I guess. There was a lot of times it was stuff that was highly desirable, and yeah, so the slave trade definitely started in Africa. It was caused primarily by the Spanish and the Portuguese, though. The Spanish and Portuguese created the demand for slaves. So, you know, that's the reason why it accelerated so much. And the whole slave trade wouldn't it have existed? It wouldn't have existed if it weren't for the Europeans. Like they created the triangular trade to begin with.
Child soldiers, human trafficking, forced labor. These are the conditions that currently exist within the same sub-Saharan region where the transatlantic slave trade originated.
She might be surprised to hear that there are slaves in the United States right now. Same thing, like forced sex trafficking.
African bodies are being sold today like they were sold then. And no, they are not being purchased by any country of white men. In fact, slavery, by any traditional definition, is exclusively practiced today within non-white countries. But we hear almost nothing.
That's not true. Well, I mean, most of the world is not white. Most of the world is brown. I'm not sure if I mean, I feel like this is stuff that she probably should already know. So like slavery happens still on every continent in the world. It's in Latin America. Like I said earlier, it's still in the United States. It's really bad in India. She mentioned sub-Saharan Africa because it's trying to help her point of the video, which I assume the thesis of the video is basically that how dare we only focus on Europeans practicing slavery when this is a worldwide phenomenon, but especially it's an African phenomenon, those dang Africans enslaving people. So that's an interesting angle to take, yeah.
Nothing about that. Just like we hear nothing about how slavery was universal until good people in Europe and America ended it 2 centuries ago. Why? Because our so-called leaders, black and white, wouldn't profit from it. Black victimhood is nothing if not profitable.
Ooh, boy, look at that. So this is like we're getting to the nitty-gritty here. So the real reason why they're trying to say, hey, we just want to educate you about the history of slavery, but this is their crusade against black victimhood. So I've heard this trope for a while. It's been around since the 1960s at the very least. And then think of like the welfare queen that was the Reagan administration tried to push as a symbol of, but like a lot of times, I think that, I mean, they're like, oh, blacks should pull themselves up by their bootstraps type of deal again, like like the rest of us, and stop just, you know, it's more complicated than that. Like Candace said earlier in the video, it's much more complicated than that. I probably should add to this list. I think they have a video about systemic racism, which is probably hosted by Ben Shapiro, because he is their go-to expert on systemic racism, only because he talks about it all the time. But I think this is what we're seeing right now at the end of this video is just another oversimplification here.
It elects politicians.
And I'm not talking about oversimplification like the YouTube channel that's great, who's self-aware, who oversimplification with an agenda. Sorry, I'll go back here.
Black victimhood is nothing if not profitable. It elects politicians and funds racial grievance groups. And if Black Americans began to view themselves as partners in the American dream, if we embraced the patriotic spirit that holds all men.
The American dream, the one you have to be asleep to believe it. Is that what George Carlin said? So here we're just getting into some like flowery language that doesn't really mean much.
Men are created equal. The patriotic spirit that is our real heritage.
Real heritage. Oh gosh, it's like the real America. That stuff is just meant to essentially put down others. Like, you're not a real American if you don't believe what I believe.
Race hustlers would soon be out of business.
Race hustlers.
And who wants that? I'm Candace Owens, author of Blackout for Prager University.
Okay. She's not a historian. I don't think Blackout is about this, but maybe she mentions it in her book. I've not read her book. So there's the first video we made it through. So I'm going to go to the second suggestion from the super chat. So thank you for your suggestions. Hopefully the sound has been good. I don't have to go to the bathroom yet, so that's good too. Somebody said Candace is probably the closest thing to a race hustler there is. I was going to say that same thing. Okay, so, you know, a lot of stuff in the video was true. A lot of it was slanted. Some of it, I only caught one thing that might have been kind of a lie when she's talking about Britain, like they're the first country to outlaw slavery, is my interpretation of what they're trying to say. All right, so let's go to another video. They have this Nixon video that seems interesting, but Ulysses Grant is the one. So I'm going to search on the channel here. Actually, let's do it like this. The Amazing Life of Ulysses S. Grant. Ooh, yeah. I think I'm going to like this one, actually. All right. And if I do like it, I will hit that like button. It has a pretty high percentage. It looks like this is one of the better ones, maybe. Okay, Devin has a suggestion. Thank you for the super chat again. You should give score points at the end of each video, 1 to 10 for accuracy, unbiasedness, and general content. Thank you. I'm going to do that. I'm going to take your suggestions. So for 10 being the best, 1 being the worst, that video, the slavery video, had, I think for accuracy, probably 5. Unbiasedness, I would say 1. General content, a 5. Yeah. I'm going to write that down too so I remember. Okay. Biasness, general, and it was accuracy. Okay, so Ulysses Grant here. Let's go ahead and do this one. This one hopefully will be better.
The year was 1862.
I remember
America
it well.
was in the depths of the Civil War.
It was.
Looking back, it's easy to believe that a Union victory was inevitable. The North had more money, more popularity.
This guy seems more credible. He's the director of history and education at the Civil War Trust. What's the Civil War Trust, though? What is that? Civil War Trust. Okay, what shows up is American Battlefield Trust, which is a charitable organization whose primary focus is the preservation of battlefields of the American Civil War. Good for them. Did you know that attendance at American Civil War battlefields has been on the steady decline since the 1970s? That is crazy to me. Like Gettysburg used to be much more popular, for example. Okay, sorry. Back to the Alan, thank you for the super chat. YouTuber Micah Curtis calls you Mr. Grifter and rants about you every day. Be careful because he tells people that he plans to find and confront you. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll take him out to coffee. I've never heard of him before, but
Population, more industry. But
wait,
no one
wait.
thought
I'm a
that at the
grifter.
time.
I'm a grifter. What am I? What am I grifting about? Like, I just want to educate people. That's pretty much my lifelong goal. Educate people about history. So I get. Maybe he needs to look up the definition of grifter. Okay. Gary, you're saying that the North had more money, more troops.
That a Union victory was inevitable. The North had more money, more population,
Yes.
more industry.
Mhm.
But no one thought that at the time. In the first year of the
They did, actually. They did think that at the time. And they also had better transportation, better technology. Big reason why the North was able to win the war was because of their superiority with railroads and telegraphs.
war, it looked as if the South would win. A series of high-profile victories in the East convinced many that Confederates were better fighters under better leaders.
I don't know. Okay, let me play that again because I'm not sure what.
But no one thought that at the time. In the first year of the war, it looked as if the South would win. A series of high-profile victories in the East convinced
Yeah, to some, it definitely seemed like that. Yeah.
many that Confederates were better fighters under better leaders. Where would President Lincoln find a battlefield general who could do for the Union what Robert E. Lee was doing for the Confederacy? Lead it to victory. The man he found, the man who saved the Union, was Ulysses S. Grant. He wasn't Lincoln's first choice, or second, or third. In fact, when the war started in 1861, Lincoln had no idea who Ulysses S. Grant was.
Yep.
Hardly surprising, since at the time, Grant was selling hats to farmers' wives in a small town in Illinois. His
Yeah. Remember Ulysses Grant served in the Mexican-American War as well. I mean, he had been a lifelong, he had a pretty well-established military career. He also had some personal struggles that he dealt with. He was not very good with money. He tended to like alcohol a lot, which most Americans drank alcohol at that time, but he drank a lot. All right. So yeah, this is this video, or I can already tell you though, is better than the last one.
rise to glory is one of the most amazing stories in American history.
Yeah.
Born in Ohio on April 27th, 1822, Grant had no ambition to be a soldier.
That was wrong. He was actually born in 1622. I'm kidding. There's not going to be anything controversial here for a while, I think.
His father pushed him into it, thinking he wasn't suited for much else. Grant's West Point career wasn't especially distinguished either. But during the Mexican-American War, 1846 to 1848, Grant proved himself to be an officer of unusual ability. He was cool under fire, daring but rarely reckless. Even more important, the men under his command trusted him.
Yeah, that's true.
After that war, Grant returned to St. Louis to marry his fiancée, Julia Dent, the daughter.
Yes, I have been to that house. It's well preserved. If you get a chance in St. Louis, it's an amazing place.
Daughter of a slave-owning Missouri farmer.
That's true.
Grant was never happier than when he was with Julia, and he was never unhappier than when he was not.
Right.
Unfortunately, in this period, Army life forced them to be separated, sometimes for many months. To assuage his loneliness, Grant started to drink. While in a distant posting in Northern California, 1,000 miles from Julia, his drinking got the better of him. He resigned his Army commission to avoid an embarrassing court-martial. It was downhill from there.
I heard about that too, but I want to know more details. I don't know the details of that. Does anybody in the chat know exactly what happened with that? Like why he, yeah, I don't know.
One business venture failing after another. By 1860, thoroughly humiliated and with no money and no prospects, he was back working for his father in the small town of Galena, Illinois. Then the Civil War happened. The Union was in desperate need of experienced soldiers. Grant volunteered. His leadership skills were immediately obvious. He quickly advanced through the ranks. In a little more than 6 months, he scored 2 major victories at Fort Henry and Fort Donelson along the Tennessee and Cumberland rivers. He followed these up with victory in the largest battle in American history up to that time, the Battle of Shiloh. making him a true Union hero in a cause that was starved for heroes. There was nothing flashy about Grant's generalship. All he did was win. Unlike the overly cautious generals that drove President Lincoln to distraction, Grant's battle plan was to always move forward, always put pressure on his foes. Any advantage the Union had in technology.
Well, I hope he mentions total war here, but some would say that Grant's battle plan was at times reckless. I should probably add that. It's pretty clear that this video is meant to make him look like an amazing guy, because it's even in the title, Amazing Life. But so far, I'm impressed with this video. I like it.
Your manpower he employed to the fullest. Like Napoleon, Grant was a superb reader of maps. He could identify the enemy's vulnerabilities and exploit them, as he did in his brilliant 1863 campaign for Vicksburg, a campaign that is still studied at war colleges.
Yeah, no, I'm glad he mentioned that. Vicksburg, a lot of their success was based on his excellent planning, and I'm glad they mentioned the maps too. Like he was somebody who would study a lot. Like and it's funny because like earlier, just a few seconds before this in the video, they're saying that he kind of moved forward too much, but other times he was actually he thoroughly planned for other battles. Vicksburg is a great example of that.
In March 1864, Lincoln made Grant commander of all the Union armies. It took more than a year of the war's hardest fighting before Lee surrendered and the war finally came to an end. By this point, the president and his general had developed a close bond. Shortly after Grant returned to Washington, Lincoln invited the Grants to join him and Mary Lincoln at Ford's Theater.
Yeah.
Grant accepted. Julia, however, had developed an intense dislike for Mary Lincoln and insisted that her husband get out of the commitment.
So they did.
Embarrassed, Grant did. That night, in that theater, Lincoln was assassinated. As the commander of all Union armies, Grant was placed in a terrible bind, having to walk a tightrope between new President Andrew Johnson's pro-South agenda, which favored the old white aristocracy, and protect.
I mean, that's a little over. I mean, it is oversimplification here. Pro-South agenda. Andrew Johnson hated the old slave power that existed in the South. Like he was very against aristocrats. You know, he wanted to. He ended up eventually getting over it, I guess. And when he kind of humiliated many of them, like having them apologize in person to him and all this, some drama surrounding that. But I think to say he was pro-South agenda, I think he was just racist. That's maybe the better way to put it. Like he was just racist. He was against slavery. He was cool with ending slavery, but he wasn't cool with giving African Americans civil rights.
Protecting, as Lincoln intended, the newly won rights of the freed slaves. Grant had saved America once as a general. Could he save it again as a politician? Running as the Republican candidate for president, Grant easily won election in 1868 and then again in 1872. During his tenure, he fought to secure the a
little bit closer.
During his tenure, he fought to secure the passage of the 15th Amendment, which guaranteed all American citizens the right to vote, regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. He created the Department of Justice, broke up the Ku Klux Klan, and advocated for the rights of Indians.
Oh, they mentioned the advocated for the rights of Indians part. Now, I'm not sure if he was able to get any legislation or I mean, there was still, he may have personally said some things, but American federal troops were still out west, fighting in the Indian Wars during his tenure and as president. Salo Ken, thank you for the donation. Thank you for being a decent center-left channel. I don't consider myself center-left. In fact, if you were to know my political opinions on certain issues, you'd be like, oh. So
he presided over the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad and a rapidly expanding industrial economy.
He did.
But Grant wasn't done. 1 week before his death on July 23rd, 1885, he completed his autobiography. It became one of the best-selling books of the.
A big reason why he completed those memoirs, the autobiography, was so that he didn't leave his family in a bunch of debt, because he continued to have financial struggles after he left the presidency. He was somebody who, if he was alive today, he would probably get duped by a pyramid scheme. He was duped to invest in something that he shouldn't have been, and so he didn't want to leave debt with his family. So that was his mission at the very end of his life. I've got to publish these memoirs to make money for my family. All right.
The 19th century. Of Grant's amazing life, Frederick Douglass wrote a fitting epithet. In him, the Negro found a protector, the Indian a friend, a vanquished foe a brother, an imperiled nation a savior. I'm Gary Edelman, Director of History and Education at the Civil War Trust.
Man, Frederick Douglass is so awesome. And yeah, that's a great quote. That video was a lot better than the last one. So I would say, as far as accuracy, I would say it would be a 9. I would say bias. I would say, I mean, they're biased towards trying to make Grant look good, so maybe a 7. And generally, though, I'm going to give this video an 8. So that's a good video overall. I would actually show that to my students and just kind of point out, though, before I showed it, this is something that makes him look good. There are legit criticisms of Ulysses S. Grant. I think historians generally view him much better than they used to. He used to not be so high in presidential rankings. Now I think for me, he'd probably be up to a B tier president at this point. The more I learn about him, the more I like him. I think Ron Chernow's book has greatly helped the public perception of Grant. So maybe that's what was the catalyst for this video. All right. Next up, we got another suggestion from a, that was my second video. Oh gosh. So Why America Must Lead. I'm going to do that one. And then we're going to do the critical race theory video. So PragerU, Why America Must Lead. This one came out 4 years ago, and the super chat who suggested this, I forgot the username, I'm sorry, but they said that this one was controversial with the usual PragerU crowd. Oh, look at this. The world is on fire. That's like a reaction. Okay, let's go ahead and check this one. Oh, I forgot to like the other one. That's all right. I'll like it later.
The world is on fire. The Middle East is being torn up by war and terrorism that have forced millions of people to flee.
That was 4 years ago, and that's still the case. The war on terrorism, some of the media wants you to think that it's over, that it ended either at the end of Iraq war or maybe the Afghanistan war ending now that it's over. No, it continues. Drone attacks continue. Bombs are still being dropped on suspected terrorists. So when he says the world on fire, though, I'm automatically getting the vibe that like this is going to be a sensational video, like they're trying to create fear. So I'm very like if I were to begin one of my videos saying the world is on fire, I don't think that would be that's probably not advised. I probably shouldn't start off a video that way.
Syria looks like the disaster of a generation. Iran seeks to dominate the region and
okay, so some context. Syria, this is the Syrian civil war, which if this was 2017, 2016, when this came out, but yeah, it peaked a few years ago. That's so kind of keep in mind when this video was made.
Declares its intention to wipe a sovereign nation off the map.
Eastern Europe. Okay. Let's play that part again here.
Off the map. While in Eastern Europe, a resurgent nation off the map. Its intention the region and Syria looks like the disaster of a generation.
Exaggeration.
Iran seeks to dominate the region and openly declares its intention to wipe a sovereign nation off the map.
Oh, I think he's trying to say, I know his accent is a little bit hard to understand, but I think he's trying to say that wipe Israel off the map, and that was that never was said. That's a quote that was made up. They've never. I mean, I'm sure people have said that privately, but no leader has ever been proven to say exactly those words. Like that's a very common myth, actually. It was first attributed to Ahmadinejad, but if you actually translate it, that was way back in 2005. Yeah, so I don't think Iran is this boogeyman that many people think it is. Like, yes, they have an Islamist government, but it's more secular than you would probably think in terms of like local governments and culturally, especially culturally. Now, it's still a very religious country, but they're not imperialistic, especially compared to the United States or China, or Russia. Like I don't think that. I mean, when you say dominate the region, are you talking about the Middle East? I mean, sure, I'll give you that one, but
While in Eastern Europe, a resurgent Russia has seized Ukrainian territory by.
So they're talking about Crimea, however you want to pronounce it. So Russia is still a fairly weak country economically. I remember when a lot of people were kind of afraid of Russia after they seized Ukrainian territory, which the Ukrainian territory largely welcomed. The people that lived there welcomed the Russian troops as they came in. They're like, yeah, we want to be part of Russia. So it wasn't really as controversial as you would think. Russia is not a strong country compared to the United States or China. It really isn't. Like, the population has been declining there. The life expectancy has been declining there. It's also been declining in the United States. But it's economically just so embarrassingly weak compared to most European countries and China and Singapore and the United States. So I don't think we really need to create a new Cold War based on fear of Russia trying to take over the world. At least not yet.
Force of arms. China is flexing its muscles against its neighbors.
It is.
Around the South China Sea.
And Africa and the Middle East throughout. Yeah. There's only one nation in the world. Oh, here, where are we going with this? This seems to be a nationalism angle we're taking. So let's see if that's where he goes.
There's only one nation in the world capable of putting out these fires. That nation is, of course, the United States. Many Americans will argue, understandably, that this is not fair. It may not be fair.
I mean, okay. The United States by far has the largest military in the world. By far, it's not even comparable. And it's been this way for 30 years, at least, ever since the end of the Cold War. And we've kind of just taken the role because everyone's like, well, you got all the weapons, you've got all the capabilities, you've got the, intelligence. There are world organizations that are meant to kind of fill this role, but they have not done that. The United Nations has not lived up to its promise to fill that role for various reasons that I won't get into right now. But there's also NATO, but NATO, remember, is a Cold War relic that unless they transform it into something more than that, it still seems to be a reaction to the influence of Russia, and especially in Eastern Europe. NATO could potentially be that, to take the place. But I mean, yeah, like that movie that the South Park guys made, Team World Police or something like that, whatever it's called. That essentially, yeah, the United States is the world's policeman. And yes, many people don't say that's fair. I personally don't think we should be the world's police. That we should try to shift this to the United Nations. It doesn't mean we can't heavily influence the direction it goes in terms of enforcement of protecting rights and around the world. But it's not an easy thing to do. And obviously the United States, I hope he mentions this in the video, but it's pretty obvious that the United States picks its battles. It chooses its battles. It ignores atrocities all over the place, but then it decides to intervene sometimes when it's not smart to intervene. Afghanistan is the most recent example of like, why did they intervene for so long? It was a disaster. But then they also ignored what was going on in Rwanda. North Korea, there are concentration camps right now in North Korea. It's not a good situation there, but the United States has not intervened. Well, it's understandable why they haven't intervened, especially since North Korea has been developing nuclear weapons. But the point is that it doesn't look good when the United States decides to put out fires some places and ignores fires in other places. And then if you look historically, a lot of times it's purely an economic interest in terms of who the United States decides to help and who they decide not to help. Rwanda was not a place where economically it was going to be beneficial for the United States to go in, so they didn't. I mean, that's one theory I'm saying. I know that's a bold theory to say, but, you know, it's not too far-fetched when you really think about it.
But it is a fact. Only America has the diplomatic reach, the financial resources, and the firepower to lead the free world against the autocrats, rogue states, and terrorists.
That's all loaded. I mean, that's the assumption that the United States is the leader in the free world. When you look at the data, even in terms of economic freedom, the United States is pretty far down the list. And that's from the Heritage, the conservative think tank. In terms of press freedom, we're not at the top of the list. You'd think we would be, but we're not. In terms of other freedoms like religious freedom and all this, like we're not at the top of the list. So the other thing is like to assume that there are not elements of, well, we don't have autocracy in the United States, autocratic government. We do have, sometimes we seem like an oligarchy. And then terrorists. Okay, I would say that there is domestic terrorism. There are people who are terrorists in the United States. We saw that with Oklahoma City in 1995. Some people call the people that raided the Capitol on January 6th, they call them terrorists. I don't know if that's a fair term or not, but insurrectionists might be a better way to put it. But it's a loaded term regardless, and so you got to be careful with this language here. I think I had a super chat. Thank you. Devin again. China has concentration camps. Yes, China also has concentration camps
that are trying to overwhelm it. As the Prime Minister of Denmark from 2001 to 2009, and the Secretary General of NATO from 2009 to 2014, I know how important American leadership is. I've seen firsthand.
I should have known that. I forgot this guy's with NATO, or has experience with NATO. So yeah, I'm interested to say, because like NATO could potentially become like this world police force if they transform it. So that might be the direction to go. But then that's also going to scare people. You know, the people who are like, you know, they're scared of one world government or the anti-globalist folks, and so I understand the concern for something like that. Chris Stanley, thoughts on vaccine mandates? I think at the local level, it's constitutional, but I think any kind of mandates, state or federal level, state is technically constitutional, federal it's not. I generally think it should be decided at the local level as a good compromise. Anyway, back to this video.
And what happens when America tries to lead from behind instead of leading from the front? A case in point, Russia illegally annexed Crimea in March 2014, the first gunpoint land grab in Europe since the end of World War II. U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry called it an unbelievable act of aggression. He went on.
Again, that region, let's go back to the map here. I love their animations, by the way. Except for when they do graphs. Graphs are really bad. This region, a lot of this region, Russians lived there, and they welcomed the Russian troops with open arms. They wanted to be part of Russia. So it's not as cut and dry as they're making it seem.
He called it an unbelievable act of aggression. He went on, "You just don't, in the 21st century, behave in 19th century fashion by invading another country on a completely trumped up pretext."
Yeah, that's what the United States did too, though. But yeah, I get that quote. Yeah, it did look bad on Russia's part. The world definitely shared the same sentiment as John Kerry. I just got a super chat to check out the video, "What Are Kids Being Taught in School?" So I added that to my list, 00 Productions. Thank you for the super chat.
This might be an admirable statement of principle, but as a guide to policy, it is dangerously naive, because whether it was believable or not, it happened. The first half of the 20th century was the bloodiest in human history. That was before America became a global superpower. Since America became a global superpower.
Well, they became a global superpower right before World War I. I would argue. I know some historians debate exactly when that took place, but
since America's ascendancy, the major world powers have coexisted in relative peace. Now
yes,
that peace is threatened, and America must.
This video is not aging very well, because what has Russia done since then? They haven't done anything similar since then. It doesn't mean they can't in the future, but again, this video is trying to make it. It's a very fear-based video.
Step forward again. Simply put, no one else can do it. Europe is too weak and divided to lead the world. The free nations have an essential role.
I mean, Europe is, it's not as weak and as divided as you would think. I mean, I think a lot of times Europe can step up. They just don't. They choose not to. So it's a choice. It doesn't mean that they can't.
World. The free nations have an essential role to play, and they must shoulder their full share at the cost. But only America has the credibility to lead. This is not just about money or manpower. It's also about morality. Only America has the moral greatness to lead the free world.
That's quite a bold statement. Only the United States has the moral greatness. That's I would say that is not true. Morals are also different than ethics. To quote the old movie Election, the morals is the personal convictions. Ethics is as a society, the norms of a society. So I think when you use that term morals or morality, I just I always kind of roll my eyes.
Not for the sake of power, but for the sake of peace.
Well, I mean, the problem is it's the United States typically hasn't done that. Like, for the sake of peace, we say it's for the sake of peace, but oftentimes it is for the sake of power. Let's be honest here. Let's not sugarcoat what's going on. Geopolitics is a thing. We constantly worry about losing our role of dominance in the world, and so yeah, I think most people, just say the quiet part out loud here. You don't have to sugarcoat it like this.
Yet the US will only be able to ensure peace if its leaders act with conviction. If the world even thinks that America lacks the will to use force or enforce its red lines, it leaves a vacuum that will be filled by corrupt autocrats, rogue states, and murderous terrorists.
I mean, it's easy to say all this, right? But we all know, I think most of you watching know this already, that there are unintended consequences to intervention around the world. Just because you're taking out one autocrat, or just because you're defending democracy in one area, doesn't mean that it's going to solve everything. I think Afghanistan, the last 20 years, should be a great just lesson for everything else, all the other interventions that the United States has found itself in over the past several decades. Historically, the United States has taken out ruthless dictators only to prop up a new dictator that was just as ruthless, if not more ruthless, in their place. But yeah, they were economically friendly with the United States. So that's how they justified it. It used to be in the Cold War, it was like always in the name of fighting communism. Now it's in the name of preserving democracy. But most of the time, it's all about geopolitics and economics. And, a lot of what you're saying, this guy is saying is, that's frankly to me naive to think that you can just go in and put out all the world's fires and not like, look at Libya. Look at what happened with Libya. We took out Gaddafi and there was a vacuum, and now it's even worse there. Now slavery is on the rise in Libya, and it's been a mess ever since we intervened. So, what he's trying to say is the solution oftentimes is what's causing the problems to begin with. All right. Thank you guys for the Nick. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on the Texas abortion law and the Supreme Court's ruling on it? I think the Supreme Court, we need to watch what they do with that Jackson's women's health case in the fall. And they announce it probably next year. That's probably going to be the final. I think they're probably going to end up. They're going to overturn the Texas law probably. Tommy Verketti, the amount of endurance Mr. Beat is in presenting his record breaking. God bless you, dude. Thank you, Tommy. Okay.
As tempting as retreat might be, it won't make America and the other freedom-loving countries safer or more prosperous. History shows us.
Well, but that's what do you mean by retreating? Like, I think there's a smart way to go about it. It's not so simple as, like, you're not retreating if you don't try to get involved with every war in the entire world. Like, in fact, I would think that would be reckless to try to prevent every other country from doing what they want. Like, is this guy advocating to bomb the crap, to drop nukes on North Korea, to free all those people in concentration camps, or to drop nukes on China to free the Uyghurs that are in concentration camps in China? I don't think so. So it's kind of, I doubt this guy is consistent on this. Satch, thank you for the super chat. Explain how General Milley became the darling of the Democrats. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think it's generally, pun not intended. If somebody's going to say something that hurts the other side, then they're going to all of a sudden like them. That's really what's going to happen.
The bad guys don't stay in their own neighborhoods.
Sorry. Bad guy. Anytime you hear someone say bad guys, we're the good guys fighting the bad guys. That's a red flag, okay? Everybody's going to say you're the good guys. Me and my posse, my family, my tribe, my community, we're the good guys. Them over there, they're the other with a capital O, they're the bad guys. What the heck does that even mean? Like, and bad guys don't stay in their neighborhoods? Well, sometimes they do, maybe, but I think just to put the entire human race into good guys and bad guys categories, that's ridiculous in itself.
Stay in their own neighborhoods.
Do you have any evidence to?
We only need to look at Pearl Harbor
Japan,
or 9/11 to be reminded that the safety of Americans is deeply connected to the rest of the world.
Well, of course,
and
it is.
The stability that has permitted the vast and worldwide economic expansion since World War II, an expansion that has lifted billions of people out of poverty.
Okay. So that's a separate thing to talk about, by the way, as far as why billions have been lifted out of poverty. It's not because the United States has come in and toppled governments or went to war. Also, he's talking about stability a lot here. When you go to war, that you are literally creating instability. That's what's so.
Could not have happened if America had not guaranteed it. But freedom, stability.
Sometimes that's survivorship bias. Sometimes it does work out. But okay, let's take the example of Vietnam. The Vietnam War, that's a war that many argue that the United States, we lost that war. I mean, you could say that it was truly the first war that the United States lost in its history. And yet, while it ended up being a disaster as well, similar to Afghanistan, Vietnam, after the communists took over, they recovered. And today, actually, Vietnam has embraced capitalism quite a bit. So they're not like truly communist in terms of economic, like they're not a command economy. And they're one of the quickest growing economies in the world. And they're catching up with China. That's how well things are going in Vietnam. That wasn't because the United States invaded them or because France invaded them before that. It was because they made reforms within their borders. That's why.
And prosperity don't come for free. And they are not the norm.
That whole freedom isn't free part, that's a trope as well. Here's another case where you're oversimplifying. And yes, freedom isn't free. We have to defend our borders. But what he's advocating for is going out and trying to put fires out all over the world. And so,
they are the exception. An American retreat will unleash a new plague of dictators and oppressors who seek to undo all the good America has done to secure peace and prosperity around the world.
So right here, he's alluding to by showing pictures of Hitler and Stalin and what's his name, the Iranian leader. He's basically saying retreating is not going to war with other countries. Like if you don't go to war with other countries that are bad, doing bad stuff, then you are retreating. Now, obviously, what Hitler was doing, I think, is something that we definitely have learned from. Like if one dictator and one government is trying to take over not only an entire continent, but as the late Norm Macdonald said, rest in peace, they wanted to take over the entire world, essentially. They knew that wasn't probably possible. Even Hitler knew that. But the appeasement is that term that's still thrown around today by people that think they're experts on history. Like, oh, appeasement. See, when they appeased Hitler, see what happened? Chamberlain, man, freaking, they appeased him. And then Germany just took right back over. The Nazis took over Europe because of appeasement. I don't think we can always say that that's, history doesn't repeat like that. It does rhyme, as I've established in a video, but it doesn't don't assume that what's happening in Crimea in 2014 with what Russia did is the same thing as Hitler. It's not. You can't conflate the two.
New plague of dictators and oppressors who seek to undo all the good America has done to secure peace and prosperity around the world for decades. And that could lead to a fire no one will be able to put out.
No, he did the fire analogy.
I'm Anders Fogh Rasmussen for Prager University.
Seems like a nice guy. I would say this video is in terms of accuracy, it's I think it's mostly good. I think it's probably a 7. Bias, definitely a 2. Remember, 10's the best. And then generally, I think it's probably a 5. So we have a couple more videos now to check out. Thanks for the super chat suggestions. Oh man, it's been an hour and a half already. Thank you for joining me this morning. We've knocked out 3 videos already. This next one is let's look at some of the comments on this. It got 10,000 dislikes, 15,000 likes. So it's a very controversial video. Let's see what the top comments are saying. Only America has the moral greatness to lead. I haven't laughed that much in a while. Good one. Yeah, so it seems like even like the regular crowd of PragerU crowd is against this one as well. So perhaps we can all unite to say that this video is bad. Okay, let's go to PragerU. What kids are being taught, and then we'll do the critical race theory. Although I'm so sick of hearing about critical race theory, what kids are being taught? This is from 6 months ago, it looks like. So remember, their earlier videos aren't as well.
Lockdown.
Oh, I think I started to watch this one. They are not. Oh, I already disliked it because I was like, what I heard from the beginning. Yeah, so this is going to be bad. So they do start to list sources in their more recent videos, but their older videos you can't really find sources, or if they do say the sources are there, you click on it, it's some random website that is not that credible. So yeah, I already started watching this video. Let me have an open mind again. Maybe this is not so bad. The video is called "What Are Your Kids Learning in School?" Being a school teacher, I might have good insight on this. So thanks for suggesting this. Oh, Devin, again, man, thank you so much. It's important to note that what people are calling CRT is racial identitarianism. That's a good point. Yeah. A minority of schools are not teaching it per se, but enacting it in policy. Those enacting racial identitarian policies call themselves CRT. Yeah, see, that's the biggest problem I have with critical race theory is that nobody can really define it, and they're talking about different things. A lot of times they're talking about systemic racism. All right, but let's tackle this one. Maybe they're going to mention critical race theory with this video, so maybe that will reduce the need of the other video.
What's happening in our schools? Colleges have become leftist indoctrination centers. It's not a new problem.
It's important to note that a big reason why PragerU exists is because Dennis Prager, the guy who founded it, whose name is named after, a very popular radio political pundit for many years before he started it. He wanted to indoctrinate kids. That was really his goal, because in his mind, he thinks that schools, particularly public schools, are institutions that are trying to indoctrinate kids to being lefties, I guess. At the very least, big government fans. You know, he's a small government guy, so he says on most issues he probably is. On some issues, not so much. But this video perhaps encapsulates probably better what his views are in terms of why he started PragerU to begin with. So I'm glad we're watching this, especially since I have experience in the classroom. I've seen it. I've been at many different schools. Before I was a regular teacher, I was a substitute teacher. So I've seen a lot of what goes on in classrooms, particularly social studies classrooms.
It's been going on for decades, first behind the scenes and now out front. That's how radical change happens. It creeps up on us. And when we finally figure out what's going on, it's too late.
Radical change. Wow. Okay. Well, PragerU generally has the mission of promoting neoliberalism, economic policy generally, where you have free trade and do whichever you can to free up economies, get rid of government intervention in economies, especially like in terms of with relation to other countries. They also promote traditional conservative values in terms of a lot of socially conservative things they promote. I would say if you look at the last few decades, we've become probably more neoliberal as a country. And I would say socially, yes, like things like drug use and gay marriage, social issues, the country has become more left. Is that because of indoctrination in schools? I don't think that's the full story. I do think that schools influence kids for sure, but I think the main thing to remember here before we play any more of this video is, and this is the point that my friend Matt from Useful Charts, the channel, and he makes the posters, he brought this point up on one of my videos, and I think one of my tweets. He said essentially that going through the public school system, you know, like my daughters are in elementary school, they have the same teacher the whole year, but they also have a music teacher. They also have a PE teacher and an art teacher. They also interact with the counselors. They also interact with the principal. Sometimes they have guest teachers that come in. And then when they go to middle school, they have 8 different teachers every year, plus a PE teacher. Then they have, well, that includes the PE teacher. Then they go to high school. They also have like 8 or 9 different teachers every year. They are not just like one teacher can't just indoctrinate a kid as effectively as you would think. Also, curriculums a lot of times are put into place by school boards, both at the state level, but mostly at the district level. And a lot of times, who makes up the school boards? Parents, people that don't have experience in the classroom other than when they were a student, when they were a kid. And so they don't have any education background formally. They had never got an education degree. They never taught. They never were an administrator. And they think that they kind of have this idea of how it should be. And when you think about what this video is probably going to push the fear of, like, you know, I think school boards is what you need to look at more than anything. So if they bring up teachers, that's a red flag. Okay. Teachers have very little control of what actually they can teach in the classroom. If they go away from curriculum, they're going to get in trouble. Teachers are held accountable to teach to certain curriculums. If you say that, oh, well, these school boards are having these curriculums that are radicalized, you need to provide evidence that that's the case, because I have not seen that. As she said, especially in recent decades, I have not seen that. I do think that societies have become more open in general, and so that's why you're seeing a change of, like, as far as particularly social issues. But oh, missed the super chat again. Oh no. Okay, I got it all right.
What's been happening on college campuses is now happening in elementary schools and high schools.
Look at the,
I know. I'm now
look
happening
at
in elementary
the
schools
graphics they use here. Like, that's kind of scary, man. That's going to give me nightmares.
and high schools. I know. I'm a mom of 2 school-aged kids.
Oh,
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Oh, you know, she's an expert, folks. She's seen it with her 2 kids. She has lots of anecdotes to share with you. Also, she's founder of thefabmom.com. So let's check this out. Thefabmom.com. You can check it out as well. All right. You can't see what I'm looking at here right now, but I'm looking at the website, and she looks like, yeah, she's from Los Angeles, lives there. Says, hi, all. Is her name Jill, right? Jill Simonian. Welcome to FabMom.com. I'm a TV host and entertainment journalist turned parenting lifestyle contributor on air and online. My most recent long-running parenting gig was on CBS Los Angeles. Yada, yada, yada. Author of a book, The Fab Mom's Guide, How to Get Over the Bump and Bounce Back After a Baby. Okay, it seems like it's benign stuff here, but she seems like a very nice person. But I don't think she's necessarily an expert on I don't even know how PragerU found her. It's like, anyway, I don't want to judge. Let's just listen to what she has to say before I, that's an ad hominem attack there. That's a fallacy. What I'm doing is attacking her. Don't attack her. Attack what she has to say, or agree with it maybe.
Parents are seeing it too. Thanks to the lockdowns and Zoom, we're getting a window into our children's classes. It's not
okay. You should have already been paying attention to what's going on in their classes. Like, this is why you communicate with the teacher. Anytime you want, by the way, you can go. And what you're saying on Zoom is not it's not representative at all what typically happens in the classroom. So I think if you really want to know what's going on in the classroom, talk to the administrators and teachers and see if you can visit sometime. And, it just doesn't have to be like some mysterious thing.
not a pretty picture. Kids, really young kids, are being taught stuff so radical, so devoid of what real education is, It should
There's
alarm
that
us
word
all.
again. They use real education. You're not a real American. We have the real education. So they're radical is always a loaded term. It's anytime you want to try to make someone look bad, you just call them a radical, and that usually does the job. It has the same effect as calling somebody racist. Like, you just call them radical. Oh, okay. Like the radical left or the radical conservative. Donnie, thank you. Hello from your neighbor state of Missouri, Kansas City suburb. Nice. What's your views on libertarian socialism and corporations like Mondragon? I don't know anything about Mondragon. Maybe I do, but libertarian socialism, I think Vaush describes himself as that. I am familiar with him and his stuff. Those two words, I mean, on the surface, it seems like an oxymoron, so I don't know enough about it, but I think generally, like, my interpretation of it is, it's like, you don't want the government to step in much, but when you do, it should be purely for a social safety net. So, which to me, like, on the surface, that sounds all right, but I need to know more about it, so I don't want to give too much of an opinion on it.
All. Here are a few examples. Recently, Chicago Public Schools adopted an American history curriculum based on the 1619 Project published and promoted by the New York Times.
The 1619 Project is definitely controversial. The 1776 Project was a reaction to it, but that was a Trump administration initiative that has been retracted by the Biden administration. But generally, my criticisms of the 1619 Project is it tries to make everything all about slavery. It like overemphasizes slavery. I mean, it's literally in the name. 1619 is the first year that slaves were brought over to Jamestown when it was first a colony, Virginia. But generally, I'm not the biggest fan of the 1619 Project. It doesn't mean like we can't teach them some of those ideas. I mean, if you're trying to prevent something like the 1619 Project from being taught, to me, that's censorship. It's okay to complement it with other stuff. If that's the only thing they're being taught, then that's a red flag. I'm assuming that this American history book in Chicago Public Schools, I'm assuming it's only part of the story. Like that's not the only thing they're being taught. But I do need to look more into that. Cassius, thanks for the donation. Oh man, Steve D, do you have an opinion on the huge increase of school administrators over the past few decades? Is that a reason why teachers aren't getting raises? You do see that a little bit. It's more of a problem in college. Bloated administrations in colleges is one big reason why the cost of education has gone up. So, but I generally, I think that's the biggest reason why teacher salaries are not going up enough. It comes down to school boards not prioritizing it for various reasons. But if they really wanted to do it, they could pull it off, especially with all the bond issues that wealthier districts have. Okay. Is this the fourth video I've been watching? Okay, let's go ahead and keep going with this.
The 1619 Project asserts that America's founding was not marked by the Declaration of Independence in 1776, but the arrival of the first African slaves in Jamestown in 1619. Historians from across the political 1619.
I mean, now they're oversimplifying what they're saying. You probably should do a better job summarizing it. But I get the point they're trying to make.
Historians from across the political spectrum have denounced this as a giant lie.
It's interesting when you say historians from across the political spectrum. Most historians don't like think of them on a political spectrum, like especially when it comes to their research. Like they just kind of do their thing, and then others label them on a political spectrum, especially with regard to their research. Like they may personally have political views, but I think a lot of them try to separate that from their research. But I digress a bit.
The New York Times has walked back. Many have denounced Jamestown in 1619. Historians from across the political spectrum have denounced this as a giant lie.
Okay, denounced it as a giant lie. Okay. How about just turn it into a discussion with the kids? Like, when did the United States, when was it truly founded? Was it founded when we officially became a country with the Declaration of Independence? Was it founded when the Puritans first arrived on the Mayflower? How about, the 1960s? Maybe that's when the true America, because then we truly saw like an expansion of immigration where instead of just select countries, we got people from all over the world who got to participate in the dream of, economic opportunity and civil liberties and all this. It's a good discussion, but I just think that I don't think we need to be that afraid of a teacher, even if that teacher said, the United States started with this slavery when the first slaves were brought over in 1619. That's when the United States really got started. Is that really going to be detrimental to your kids? Like, do we, is it really that big a deal?
The New York Times has walked back many of the project's original claims.
They have.
Still, this malicious slander of America is now being taught in schools. Malicious slander.
Like, why is it a malicious slander? Like, the whole point of the 1619 Project is they're trying to redirect the narrative. They're trying to basically put more emphasis on the effects, the long-term effects and systemic effects of slavery. That's what they're trying to do. And could they have done it in a better way? Of course, but it doesn't mean it's like malicious. I don't know. That's a bit harsh. Patriot Raven, don't give into the propaganda, but I congratulate you for having to suffer watching through 6 hours of this stuff. 7 hours. I've been at it for a while. Okay.
Of America is now being taught in schools as truth. And what is that truth? That America is, was, and always has been a fundamentally racist country.
Okay. And that's at the heart of, maybe I won't watch that CRT video because this is at the heart of it. The fact is that racism has always been there throughout American history. It is always, it's undeniable. It doesn't mean that we hate our country. It doesn't mean that we hate what our country stood for. It doesn't mean that we want to teach kids to hate themselves. I think a lot of what we're seeing is this is a reaction because you have a lot of people who identify as white, who they don't want to be having a finger pointing at them saying, yeah, well, you need to feel guilty for the sins of your ancestors. Well, I think it's better to direct our anger towards unjust systems. And, this doesn't have to be taught in a way to make kids feel guilty. I just think that I'm going to play this part again because I really want to break down what she's saying here.
Malicious slander of America is now being taught in schools as truth.
It's truth.
And what is?
I mean, what truth? Like I said at the beginning of this live stream, truth. History is always seeking truth. It's not you have the truth with a capital T. Here it is. So I don't think history teachers generally do that. They don't. It's always a process. Like this is part of a process of trying to analyze, evaluate the past.
Is that truth? That America is, was, and always has been a fundamentally racist country.
I mean, that's mostly a straw man. I mean, who's actually saying that? Even in the 1619 Project, they don't say that. That's an exaggeration. Sunflower Socialist. Hey, how you doing? This is the only socialist in Kansas. Check out his YouTube channel. Hey, Mr. Beat, coming to you from Maine. Oh, yeah, he's in Maine now. Yeah. Do you think that these guys don't really get what historiography is? Yeah, historiography needs to be taught. The history of history, that needs to be taught. Cynical Historian has a great video on that, by the way. Carolina Boy, can you do the why the Democratic South became Republican video? Oh, they denied the GOP Southern strategy occurred. Could also make a good solo video topic. Sure, I'll add that to my list. Why the dim South? The party switch. They actually deny the party switch. I didn't know that. My stomach is starting to make weird sounds. All right. Well, thank you for your support, all.
And that white Americans today bear responsibility for all current and historic racism.
I think that's also a straw man. I'm white, in case you didn't know. More peach, but I'm considered a Caucasian. I definitely, when people first meet me, I think people are automatically making assumptions about me, like based on my skin color. And they call that white privilege. Well, what about somebody who has a different skin color? Do they have privilege too? Well, sometimes they may, you know. But I don't think anybody that looks like me is being taught in schools that they are responsible for racism of the past or current racism. That's just not true. Maybe you can find an anecdote that that's happening, but I don't think that's generally happening. So you just making this stuff up here. Devin, again, thank you. I have heard people claim that we are a racist nation. Yeah, but that's not what people say that, but I don't think they're being taught that in school. I don't think there's a teacher saying, you all are racist and you're the reason why there's racism. Like, that's just not happening. Maybe it's happened before, but this is an exaggeration. I think generally a straw man.
This bleeds perfectly into another educational debacle: diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Okay, this is what Devin was talking about too with the so you see this mostly with workplaces, but this push to try to make workplaces, organizations in general, more diverse and equitable, inclusive. Obviously, I think most of us agree this is a good thing, that they aim well, but there's always unintended consequences of stuff like this. And I'm curious what the angle she's going to say. Devin says, again, the party switch didn't take place till the early 2000s. The racists like Robert Byrd stayed Democrat during that time. Yeah, it was a long process. It took place over several decades. I would say it started in the 60s and then it probably ended in the late 90s.
Sound innocent, but don't be fooled. It's a dangerous euphemism for something called critical race theory.
Oh, there it is. I didn't even know she mentioned critical race theory in this. So good, yeah. So a lot of times when people are criticizing critical race theory, they don't know what critical race theory is. But I think what they think they're doing is they're attacking teaching kids about systemic racism, which kids do need to know about systemic racism. It's real. It's a really a lingering problem. Now, how you do that, that's the trick. You need to be careful with how you do that. You don't need to make kids feel guilty for their skin color. But I think they need to know that systems have been racist and they continue to be racist. The best example of systemic racism I always bring up is our prison system. If you look at who's incarcerated, overwhelmingly higher percentage of Black and brown people of color in prison for drug use, even though no evidence that they use drugs more than whites. So that's a common example. There are other examples. Oftentimes, people counter those examples by saying, well, look at the opportunities they have now they never had before. Look at affirmative action. I get criticism of affirmative action, but you got to remember that much of what we are fighting today is the momentum of the past. Affirmative action is meant to hopefully be a temporary solution to the sins of the past, because momentum has carried so much of that. And so much of inequity is simply wealth inequity, like wealth inequality. And when I hear people say, oh, well, you know, if you work hard, you work 70 hours a week like Mr. Beat did and staying up late in his basement to make videos while he's teaching, then you're going to find success. But the fact is, I only found success because I had a middle-class upbringing. I mean, my parents didn't have much money when I was little. Like, they did struggle. we struggled when I was a little bit. By the time I was in high school myself, we were doing okay. Both my mom and dad were working full time. My mom was actually, I think, making more than my dad at that time. And I grew up within walking distance of a lake, 2.5 acres, probably, well, it used to be a smaller house, but they expanded the square footage. So 2,500 square foot house. I never had to worry about being shot on the way to school or at school. I never had to worry about my house being bombed. Never had to worry about having enough to eat. I always was able to take a shower every day. Never had the water turned off or the power turned out. I had a pretty good childhood. And a lot of people don't get that type of childhood, and you can directly link it to slavery, generational wealth. Because when slaves were freed, they were not given wealth. They didn't have the Homestead Act. There was a handful of them that did, but generally they didn't. And so, when you look at like systems, we're mostly talking about capitalism itself, and we're talking about the prison system, criminal justice system. Those are really the big ones we're talking about. And that's what I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with their kids learning about. Let's be honest. They don't want their kids learning about that because it might lead them to have thoughts. I get it. I get their concern. Supernova 428 says, would the education system also be considered to have a past of systemic racism due to property taxes funding school and the history of redlining? Oh, yeah, of course. Real estate, education system as well, because of redlining and property taxes largely determining funding for schools in the United States, and then also districts for like where people go to school, wealthier. Like, look, I've taught in poor districts. I taught in the Kansas City, Missouri district, substitute taught, and I taught in the richest district in Kansas City, which is the Blue Valley district, and night and day in terms of access to resources. Anyway, I'm going on too long here. Let's continue with what she's saying here.
Critical race theory says that racism is woven into the very fabric of American society.
Well, what I was saying was systems. Like, not all of society. Most people are not racist. The vast majority of people are not racist, especially younger people. Oh, yeah. I want to also note that the vast majority of Trump supporters are not racist. So don't just simply say, oh, well, they're all racist. Like, it's not so. And then, okay, so maybe, well, they aren't explicitly racist, but there's implicit prejudice. Well, we all have prejudice, okay? So you can't really, we all try not to have prejudice, but we all have prejudice. Like, people judging me and I judging them when I first meet them, these thoughts are almost automatic. We try not to have them, but they're there. It doesn't mean we act out on them and say stuff, but they're there. But I think it's important to say that critical race theory is more about systems. We're not placing blame, pointing fingers at people or even necessarily groups of people. We're just saying the systems themselves, created by people, yes, but they have turned into racist systems, or maybe they always were racist systems.
What does this look like in a school setting? Middle and high school students in Wellesley, Massachusetts, are being taught to be on the lookout for unconscious racial bias in their classmates. We need your help, an email to students reads. Your school leaders will be working with you this year on how to be proactive about preventing bias incidents and how to report them should they occur.
Okay, I don't know about this. Wellesley, Massachusetts. Look out for racist students. So it looks like this is something that happened a couple years ago. So it looks like, okay, I'm just going to read a story from the Wellesley Report, which is apparently the student newspaper at Wellesley High School. It says, and I know you can't see this, but you can look it up if you search Wellesley Report. Bubblegum gun. Everyone has, quote, bias. That's racism, but racism does not equal hate. That's a good point. Thank you, Aiden Irish, as well, for the super chat. So Well, Wellesley High School students walk out. It appears that 300 out of a population of 1,500 students at the school, led by a new school student organization called Young Ethnic Scholars, chanted "Wake Up, Wellesley." The goal was to take action against, quote, take action against the racial injustice rampant in your community. There's a lot of people in the group or a lot of students in the group were students of color and their allies. Okay, so this must be a reaction to, or maybe this is what caused. Okay, I'm going to go to a different news story here, but okay, so from the Boston Globe, looks like there's a paywall, but dang it, I hate this. Let me try. Dang it. Okay, Fox News says, this is from 2020, May 20th, 2020. Massachusetts school district's racially segregated healing space explicitly excluded white students. And they say critical race theory is prompting vigorous campaign against it. Okay. A parents group has filed a federal civil rights complaint alleging that a Massachusetts school group excluded white students from a healing space designated for other racial and ethnic groups. Okay. So basically a safe space for people of color is what this school had. But that seems to be a separate issue. Like your school leaders will be working with this year on how to be proactive about preventing bias. So it seems like Wellesley is a pretty diverse school with some racial tension still. But this seems actually fairly benign as well. Like what's the harm in like trying to, the sources on the screen. Whataretheyllearning.com. Okay. Whataretheyllearning.com. Let's see, detail 1, 2, 3. I found that article. Oh yeah, that's the actual. Okay, so it says, "Welcome back to the school year. We've all missed you. We are so glad you are back." This appears to be like a suburb of Boston. Yeah. Blah 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 blah. This summer, in addition to the pandemic, we witnessed the Black Lives Matter movement propelled to the national scene following the violent deaths of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Jacob Blake. Many of you practiced activism by being a part of the protests here at Wellesley and elsewhere. We would love to hear your reflections about the summer. Please share them here. This forum is aimed to discuss the ways that WPS can address matters of race and racism more prominently in our schools. I just don't see anything. Oh, here we go. If you are, it says, one of the ideas we wish to explore this year is an advisory council. If you're interested, please contact us. We also want to make you aware of our commitment to preventing bias-based incidents in our school communities. A bias incident is any conduct, speech, or expression that has impact but may not involve criminal action, but demonstrates conscious or unconscious bias that targets individuals or groups that are part of a federally protected class, i.e. race, ethnicity, national origin, sex, gender identity or expression, sexual orientation, religion, or disability. Okay, so I guess it depends on what the consequence is. We don't want, like this, on the surface, I can kind of see how some people might think this might turn into like a witch hunt, like lead to some paranoia. But, I'm sure it's overblown. I mean, this is from a year and a half ago. I don't think this is, I didn't hear any follow-up from this school. I'm sure it didn't go that badly.
This warped vision of America doesn't stop at race. In Colorado, first graders are being taught that just because someone looks like a boy doesn't mean they are. Only they can know who they truly are.
Well, okay. So one thing that a lot of people don't realize is that race is a social construct, that it was invented by mostly the Spanish in the 1500s as a way to justify the hierarchy that they had put in place. And then gender is also a social construct. Now, that's different from biological sex, okay? There's no doubt that like if you look at biology with sex, we have differences when you're born, right? Sexual organs and then hormones and stuff like that. I think if they're taught in first grade, this is too young to be learning about these things because it's too complicated. Like I'm not teaching, I have a second grader and fifth grader. Maybe my fifth grader can start to handle this stuff, but I think a first grader, that's a little too young to start talking about gender as a social construct. So I get that, but still, is this going to screw up this kid forever if they learn this stuff at a young age? I don't think so. I think they're going to be fine. I don't think you need to worry. Externix, Mr. Beat, you should react to the Public Union, Public Enemy video. Okay, I'll add that to the list. Thank you. I'm going to have to go to the bathroom after this video. I'm already losing my voice.
Gender is something they choose for themselves based on how masculine or feminine they feel.
I mean, yeah, it's a social construct. You can't, biology is a separate thing, but gender, again, is a social construct.
Or maybe they're not fully a boy or a girl, but something in between. Whatever that.
Oh, whatever that means?
That may be.
Okay. Yeah, that's if it's a social construct. But actually, even biology, there's a spectrum. Even with biology, like 1% of the population, something like that, has, what's the term? Like I don't want to use the wrong term. That's like politically incorrect here, but I guess it is. Yeah. Hermaphrodite, is that the correct term? Intersex is the better word. Yeah, but so I mean, this is something that is honestly, is it really that big of an issue? Do we really need to be freaking out about this stuff? It just seems like there's bigger things in the world to be alarmed about. Look how alarmed she is, by the way, in this video. She's really upset about this. Mecca Messiah, thank you. There's a video about what's wrong with the 1619 project that could be a good follow-up if it wasn't suggested. Love your content. Okay, well, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm already getting quite a list here. So
to repeat, that's what children are taught in first grade.
Yeah.
Imagine what they're taught in second or third grade. And of course, the world faces imminent disaster from global warming. The American Federation of Teachers has fully endorsed the most radical aspects of the Green New Deal.
Okay, but that's just one organization. Also, the way she's talking about this, I think she doesn't think that global warming is caused by humans. So, I mean, that's unscientific. I mean, if you look at the experts, it's pretty clear that humans contributed to it. And the planet has been warming more than a 1 degree, which has had significant consequences already. So this is probably something we should be teaching in schools about. Now, should we be promoting the Green New Deal? That's not being promoted in the classroom. That's another straw man. I don't think that's a concern here, that if you're trying to indoctrinate the kids about the Green New Deal, like she's mentioning this group. Like, okay.
Global warming. The American Federation of Teachers has fully endorsed.
That's a teacher union, right? Yeah, that's the largest teachers' labor union. They've endorsed it, but it doesn't mean that it's part of every curriculum in school. Of course it's not. Again, school boards are the ones who determine these things at the state level and district level.
The most radical aspects of the Green New Deal, which is already featured in California school curriculums.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have to look more into this here now. So she is mentioning it's in curriculums. So I'm just going to search, is Green New Deal part of California's curriculums standards? Time Magazine has a... Okay. Oh, there's a bill here. Yeah, there's an actual bill in the California legislature. So let's check it out here. Actually, I'm going to share the screen here with this. Let's go ahead and Let's go ahead and share that. I think this is important enough to share with you. So there it is. Oh, a lot of this was crossed out. The bill would enact. Oh, it looks like it had that originally, and they changed the words. Okay, well then this is all right. Yeah, but this isn't part of the classroom here, so. Public schools. Oh, here we go. Maybe this is in. Part 2 of these. Enjoying your taste in the video. Thank you, X. I'm just not finding it. I don't know exactly what she's talking about here. So maybe there's a. Let's see if there's a. I'm gonna go to their sources and see if they have it there. So let me share this instead with you. Okay, so this is the page that gives their sources. I probably should be watching all this stuff from here anyway, but all right. Where's it at? Facts and sources. Okay. Public schools are promoting left-wing political agendas, including the far left Green New Deal. Here's the source. Okay. Okay, so that's in a new window. So let me share that with you. This is kind of a pain sometimes. So this is the source where she got her information. It's called Science Betrayed, the Propaganda Infecting K-12 Science Curricula. Let me just do a keyword search here, Green New Deal. Okay, it only shows up once. Today, school leaders encourage students to cut class, stage sit-ins outside congressional offices, and join strikes to demand even more radical policies, such as the Green New Deal. Okay, but that's it. There's no other mention of it here. Maybe search global warming. Okay. They teach about it. Yeah, they should teach about it. Okay, so I think what they're doing is they're conflating teaching possible solutions to fight global warming. They're conflating that with Green New Deal, and I don't think so. They're not actually. I don't think any teachers are actually actively promoting as part of the curriculum. AOC's Green New Deal. That's just okay. All right, let's go back to the video here. We're getting off on. This one is taking longer than I thought it would. Yeah, we'll stick with good old YouTube here. All right. Already featured incorrect. So that's misleading. That's definitely misleading.
Many of our schools are teaching children that our past is terrible and that they have no future.
Okay. Our past, it can be terrible, but they're not only teaching them that there's terrible things in our past. It's not that simple. And then this is pretty crazy.
And that they have no future.
They have no future. So are there teachers right now in our schools across the country and the world for that matter, just saying kids, hey, you have no future. Good luck. Like, I don't think that's pretty bleak. So that's a pretty, I would say, bold and a bit crazy statement there. I mean, it's so important they felt like they had to put the text on the screen. So
That if they are white, they are racist, whether they know it or not.
Again, a straw man. I don't think this is generally what's being taught. There's probably some anecdotes, but
If they're black, they're victims, whether they experience it or not.
All right. What about brown? What about other colors? I don't like. This is just again another oversimplification here. I don't know what like. Everything's not black and white. Oh, see what I did there?
That they should constantly question their sexual identity. With all this
I don't
being
think they're taught that. They're not like. I just think that well, when they're older, when they can handle it, they can learn that gender is a social construct, and that you know, just because your sex is one thing doesn't mean you have to stay. You don't have to do certain things, you know, in a society. You shouldn't feel pressured to do certain things, or that's. I mean, I think that's really what's happening. This whole entire video is mostly a straw man here.
With all this being drummed into their heads, no wonder today's kids have more psychological problems than any previous generation.
I would argue that there is a problem today with. There are a lot of psychological issues with younger kids today. I just think part of the reason why that is we're more aware than we used to be. Like it's similar to like something like autism. It doesn't. I mean, it probably was there all along. We just were not able to diagnose it as effectively. The other thing that's going on is like the modern world, technology has had effects. Like in particular, social media definitely has had negative psychological impacts. I don't think you can place all this blame on teaching about gender or systemic racism in schools. I don't think that's what's causing it. So it's quite a leap there.
Maybe you think I'm cherry picking examples to exaggerate my point.
You are, yes.
Or maybe you're one of the lucky ones who sends your kids to a school that has yet to be infected by this radical agenda.
I mean, infected, using that word infected is kind of revealing. Like she's like, this is something that is a disease, like that it's a pandemic, you know, like when really we're just talking about ideas, and she seems very threatened by ideas. I mean, I think kids can handle more than you give them credit for. And I don't think they're just going to automatically believe something because one person tells them something anyway. A lot of times people will tell them many different things that all contradict each other. And then they have to kind of reach their own conclusion. I don't think there's some nefarious agenda here from teachers in particular. You notice she's not mentioning school boards throughout this entire video. She did mention curriculum a little bit, but then I tried to look something up and I didn't find. I mean, basically, she was kind of just making stuff up there. But I think if you really want to, I mean, I know that the school boards have been attacked lately because of the mask mandates and the lockdowns, or like sending kids home because of the pandemic still that's ongoing. I get they've been getting a lot of crap lately, but the school boards are the ones mostly in charge of what curriculums, what standards are set. And there are national guidelines, there are national standards like Common Core, but those are actually fairly benign. Again, I keep using that word benign because if you actually read them, it's not really something that is that controversial. And most of it is skills-based. It's not content-based. So a lot of the content is actually driven by school boards or state governments, districts have curriculum guides. Some smaller districts don't have that, which I was fortunate to experience that in my career. Prairie Fire says, oh, there's a couple here. David McClellan says destigmatizing mental health issues and needs increases the counts, but mental health issues are not new. Yeah, mental health issues are not new. It is a concern. And yeah, it's destigmatized. I was going to say that actually. I'm glad you brought that up because we've had issues for a while, especially ever since technology really disrupted things. And, you know, for thousands of years, we were either hunter-gatherers as a species, and then we began farming, staying put, but that's even relatively new as well. So we're fighting thousands of years, tens of thousands of years of evolution with the modern world. Of course, you're going to have some psychological, some negative effects of that. Prairie Fire, thank you for the super chat. You would think children being taught to live in fear of the bomb from the 50s to the 90s would have caused more issues of dread than learning about climate change, like liking the stream, drink water, peace. Thank you very much. I do need to drink some water in addition to I've been drinking cold brew. All right, let's finish this video so I can go to the bathroom.
Maybe. But if I were you, I wouldn't take it on faith. Find out for yourself. When I did,
take it down on faith. I'm assuming this woman is religious, by the way, so she probably has some faith in not only a religion but also in institutions. I'm sure she believes a lot of things that she sees. She probably even believes everything she sees on PragerU. So she's probably going to say, "You need to just do your own research." Now she's going to say that, right?
I was shocked to learn that all of this didn't take it on faith. Find out for yourself.
Yeah.
When I did, I was shocked to learn that all of this is happening in my school district right now. So find out what's being taught in your kids' school. Take a good hard look at curricula. Ask administrators if they endorse the 1619 project. Are they pushing a diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda?
I mean, go ahead. Look at the curricula. It's fairly boring, actually. You might fall asleep reading it. I think a lot of people that show up at these school board meetings, they're not actually looking at the curricula. They're seeing a PragerU video like this one. They may be watching maybe Tucker Carlson or something, and then they're showing up at the meeting. And I mean, go ahead, read the curricula. If you ask the administrators if they endorse the 1619 project, the administrator is probably just going to say, first of all, what? Second of all, I endorse critically thinking is what they're going to say about any information they come across. They endorse evaluating information and building up skills versus just like memorizing content anyway. You shouldn't just like memorize something and just assume that's always the truth. History is not static. Learning about history should not be static. Learning anything should not be static. You're constantly learning new things, working with old information that you received, comparing it to new information, evaluating. Are they pushing a diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda? I mean, that on the surface seems like, okay, well, isn't that agenda, like she said earlier in the video, isn't that good? We want the more diverse a team is in the corporate world, generally the more productive it is. Like generally the happier the team is. I've seen this working in the private sector myself. Equity, don't we want to try to have equal opportunity, not equality of outcome? That's another straw man. That doesn't happen. Equality of opportunity and inclusion. Yeah, we want everybody to be included. So like that's the most disturbing part right there. Like saying that these are red flag words. I think this is something we should all agree with. How we get there, sure, yeah, we can disagree on that.
If so, demand to see what materials the school is using. At a minimum, get to know your kids.
It's not like they hide it. We look at like every teacher that I know has a syllabus of some sort, or they put it on their Google Classroom you can see the resources they use. They post everything. I post everything for my students and the parents can see it easily. Like most parents don't see it though. They're too busy. Like they're working their jobs, they're doing their thing. They don't even care.
Kids, teachers, and principals. Join the PTA, attend local school board meetings, look for allies among reasonable, like-minded parents.
You mean parents that agree with you? Yeah. Reasonable. They're only reasonable if they agree with me.
You don't have to agree with each other on everything. You just have
Okay, well, you redeemed yourself there. Very good.
to agree that the brainwashing of our children stops here.
I mean, okay, I tweeted this once. When you use that term brainwash or even the term indoctrinate, who do the kids spend most of their time with? Yeah, they spend a lot of time with their elementary school teachers. Like my daughters right now are in school. Shout out to their teachers who are phenomenal. They spend most of the day with them. They spend a lot of time with them. I don't think they're brainwashing them, though. I think if anyone's brainwashing them, I think it's me, especially because most of the way we are is influenced by how we treat our kids when they are very young. We're talking like from when they first come out of the womb to when they're a toddler. Like, there's been lots of research on this. Like, something as simple as not reading to your kid can have huge implications down the road. When reading to them when they're a toddler, or even when they're a baby, not holding them, giving them, making sure all their needs are met, like the Maslow's hierarchy at the bottom, taking care of their needs. A lot of who they are as a teenager, years down the road, is directly linked back to how the parents treat them then. In terms of kids believing stuff and not critically thinking about it, I mean, think of parents. If you're watching this as a parent right now, think of how many times you've told your kid you just given them an answer. You didn't tell them how to find the answer. You just gave them an answer because it was easier just to give them an answer. I've been guilty of it. You just want them to sometimes just be quiet because that's the answer, okay? But as I've gotten older, I've learned more to say, hey, maybe you should find out together what the answer is. Or, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. That's okay. But much of the indoctrination that takes place, I would argue, is in the home, parents. And I know this because every year in government class, when I have my students take surveys as far as their political beliefs, it aligns almost perfectly with their parents. Even kids who they think they're rebellious against their parents. A lot of them actually have more or less the same values. Values are taught at a young age. And even by the time that you're in kindergarten, a lot of those values are already there. Okay. Also, I would say, back to my earlier point, a lot of these kids are exposed to so many different teachers, but who's a bigger influence than their teachers? It's their friends. Their friends are, especially by the time you get to middle school, are much more of an influence. So are their friends brainwashing them, indoctrinating them? Maybe we should go after their friends. Maybe they shouldn't have any friends unless they're handpicked by the parents. Is that what we want? Prairie Fire, thank you for your generosity. Did I already read yours? Okay, good. Thank you. I'm trying to keep up with super chats. Let's wrap this baby up. Finally.
Stops now. Americans know what our children should be learning, that they must take responsibility for their conduct, that race is the least important aspect of another person.
I guess this is the colorblind ideal, like some say Martin Luther King Jr. pushed, but not really. He never really did. But I mean, yeah, the content of their character. Yeah, race is a social construct, and we shouldn't really focus on it, but we should focus on it in terms of systems. Don't focus on it with people, obviously. Skin color it's just like anything else, like hair color, eye color, whatever. Who cares? Just judge them by the content of their character, like Dr. King said. But you have to bring up race throughout history, because throughout history it's had an effect, and it's still inherent in organizations and systems, as I said earlier.
That hard work and rational thought are things we all value. That there is nothing wrong with the bodies they were born into. And that America was founded not to promote racism, but to guarantee sacred liberties and opportunities to its citizens. And
I mean, much of what she just said is true, kind of just like, I mean, mostly a distraction here, like a red herring. Like Thomas Jefferson, when he wrote the Declaration of Independence, he's not like writing it to promote racism. No. A lot of the stuff, though, is like trying to, I think, make it seem like, again, a straw man attack. Like this, like the opposite of this stuff is what the other side is promoting, which is not. Angel again, Mezquita. Thank you, Mr. Beat. If you're going to stream all day, how will you eat, sleep, and take the John? I'm going to take the John here, and shortly I'll just I don't know, I'll probably put a picture up, and you can all take the John as well.
Opportunities to its citizens.
But thank you for your concern.
And it wouldn't hurt if they learned reading and writing and math, too. I'm Jill Simonian, founder of...
Yeah, but reading what? Reading Marxist literature? You commie. Okay, anyway.
Of thefabmom.com.
Well, we're glad to hear from that expert. I'm going to go to the bathroom now. I think I have a picture I can put up so you're not seeing like an empty room. Maybe I should have done this earlier. Yeah, I'll just keep it up here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I knew this was going to happen sooner or later. Fortunately, it's nearby. Don't worry, I washed my hands. I think I should probably play some music when I do this. I'm going to check something real quick, and we can play some. Yeah. This will probably get me demonetized, though, or copyright strike. Better not do that. Alexia Ria says, Mr. B, I dare you to take this $20 and buy a classic Mac from McDonald's. Maybe I will. Okay, that's going to give me a copyright strike. Hold on here. Late 1700s or early 1800s. Yeah, let's see this. I want to hear how the sound's doing and make sure this. She's probably going to mention, like, you know, especially, I said earlier, it's still in the United States.
In the world capable of putting out a great lesson for.
I can't believe I've been doing this so long. Okay, put the headphones back on. I'm going to start eating my Cliff Bar here. Can't believe I've been doing this so long. Oh, turn that down. Maybe I will get that Big Mac. Hey, oh crap! I'm caught. All right. Okay, come on. We've been going at it for 2.5 hours, and we finished 4 videos. That's it. So that last video, what the kids are being taught, or what are your kids learning in school? I give it a maybe a 3 for accuracy, a 1 for bias, extremely biased, and a 4 generally overall. So the best video we've seen so far was the Ulysses S. Grant video. So props to PragerU for that. But let's move on. Based on the super chat suggestions, now we're going to look at a very video. Actually, I'm more excited to watch because this one is a topic that is constantly brought up when looking at American history, and that is the party switch. Like when the Republican Party, who used to be the Liberal Party, became the Conservative Party, and then the Democratic Party used to be the Liberal Party, and then it became the Republican Party. The Democratic Party used to be the Conservative Party, and then they became the Liberal Party. That's basically. All right. Now the party switch is something that I think most historians, it's not even controversial. But apparently, and I have not seen this video. I haven't seen any of these videos, by the way. Apparently, PragerU made the argument that that party switch is a myth. And I think Candace Owens, who we watched earlier, apparently also said that in a congressional testimony, I think, if I remember correctly, last year. So let's watch this one. Why the Democratic South became Republican. And that video had 2.9 million views. This one has 8.2 million views. The biggest video I've ever made has 4.2 million. So they have a lot of influence, I'm telling you. And it's barely over 5 minutes long. So this is not a 5-minute video. This is something that's complex enough. All right.
Once upon a time, every student of history, and that meant pretty much everyone with a high school education, knew this. The Democratic Party was the party of slavery and Jim Crow, and the Republican Party was the party of emancipation and racial integration. Democrats were the Confederacy, and Republicans were the Union. Jim Crow Democrats.
That's a little bit of an oversimplification there. If you teach at Vanderbilt, I think you would already know that. It was the Southern Democrats that were the Confederacy. It was the fire eaters, There were many moderate Democrats and Northern Democrats who did not want to join the Confederacy, that called for war against those rebels and those traitors.
Jim Crow Democrats were dominant in the South, and socially tolerant Republicans were dominant in the North. But
hopefully she's saying that's an oversimplification. But honestly, it's mostly right. Jim Crow Democrats were dominant in the South, and I think I know where they're going to go with this, though. They're probably going to say, "See, the Republicans are the true progressive party today." Yeah, I think that's probably what they're going to say, isn't it? Is that what they're? Yeah. Okay.
Then, in the 1960s and 70s, everything supposedly flipped. Suddenly, the Republicans became the racists, and the Democrats became the champions of civil rights.
Okay, well, that's not really what happened. It was a longer process. It happened over several decades. As I said earlier in the stream, it was probably between the 60s and the 1990s where you saw this shift. And you see this, look at who elected Bill Clinton, even in the 90s. He did fairly well in the South. Jimmy Carter, did fairly well in the South as well. So that's obviously, yet again, another oversimplification, yet again, another straw man attack. And we're probably, I don't know, I'm curious to see exactly how she slants this here.
Fabricated by left-leaning academic elites and journalists, the story went like this. Republicans couldn't win a...
So...
The story went like this.
She's saying fabricated by who?
And the Democrats became the champions of civil rights. Fabricated by left-leaning academic elites and journalists.
Left-leaning academic elites and journalists. They always throw that word elites in there. If you are in a PragerU video, you're probably one of the elite. I'm just saying.
The story went like this. Republicans couldn't win a national election by appealing to the better nature of the country. They could only win by appealing to the worst. Attributed to Richard Nixon, the media's all-purpose bad guy, this came to be known as the Southern Strategy. It was very...
Okay. So those of you who don't know what the Southern Strategy is, it was a actual electoral strategy among Republicans. And it basically was, during the 60s when Nixon, by the time Nixon was running for president the second time, they didn't call it the Southern Strategy. It was there, but it was basically the idea like, okay, we see an opening here. There's a lot of Democrats going back to the Dixiecrats that are disillusioned by the Democratic Party. Sure, they voted Democrats for years. Their parents did, their grandparents did. It goes back generations, but they are increasingly frustrated with the direction that the Democratic Party has become, or the direction it has gone. And so they see somebody named Barry Goldwater, for example, who's saying things that, I kind of agree with him. And what happened, that was the election of 1964, which, was a blowout. I mean, Lyndon Johnson easily won the election of 1964, but Barry Goldwater did manage to get some former Democrats, many of them Dixiecrats, over to his side by being against the Civil Rights, the Civil Rights Act. Basically, Barry Goldwater, it's not like he was more about like limited government, a very like lowercase L libertarian who believed that businesses, in particular, businesses should have the right to discriminate and say who is allowed in their establishment or not. So that was the main thing. I'm kind of oversimplifying as well, but he was against the Civil Rights Act in principle, and a lot of Democrats supported him for his presidential election race in 1964, even though he heavily lost. And so this was like kind of a wake-up call to many Republican strategists. They're like, well, we should tap more into this. And it's not so clear-cut. The Southern Strategy is still debated by historians to this day and political scientists. So it's not like, this is like, again, I said earlier, history is a process. We're constantly learning new things. There have been great scholarly debates about the Southern Strategy over the years. But I think generally the Southern Strategy is something that you can't deny that there was something going on here, like in terms of how Nixon and other Republicans began to try to attempt to cater to Southern voters beginning in the 1960s. I think that's pretty uncontroversial. Just that is uncontroversial among most historians.
Simple. Win elections by winning the South. And to win the South, appeal to racists. So the Republicans...
Well, it's that second part is a little bit, okay. The first part, winning the South, like if you really...
South,
if the
appeal to racists.
Republicans like, hey, let's do what we can to appeal to Southerners. Now, I would not call it like, I don't think most of them were thinking, okay, how can we just promote racist ideas, at least explicitly, or like maybe it was, I don't think you can just say it was purely nefarious, like, oh yeah, we got to get those Ku Klux Klan voters. But just like the Republican Party today is seeing an opening, you're seeing some Democrats come to their side in terms of mask mandates and vaccine mandates. I think a similar thing too. They saw an opening. They're like, okay, how can we appeal to some of these Southerners who are disillusioned by the Democratic Party?
So the Republicans, the party of Lincoln, were to now be labeled the party of rednecks. But this story of the two parties switching
I mean, if you look at the Republican Party, even like today, there's plenty of establishment elite types that are in the Republican Party. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the Republicans who are the biggest donors are among the wealthiest people, among the wealthiest Americans out there. Okay, so like, just to like this stereotype of Republicans being rednecks. I mean, you could say probably the same. I mean, I know that this stereotype exists. I'm not denying that, but that's quite again another oversimplification by PragerU, which seems to be a ongoing habit of them.
Next. But this story of the two parties switching identities is a myth. In fact, it's three myths wrapped into one false narrative. Let's take a brief look at each myth in turn. Myth number one, in order to be competitive in the South, Republicans started to pander to white racists in the 1960s.
Okay, not white racists. They were just trying to pander to, well, whites in the South. Southern, I'll give you that. So if you're saying the part is the racist part is the myth, I'll give you some of that. But let's see what else they say about it.
Fact, Republicans actually became competitive in the South as early as 1928 when Republican Herbert Hoover won over 47% of the South's popular vote against Democrat Al Smith.
Okay. Now, Al Smith was a Northerner. Al Smith was wanting to end Prohibition. He was a Catholic. That turned off a lot of Southerners who were mostly Protestant. There are other variables here to look at. Also, something she's probably going to ignore here. After Herbert Hoover, there was somebody else named Franklin Roosevelt, who was also a Northerner, but did quite well with the Southern Democrats. So she's probably going to gloss over that.
In 1952, Republican President Dwight Eisenhower won the southern states of Tennessee, Florida, and Virginia. And in 1956, he picked up Louisiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia too.
Okay. A lot of times when people vote for president, they're voting against the other candidate. Eisenhower was also a very popular candidate, especially in 1952. He was a war hero. He was a big reason why the United States was able to defeat Nazi Germany in World War II. So of course he's going to be this. I mean, the Democratic Party also courted Eisenhower. He easily could have ran as a Democrat. He chose to run as a Republican. He was a moderate Republican, I will say. Much of Eisenhower's appeal was non-political, actually. So this might be a bad example. Florida is not typically at this time what we identify Florida being in later decades. This is still before the air conditioner. Not a lot of people down there. Virginia has always been kind of not quite completely south, unless you're talking about in the 20th century. Like, you have to go back to the 19th century and Confederacy to like fully say that Virginia is all in with that. But even then, like, you know, you look at Virginia today and you'll know what I'm talking about. It's more of a purple state electorally. But also, I think overwhelmingly that what I have a problem with here is that she is lumping like these states all like in one category and thinking that they are all monolithic and have all the same views here. People vote for different candidates for different reasons. Usually, again, it's out of fear of the other candidate. The fear was if you look at both 1952 and 1956, Eisenhower's opponent was Adlai Stevenson, the second, who was a pretty liberal dude. Has some he was pretty far left, honestly. He was definitely for civil rights, more so than Eisenhower. He called for a higher social safety net. He was probably more similar to Lyndon Johnson. So it's understandable that he would scare off a lot of those Dixiecrats. Remember, Dixiecrats, they became a party for the election of 1948, and they won some states in the election of 1948. And their whole platform was segregation now, segregation forever. Sorry to borrow a George Wallace phrase, but they were They were the Jim Crow Party. They wanted to keep racial segregation in place. Okay, let's keep going.
And that was after he supported the Supreme Court decision in Brown versus Board of Education that desegregated public schools, and after he
The Little Rock Nine, that was 1957. I wonder if you should mention that.
sent the 101st Airborne to Little Rock Central High School to enforce integration.
No. Wait. Wasn't that? Yeah. That was 1957. You made something up. 1956, the election of 1956 was before the Little Rock Nine. What? They got that wrong? Did they really get that wrong? God dang, they just made something up there. All right, that's a blatant lie there.
Myth number 2, Southern Democrats, angry with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, switched parties. Fact, of the 21 Democratic senators who opposed the Civil Rights Act, just one became a Republican. The other 20...
So her criteria for debunking this myth is basically saying, see who switched parties because of the Civil Rights Act as far as people who are in power. I've got news for you. People who are in power, a lot of times they're going to do whatever they can, say whatever they can to stay in power. And so probably the one dude who switched because that's how he felt he can get reelected. But senators are elected every 6 years. And so I don't know the number exactly off the top of my head, but only a third of senators were up for reelection that year. And so I take a gander to say that probably most senators that year were not up for reelection. So that's that. Why would they change the party if they're already in power? Plus, there's probably more than one thing that's like, we didn't really understand the full implications of the Civil Rights Act until the following years. And so this is not going to be like all of a sudden overnight. I mean, think about it now. How many people actually watch C-SPAN? Maybe some of you dorks because you subscribe to my channel, but most people don't even pay attention to what their own senators and Congress, people in the House of Representatives are up to. So they don't follow the news politically, what's going on in DC. A lot of times if they hear that a law is passed, they may at first be upset because of what their pundit tells them to think or whatever. But a lot of times they don't know the full implications of what's going to happen afterwards. And I can assume the same thing with the Civil Rights Act. I think a lot of people probably were not fully informed about what was going to be the true implications of it. We started to see that later on. I know one thing that was really something that was a catalyst to get people protesting was when they started busing white kids and black kids to different school districts to try to integrate public schools. So when that stuff actually happens, like same with a lot of people know about Brown versus Board of Education, but they don't know about Brown 2, which is when the Supreme Court said, okay, here's how we're actually going to do it. We're actually going to integrate the schools. Then all of a sudden people are like out protesting with those, integrationist communism signs, So I think it's never as simple as like right after they pass the law, then people are all of a sudden they're going to switch their parties.
Switch parties. Fact, of the 21 Democratic senators who opposed the Civil Rights Act, just one became a Republican. The other 20 continued to be elected as Democrats or were replaced by other Democrats. On average, those 20 seats didn't go Republican for another 2.5 decades.
Okay, I don't know about all of them. But let's take an example here. Like Robert Byrd is somebody who probably is a good example to take. So I don't know. So I'm looking up Robert Byrd as a senator from West Virginia. He was a senator for many, many years. The longest serving in U.S. history. Okay, so, he had ties to the Ku Klux Klan, considered a racist dude, but he changed his views on things. He was a Democrat. Let's see. I think he was a Democrat until maybe, is he the one that did switch early on? Okay, when did he switch to? When did Robert Byrd become? I'm trying to see when he returned, or he. Okay, so he became a Republican in the 60s. Okay, so maybe that's a bad example to bring up. But even if you are with a political party, doesn't mean your views don't change. And an example to bring up now is like, look at what's happening with Republicans now. Their views are changing in real time. A lot of them, formerly who were not about interventionism, for example, military interventionism, are changing their views on that, are changing their views on surveillance. Like, we shouldn't be surveilling everyday Americans. Well, they used to be okay with that. But they often change their views in response to the direction society is going. And so I think that's a little misleading just to only go off by what they're registered as. A lot of times it's more important, like saying, like, what they're saying, what their platform is. And it's, again, this is not something that happened just like that. This was over several decades. This was a slow process. You didn't really notice it until after. So I think in this video, she's kind of ignoring the fact that, this was, she tries to make it seem like this was the other side, the people who say there was a party switch, that the switch happened very quickly.
Myth number 3. Since the implementation of the Southern strategy, the Republicans have dominated the South. Fact: Richard Nixon, the man who is often credited with creating the Southern strategy, lost the Deep South in 1968.
And why did he lose the Deep South? Because his platform didn't fully embrace, in many ways, Richard Nixon was a big government guy. I mean, he was all about additional federal regulations. He was all about keeping the status quo in terms of, government involvement with the economy and taxation, and essentially, even to a point where he wanted to increase government involvement with stuff like price fixing and stuff like that. Carolina Boy, thank you for the super chat. Says Strom Thurmond was the Democrat who switched to the GOP. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. But that's only one. It's very rare throughout American history that a politician changes parties. When it happens, it's like, oh wow, what's going on? So I think generally it's safer just to kind of stay within, because you think about it, why would you leave the political party that helps you get elected? They provided the resources. They were there to support your campaign early on. You support other candidates in your same party. It really is a tribal thing. It's a very tribal thing. So even, I think a lot of times people they'll forgive things within your own tribe. I mean, that's not, I guess, a profound thing to say, but yeah. So anyway, Nixon, I think when we talk about the Southern strategy in terms of Nixon, I think we don't talk about it in terms of the election of 1968. We usually start to think of it more with the election of 1972, which he did win more Southerners than. So let's see if she mentions that.
In contrast, Democrat Jimmy Carter nearly swept the region in 1976, 12 years after the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Okay, he's from the South. Was a popular Georgia governor, so that's one reason why he's similar to Bill Clinton as well. Southerners typically did better in the South. The other thing, let's start. Look, I'm going to open up a new window. Let's just look at the maps here. I'll just go to the Wikipedia maps. Is fine. The ones that I have in my videos, my presidential elections, American history, in case you've never seen them. So election of 1968, I'm going to open that one up first. Okay. Oh, not Nebraska. The whole thing. Okay, so this is the electoral result of 1968. What do you notice? She didn't bring up George Wallace, did she? George Wallace was a big reason why Nixon was able to, or why he didn't win the South, because they had a viable alternative in segregation now, segregation forever, or whatever his saying was. George Wallace was the pro-segregation, anti-integration dude. Yeah. So that's, she didn't bring up him, and then look at the states that he won. Now let's go to 1972. Oh, look at that. Nixon wins almost every single state. When we talk about the Southern strategy, we're not talking about the election of 1968. We're talking about the election of 1972. And the war on drugs, which by this time is in effect, Nixon had signed the Controlled Substances Act, and the policy of the war on drugs is a great example of that systemic racism that I talked about earlier. The criminal justice system definitely became more racist afterward. Was it intentional? I mean, I would say some people said, yeah. We'll say, yeah, it was intentional. I know Nixon wanted to go after those darn hippies criticizing him about the Vietnam War, but he also he didn't like the Black Panther Party, and he didn't like these African-American protesters that were making him look bad either. So that was a way to lock all these potheads up, doing drugs. Let's lock them in jail. That law and order mentality too was another big reason why Southerners went for Nixon in 1972. And this is when the Republican Party became the law and order party, which you might argue that it's going in a different direction now with recent events. But regardless, let's look at 1976. Oh, Carter. Good job. You won the South. He's from the South. It's also a time when the two major political parties have a lot more in common. But it's also a time when I think that something you need to bring up here is that this is after Watergate, okay? Most Americans were fairly upset with Nixon and the Republican Party, how the Watergate scandal went about. So you can't also deny the fact that Ford was kind of a weak candidate as well. There's more variables, is what I'm trying to say. And so, but then we beginning in 1980, I think everyone knows, this is when the Reagan Revolution happened. Now we're seeing, Carter wins his home state, but look at all the other Southern states. They gone Republican, and it's been that way mostly ever since, with the exception of Bill Clinton. So let's jump to 1992. He won his home state of Arkansas, Louisiana. Not too much of a surprise. Louisiana was more purple back then anyway. Still won Georgia, Tennessee. So, but then let's look at 1996. Did not win Georgia. Florida was a swing state at the time. Missouri, swing state at the time. Yeah, so I think we don't see it till 2000. What we fully materialized to what we see today. It was a long process over a period of 35 years. Let's go back to that video, shall we? I have so many tabs open yet. Now I can't. Oh, here you go. Okay. Okay.
And in 1992, over 28 years later, Democrat Bill Clinton won Georgia, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia. The truth is, Republicans didn't hold a majority of Southern congressional seats until 1994, 30 years after the Civil Rights Act.
This is true. it's more than just the Civil Rights Act. It's more than just, you know, again, it's a long process. So,
as Kevin Williamson of National Review writes, if Southern rednecks ditched the Democrats because of a civil rights law passed in 1964, it is strange that they waited until the late 1980s and early 1990s to do so. They say things move slower in the South, but not that slow.
well, it wasn't just the Civil Rights Act.
So what really happened? Why does the South now vote overwhelmingly Republican?
Because they're racist. No, I'm kidding. No.
Because the South itself has changed. Its values have changed. The racism that once defined it doesn't anymore. Its values today are conservative ones, pro-life, pro-gun, and pro-small government. And here,
yeah, I think, yeah. I mean, that's those are big three ones there. I think now pro-small government, I think, is more lip service, or like they say it, but they don't really mean it or really understand what they mean by that. But definitely the first two, pro-life and pro-gun. So that was actually the other things I was going to bring up is that after Roe v. Wade, which happened in the early 1970s, 73, I believe, 1973, all of a sudden you have a movement, and then abortion becomes a wedge issue. And so Republicans fully embrace the pro-life position, although you had pro-life Democrats and pro-choice Republicans all the way up to the 90s. And then same with the gun issue. The gun issue became a more wedge issue beginning in the 1980s, I would say. You know, the Black Panther Party, who were probably more in line with Democrats, I would say, even though they were against both major parties. They were very pro Second Amendment. I would say the Second Amendment was not so partisan until at least the 70s, if not the 80s and afterwards. So people just assume that these have always been issues that people voted on. No, like, and a lot of times they're wedge issues, which means they're meant to divide us. They're not meant to like push for true reform or whatever. And so Republicans, yes, since the 80s especially, have fully embraced the pro-life and pro-gun. Now the pro-small government, yeah, since Reagan as well, like at least on the surface, at least that's what they say, even though Reagan was in reality not that pro-small government at all. If you actually look at his actions, his policies, not really.
Small government. And here's the proof. Southern whites are far more likely to vote for a Black conservative like Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina than a white liberal.
Oh, okay. So she's making the assumption that people like you're not racist if you vote for an African-American politician. That's interesting. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, like that's like saying like, oh yeah, I'm not racist. I have a Black friend, you know. All right. Yeah.
But history has moved on. Like other regions of the country, the South votes values, not skin color. The myth of the Southern strategy is just the Democrats' excuse for losing the South, and yet another way to smear Republicans with the label racist. Don't buy it. I'm Carol Swain, professor of political science.
So I noticed that she's African American, and they tend to have African Americans like, you know, make videos like this about anything to do with race. See, we're not racist. Yeah, no, I mean, most of what she was saying there at the end is true, I would say. Like, they're not voting. Like, the only exception, something she didn't bring up that has become a big Republican policy position, has been securing our borders, immigration, restricting immigration, or making it harder to become to immigrate here, which I think has subtle racial underlying like subtle racism underlying it. It doesn't mean that people who are you know, let's build a wall to keep the immigrants out. It doesn't mean that they're racist, but I think that there are some overlaps there. You know, anything to do with like keeping the other out, like a lot of times it's implicit underneath the surface. You don't really realize it. You don't really think about it or talk about it in the open. but it might be there underlying. So I would say this video overall, as far as accuracy, mostly you got it right. So I'm going to say 8. As far as bias, again, it's like probably a 3, very biased. And then generally speaking, this is better than most of the ones I've watched so far. So we'll say a 6. So that's now the thing I hate the most about this video though is that it clearly, in addition to having a clear agenda, it's also leaving out a bunch to the story. Like, and I get it, it's 5 minutes, it's supposed to be bite-sized, but there's so much more to the party switch. The Cynical Historian, I think, has a video about this, and then I think Step Back History maybe, but others. Oh, I know that Knowing Better has a video about this. Actually, check out Knowing Better's video; it's pretty good. But I think that the main thing is that this is a very complicated and gradual thing that happened, and the Southern strategy is only a small part of it, of the party switch. But it did happen, undeniably. Now, when we say undeniably, I mean today, the Republican Party is the more right-leaning party. I think that's indisputable. They're more generally conservative party. Democratic Party is the more liberal or left-leaning party, where it used to be the Republicans that was the left-leaning and the Democrats that were the conservative-leaning. So, but nobody, I think, no historian, no credible historian is completely throwing that on the Southern strategy or on the Civil Rights Act. I think that's only part of it. So I'm finding yet another video that relies a bit on the straw man fallacy, but I get it. It makes it easier to prove your point if you can attack a straw man. So let's move on to the next one here. Thank you all for sticking around. Some of you have come and gone. I'm done with my first cold brew. Yeah, I would say that I dislike the video overall just because it's misleading. Oh, yeah. You know, a lot of these comments, it's like a lot of the comments are actually genuine. You know, these people are good people. You can tell they're not racist. So that is useful charts. Hey, thanks for joining me. 7 hours watching PragerU. That definitely deserves $7. Well, thank you. That's really kind of you. I'm already starting to lose my voice, I noticed. All right, the next video up is Public Unions, Public Enemies. This is the 6th video we're doing. Being an educator, I've had conflicting views of teacher unions. I've at times been critical of them. Personally, I'm not in a union currently, but I do understand their importance, especially throughout American history. I understand the problems that some people have with unions, but to assume that they were never, to assume that they're evil, which some people say today is, I think, doing a huge disservice to unions. And they're not perfect. But I think the main thing is you should differentiate the different types of unions that exist. Just the title of this video, Public Union, Public Enemy, that's telling me that they're going to be just trashing unions in general here. So I'm not going into this video with thinking that this is going to be too accurate, but I'm going to try to have an open mind here. Let's see how they do this one. Case closed 93. Thank you. My take in 2021, GOP is focused on ideology and Dems focus on identity. Ooh, yeah, that's a hot take. I like it. That's why they view their opponents as racist, socialists, respectively. That's a really good point. Really well put. All right. Do some jumping jacks here. Keep the blood flowing. It's only been 3 hours and 14 minutes. Okay. All right, I can do this. Stretch out a little bit here. All right. Public union, public enemy.
How would you like to fund politicians with whom you strongly disagree? Not interested? How about if I forced you?
Yes.
How would I do that? Well, what if I said, if you don't pay, you lose your job? For decades, millions of state and local government workers, police, firefighters, teachers, and others have been forced to make that choice.
Okay, so what he's talking about is the right to work debate here with unions. So essentially, there are states now that have right to work laws, which refer to state laws that basically say union agreements between labor unions and employers are not cool. You can't have them. So the right to work laws have been around since the 1940s. Essentially, I want to explain this in a way that employees and unionized workplaces are banned from negotiating contracts. They can't separately. It has to be the union members that negotiate those things, and everybody has to contribute to the cost of the union representation. You don't get out of it. And in terms of states that, Kansas, where I live, is we have a right to work law. There's, I would say, about half the states. 27 states have right to work laws. Other states have no right to work laws. So essentially, I guess if you have a right to work law, that means you can get out of a union and you can negotiate your wage. But essentially it's why as a teacher, I don't have to be part of the teacher union. At my school, I can get out of it. So I think that's what this whole video is going to be about, I believe. And so the union, a lot of times politicians meet with unions because if they get their endorsement, it really helps them get elected. And so if you meet with the teachers union, Bernie Sanders in Iowa, getting the endorsement of the local teacher union, it's going to really help him in the primary in that state. Redway 2 says Al Smith and Adlai Stevenson still won the Deep South. This is so cherry picked. Oh yeah, you could bring those up too, but not all of the Deep South. And Adlai Stevenson. Okay, let's bring that up here. If you're going to bring it up, Adlai, you're actually cherry picking as well, there, aren't you? Works both ways, doesn't it? So Adlai Stevenson, he lost Louisiana, lost Texas, lost Oklahoma, lost Florida, lost Tennessee, lost Kentucky, lost Virginia. Didn't get all of Alabama. So what's your point? And Al Smith, 1928. I mean, you can cherry pick stuff too, just as much as I can cherry pick. Al Smith lost Tennessee, lost North Carolina, lost Virginia, lost Kentucky, lost Oklahoma, lost Texas, lost Florida. That was the 20s anyway. That was that's a different time. I mean, the 50s is a better argument. So your argument with Adlai Stevenson is better, actually. Okay, back to so unions. I'm probably not going to be as strong on this video. Oh, Jared Mills. Maybe you should also rate the videos on Candor based on how forthcoming they are about all the facts. Oh, they leave out a lot of facts. Okay, yeah, I guess I could do that as well. But I mean, I'm thinking this video is not going to be that controversial to me actually now.
And who forces them? Public sector unions. That is, unions who represent public sector employees.
Yeah.
How? It's pretty straightforward. First, they demand employees pay hundreds of dollars in union dues as a condition of employment, meaning if they don't pay, they get fired. Next, they use that money to support and elect union-friendly politicians. Then, they negotiate contracts with those same politicians, kind of like negotiating with yourself. It's a sweet deal, unless
Wow.
you're a worker who doesn't agree with those union-friendly politicians, or the tax
I don't know what they're
kind of
saying.
like negotiating.
Like a contract.
Fired. Next, they use that money to support and elect union-friendly politicians.
Well, that's not the main reason why they collect that money, though. They collect it also to do a ton of other things. I mean, they mostly use it to support them, like I'm assuming, with negotiation purposes and when working with different. Oh, this is public sector, though. Okay. Yeah, like, all right, I kind of see what they're saying here. It's a bit of an oversimplification, but I get what they're saying. I get their point.
Then they negotiate contracts with those same politicians, kind of like negotiating with yourself.
Well, the same politician, not directly necessarily, but who work underneath them, yes.
It's a sweet deal, unless you're a worker who doesn't agree with those union-friendly politicians, or the taxpayer who has to foot the bill for those union contracts. This game plan is not a secret. Here's what the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees say on their website. We elect our bosses, so we've got to elect politicians who support us and hold those politicians accountable. These perverse incentives might help explain why, for most of American history, pretty much no one thought that unionizing government workers was a good idea.
Well, that's not true. There's lots of examples of that counter that, but Pat McClung, thank you for combating PragerU misinformation. You're awesome. Well, thank you. And a lot of what this guy is saying actually so far is true. You know, misleading, but
this includes liberal icon President Franklin Roosevelt. Roosevelt was a very strong supporter of private sector unions, but a very strong opponent of public sector union.
So I believe this is true. Generally, this is, I get this argument. I totally understand. Public sector unions, I go back and forth on. I get the issue with them. What he's describing is oversimplifying, but to a certain degree, he is right. We have an issue with this. There's lots of corruption.
Here's what he said on the subject in 1937. All government employees should realize that the process of collective bargaining cannot be transplanted into the public service. Roosevelt.
Usually PragerU is pretty critical of Franklin Roosevelt, so it's kind of it's cool to see them, agree with him on this.
Recognized that public sector unions could hold the government hostage at will. They could simply threaten to walk off the job if they didn't get what they wanted. Sanitation workers, for example, could put public health at risk by refusing to collect the garbage. Other public employees would have similarly disruptive power. This was, Roosevelt believed, unthinkable and intolerable.
I think he's probably going to mention Reagan now.
In 1943, New York State's highest court agreed, calling government unions not only incompatible with the spirit of democracy, but inconsistent with every principle upon which our government is founded.
I mean, it's very similar to crony capitalism, corporate welfare, whatever you want to call it, where you essentially have this alliance, this between powerful organizations, but in that case, it's corporations, with government, and they kind of scratch each other's back, and there's this, this circular relationship where they help each other out, and but then the American people are left out. So I get what they're saying with this. That's related to that. Ron Dietz. Oh, hey, yeah. Ron Dietz for Senate. Misinformation relies on half-truths for believability. Cyber Act shuts this down. Keep up the good work, Beat. Well, thank you. I have to check out Cyber Act. But no, this
late 1950s, New York City and Wisconsin defied this view and allowed their public employees to unionize. But it was President John F. Kennedy who opened the floodgates. In order to win the support of union leadership in the 1960 presidential election, he promised to allow federal employees to unionize, and fulfilled that promise with Executive Order 10988 in 1962. It was a shrewd political move, but a bad deal for the country, and its consequences are still being felt today, as public sector unionization spread rapidly in the decades that followed. Today, unions wield tremendous power in government. Try to fire a poor performing government.
Not really that as much as you'd think. Now, certain police unions, yeah. Some teachers unions, not as much. Like, I mean, it's not really as they're probably going to exaggerate here, I imagine.
Worker in New York City or Los Angeles, or almost any unionized government employee anywhere. It's extremely difficult, if not impossible.
It is possible. It can be difficult. There are hoops they have to jump through, but if they really want it to happen, I think it's fun. Look at this lazy guy drooling and oh, what a bum. Yeah. What's that sticker say? Departure of a dam? What the heck?
No matter how incompetent they might be. According to one union contract in Michigan, employees could be caught drunk at work 5 times before being fired. And then there are the pension plans. Income paid out to government workers after they retire. Pensions barely exist in the private sector anymore. They're much too expensive.
Yep.
But they're standard for public sector unions and have bankrupted cities like Detroit and have government union-heavy states like Illinois on the brink of financial calamity. Unfunded pension obligations, that is, money that the government doesn't have but has promised to government retirees, are anywhere from $4 to $6 trillion nationwide. Over $250 billion of that belongs to Illinois alone. But fortunately, there is some hope. Today, 28 states have passed right-to-work laws, stating that no worker can be forced to join or pay a union as a condition of employment.
I mean, I get this. So far, we're only hearing one side, though. I'm curious if he at least acknowledges why people are against right-to-work laws, because I want to know more from this other perspective, because I generally lean towards being okay with right-to-work laws, and I think at a superficial level, they sound just fine. Yeah, freedom, right? You don't want to have to be forced to do this. I just feel like we're not getting the complete story here. What would you expect from one of their videos?
When joining and paying the union becomes voluntary, the same thing invariably happens. Workers leave in droves.
Okay.
And thus, the union's ability to manipulate the system declines sharply.
All right. So maybe they're kind of hinting at the reason why this would be bad, because the unions lose their power. But don't we need unions with public sector jobs? I mean, isn't there a way to do that? Because I mean, like these jobs, firefighters, police officers, teachers, the big three I think of for public sector unions, I feel like these are all careers where they are not paid enough. I mean, teachers aren't paid enough, police officers, firefighters aren't paid enough. So I think they deserve to have a nice pension. That's a big reason why I got into teaching, is so I could have a good pension. And it wasn't for the pay, but really it was for the kids. Come on now, because I love teaching students. But you don't go into it for the money, is what I'm saying. And so like to paint these public sector unions as well, workers as greedy, just I don't know. That's not good.
Now, the U.S. Supreme Court has extended this right to public employees in the other 22 states as well. In Janus versus the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the court ruled
that was I need to cover this for my Supreme Court brief series. So that was it's a newer one. 20. It was 2018. So they made this video right after the Supreme Court case, Janus versus AFSCME. That's a mouthful.
Public employees cannot be compelled to pay union dues against their will. Millions of public employees don't want to be pawns for the union agenda. Thanks to this ruling, they no longer have to be. And we, the taxpayers, have a fresh opportunity to make sure that our politicians work for us, not the unions. I'm Akash Chogli, Senior Policy Fellow at Americans for Prosperity for Prager University.
I just feel like we didn't hear any of the other side with this one. Are there any good? So here's a top comment here. Alex says, unionized workers make more money than non-unionized. The union dues are for the protection of the workers so the employer can exploit them again for more rank propaganda. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, like, okay, the whole point of a union is leverage against their employer for worker rights, not just pay, but or benefits, but for safe working environment, like historically, like so they can have They don't have to worry about dying on the job, or if they also, this is before legislation was passed, like before OSHA was even a thing, before the Fair Labor Standards Act of the 1930s. So I get, like, why and how unions have declined over the years. It makes sense. Still, I think a lot of this begs the question: why is there still severely low wages? Like, I'm not a big fan of the minimum wage. I think economically it doesn't make much sense, but I get why we have it as a necessary evil. Also, something I don't think gets enough attention is that real wages and salaries have not gone up much at all in my entire lifetime. I was born almost 40 years ago, and in that my entire existence, real wages adjusted for inflation have not really gone up that much. While simultaneously, education costs, healthcare costs, housing costs have skyrocketed exponentially. Sure, other things have gone down in price, but it hasn't kept up. And so no wonder we have such massive income inequality. And I feel like unions in general are one way to combat that. They may not be the best way, and there is corruption with public unions. So I get what he's saying in this video. I just feel like just saying get rid of unions completely is kind of the other extreme, and it's hard. It's still hard for with the public sector. I don't know. I think that you could still have public sector unions and just have better regulations as far as like, hey, they can't give money to political candidates, and they can't, or maybe they can't endorse political candidates to begin with. Can't we make those reforms instead of just saying get rid of these public unions? Because I feel like they're still important. Okay, this is a super chat. B Dinkify says, right to work is a classic tragedy of the commons. Some people individually choose not to contribute to the unions. Short terms to the unions and protections they offer are undermined long term. Yeah, that's tragedy of the commons. I'm glad you brought that up, because everybody has to be all in. It's same thing with Obamacare. Same thing with vaccines. It's pointless unless you have everybody on board. It's not pointless. I shouldn't say it's pointless, but it's much more effective if everybody's on board. Like, if everybody actually took the vaccine, then like everybody would be better off. Like, I'm not just saying like COVID, I'm just saying any vaccine, like let's say polio. Like for the other example, what was the other example I just said? Well, with the unions, like unions can't get much done if they're not getting many dues come in to support them. So I've seen some abuse by unions. I've seen them not do much for teachers. So I can't, I'm too biased, I feel like, to have a better perspective on this. But I think generally this video would have been more effective to at least acknowledge the arguments on the other side, even if I can't think of the best ones off the top of my head right now, because frankly, I'm too biased on this issue. Like, I'm too biased to agree with this guy. Yeah, I know the public unions are much stronger in European countries. And so if you're a European, maybe you might share in the comments, like, yeah. So to sum up this video, public union, public enemy, I think accuracy, I think it's mostly right, 8. Bias, I'd say 1, because they didn't even really show the other side at all. Generally, I think a 5. I think all of them, I'm not going to really give a cherry picking rating on all these, because they all do that. They're all cherry picking. When you have a 5-minute video, it's hard not to cherry pick, honestly. I have 5-minute videos, but they're just not controversial topics like this. So Ron Dietz again. Yes. Thank you. Sorry for stealing the chat. You're fine. I have a plan for that. Guaranteed minimum wage, UBI, and I have a plan to pay for it. I'm already at 17.5 trillion. I'm actually a fan of UBI. I think it's actually a good thing that can unite conservatives and liberals. But I won't go into that now. Yeah. All right, we're on to, well, the next up on my list was Somebody from the super chat wanted me to look at the 1619 Project video. So we'll do that one first. The people we got watching. Wow, the numbers went down. They're getting bored with me. I think I started to watch this one too. Yeah.
Extent of slavery.
Okay. But I didn't get very far. A lot of times I start watching and then I'm just like so frustrated I stop. I need to be more patient. All right. I'm still alive. That's good. Been going 3.5 hours. So I'm probably going to go a little quicker through this one because we've already, that other video kind of touched on the 1619 Project. So I may not chime in as much on this one.
Have you heard of the 1619 Project?
Yes.
It was published by the New York Times in August of 2019. It won the Pulitzer.
Who's this guy? Well, he's a professor, a political science professor at Kentucky State. All right. Yeah. Oh, wow. When you search Google Images, he's on there on Fox News with Mark Levine. Okay, and there he is with Tucker Carlson. Okay, well.
Prize for commentary in 2020. Its thesis: the United States was founded in 1619 when the first slave was brought to North America. Wait, that brings up.
Okay, so again, that's like the other video said. It's that's not really its thesis. The whole thesis is that slavery, the 1619 Project, the slavery. I'll even read from it. Maybe 1619 thesis. Project thesis. I mean, they're just okay. So it's here. I'm going to quote what they're actually saying here. Okay, quote: It aims to reframe the country's history by placing the consequences of slavery and the contributions of Black Americans at the very center of the United States national narrative. I mean, it's not okay. So he's misrepresenting them.
Up some questions. What happened to 1776 to July 4th? The Declaration of Independence.
July 3rd actually was when the Declaration of Independence, if you want to be, I want to be that guy. Okay.
George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison.
Well, the whole point is all three of them were slave owners, and we whitewash history generally. We ignore that fact. And even George Washington, I love George Washington. He's my favorite president. But even me, I'm biased. Like I just don't bring it up much. You know, he had all these slaves. I went to Mount Vernon a couple of months ago. Holy crap, so many slaves. It doesn't matter even that he tried to free most of them after he died. Why did he wait till after he died? Goodness, George. I mean, like, okay, so when I was taught American history growing up, it was just something that we didn't even bring up, that all these founding fathers that were so prominent had slaves.
According to the 1619 Project, the founding fathers pushed for all that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness stuff to protect their slave holdings. Independence from England?
No. It's a classic example for most of them, especially Thomas Jefferson, that, it's like in my song. I have a Thomas Jefferson song. I have songs about all the presidents, in case you didn't know. But he was a hypocrite. Talked the talk, but didn't walk the walk. He talked the talk. He really did want freedom, even for, dare I say, he wanted women to have more rights, even eventually. But no, he wanted slaves to be free and to have rights. He just didn't act on it personally. He never freed his slaves. He may have had he may have done horrible things with his slaves. We found out later on. Holy crap. I mean, so it doesn't mean like they're not saying necessarily that, my understanding, they're not saying that their words were only to protect their slave holding interests. I think what they're just acknowledging is that they had all these slaves and they didn't actually act on any of the stuff that's written down in the Declaration of Independence or Bill of Rights.
England, that was just a smokescreen. To them, everything that's wrong with America is tied to her original sin of slavery, from segregation to traffic jams. Yeah.
Well, this might be one of my legit criticisms of the 1619 Project that he's hinting on here is that yeah, it in itself overgeneralizes this. So yeah.
Yes, traffic jams.
But I mean, remember, it's an agenda. They have an agenda as well, just like PragerU has an agenda. So traffic jams, that's a bit of a stretch, though.
For the 1619 Project authors, racism is not a part of the American experience. It is the American experience.
I think that's the way that PragerU is interpreting it, but I don't think that, like, they're making it seem like the finger's pointed at them, when I think that 1619 Project's mostly pointing at, like I said earlier in the stream, at a bunch of things, a bunch of mostly systems and society overall. Like, it's almost like PragerU is feeling personally attacked by what they're saying, and I just don't view it that way.
Is this true? Let's look at 3 of the project's major claims. 1, preserving slavery was the real cause of the American Revolution.
Oh yeah, this is something that I think they actually redacted some of this. When was this video come out? This came out in November 2020, so not that long ago. 1.2 million views, of course. Okay, so did they make this claim?
Preserving slavery was the real cause of the American Revolution.
Did they actually say it exactly like that? I don't know if they actually, I don't remember that. Oh yeah, so that's the thing they did modify. And they modified it in March of 2020, saying that, because that was the thing that was the most controversial, saying that, you know, this is the main reason why they went to war against Britain in the American War of Independence.
Preserving slavery was the real cause of the American Revolution.
Yeah.
If you asked the founders why they no longer wanted to be a British colony, they would have given you a long list of reasons. Taxation without representation, conflicts over debts from the French and Indian War, and the Stamp Act would be just a few. Probably most.
Well, yeah, that's literally what the Declaration of, that's the meat of it. The Declaration of Independence is all these grievances they have, and all the folks that signed it, they agreed with all those grievances. So we have them there in writing. Why they officially declared independence.
Important was the burning desire to be free, to chart their own destiny as a sovereign nation. Protecting slavery was not under threat from the British. In fact, Britain didn't free the slaves in its overseas colonies until 1833.
Yeah, I guess.
57 years later, after the Declaration of Independence. Yes, the subject of slavery was hotly debated at the Constitutional Convention.
Because representation was a big thing that they debated, and you got to figure out, like, you got all these people that are not technically citizens by your definition, and how are we going to represent them? That's why, like, how the 3/5 compromise came to be. Remember, the 2 biggest debates were debates between large states and small states over representation in the legislative body, Congress, which is why we have 2 houses of Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Senate represents the states, meant to be there to protect the small states' interests, and the House of Representatives is based on the representation is based on population. So that was how that came to be. That's known as the Great Compromise. And then the 3/5 compromise was like just a compromise on how we count slaves for representation purposes. If we have one person that has so many slaves, 3 out of 5 of them are counted. Jack Hammer Cannon, thank you so much for the kind words in the super chat. Appreciate that.
That was after the war was won. 2, slavery made America rich. Slavery made some Americans rich.
That's right. Some Americans rich. Yep.
True enough. Eli Yale, for example, made a fortune in the slave trade. He donated money and land for the university that is named after him. But
yeah, so there's, I see what they did there. So yeah, see, Yale was built on slave labor. Yeah.
the institution of slavery didn't make America rich. In fact, the slave system badly slowed the economic development of half the country. As economist Thomas Sowell points out, in 1860, just 1 year before the Civil War began,
Thomas Sowell is actually, he's a pretty interesting economist. I recommend checking out some of his stuff.
the South had only 1/6 as many factories as the North. Almost 90% of the country's skilled, well-paid laborers and professionals were based in the North. Banking, railroads,
Yes.
manufacturing,
Yes.
all were concentrated in the North. The South was an economic backwater. And the cost of
Oof.
abolishing slavery
Economic backwater, that's kind of harsh.
was enormous, not merely in terms of dollars. Lincoln borrowed billions to pay for it, but also in terms of human life. 360,000 Union soldiers died in order to free 4 million slaves. That works out to about 1 soldier in blue for every 10 slaves freed. It's
I never really thought about it like that, surprisingly. That's an interesting way of looking at it.
hard to look at that butcher's bill and conclude that the nation turned a profit from slavery. And many things have happened since 1865. In the almost 200 years since the Civil War.
Okay,
the
so
pop-
I think 1619 Project, they didn't say that all of the country profited from slavery. I just think that, I'm not sure if they even use those words. It seems like, again, they're attacking a straw man here, because a lot of what he's saying right now is true. I mean, so I don't think, I don't know if anybody knows in the chat, like, exactly where they say that that the entire country profited from slavery. Like, I just don't think that's misrepresenting what they're saying.
population of the country has grown almost 900%, and our national GDP has increased 12,000%. Slavery did not make America rich. 3.
I mean, I'm assuming what they probably said was that it made some people rich, or many profited from it. I don't see why they would just say, like, every American profited from slavery.
Racism is an unchangeable part of America.
Did they say
This
that?
argument-
Did they really say that? Did they really say that? Holy crap. Huh. I've not heard that before. Dang it, freaking paywall with New York Times. You can't even look at it because of the... I just don't... Does anyone in the chat know, did they actually say that you can't change racism? Okay. I read the 1619 Project, and I don't remember. I read it, a year and a half ago, and it just seems like what they generally PragerU does is, like, they take what was actually originally said and then they just exaggerate it. That tends to be a theme I've noticed. Oh, thank you, Hudson Louie. I appreciate that. I wish the paywall wasn't there, but let me see if anybody can quote exactly where they say that racism can't be changed. I just don't. I did find an article here from the Atlantic that kind of goes into it, it looks like. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I do know the 1619 Project talked a lot about how slavery was, ingrained in our institutions and our systems. So, morsel of truth to make lies go down, says Ron Dietz. Okay, yeah, that's thanks for your support a lot, Ron. There. Yeah, I just feel like a lot of times I find myself agreeing with what they're saying in the video because what they're attacking is just so ridiculous.
It is more
Doesn't mean it's-
philosophical than scholarly, but it undergirds the entire 1619 project. It's also pernicious because it suggests that the United States is an inherently racist country that can't overcome its flaws.
Well, they're saying some of the institutions and systems are inherently racist. That's what they're saying. So that it's not the United States, not you watching this right now. Not all of us are inherently racist. Our institutions. I think that's my interpretation of what they're trying to say.
Yet that's exactly what it's done. Today, America is the most successful multiracial country in history. The only white majority country to elect a black president twice.
Okay. Yeah, they always bring that up. Okay. Evs, thank you so much. And yes, use the incognito mode to get to past the paywall. I'm going to be doing that. Yes. I totally forgot I could do that. So thank you. Let me try that right now, actually. 1619 project text. Let me see. Searching in another window here. So I've got to it. Yes, incognito mode worked. Okay. It didn't work. Dang it. It didn't work for that. Let me try this other site. Let me just try to download it. Well, maybe this site has it. Okay. I'm so sorry about this. I just trying to get to the download PDF. Okay, here we go. I got it. And I'm downloading it to my hard drive. So just searching. The word racist shows up 10 times in it, by the way. Yeah, just looking through it here, everything I said was true, basically, about it. Everything that it talks about being racist, it's talking about public policies, organizations, institutions. It's not talking about you or I or me, any group of Americans necessarily being racist. So I think that's the main thing.
Of course, progress has not always been smooth. There have been terrible.
I did eat my Cliff Bar. Thank you. I don't know. Maybe
Something.
peanut butter and jelly sandwich might be good. Oh, that's my collar. Okay.
No, the other side.
You can come in here. It's Mrs. Beat. I'm starting to lose my voice.
Aw.
Go make me a sandwich. No, sorry. Fight the patriarchy. No, I make my own sandwiches. Thank you very much. But thank you very much. Yeah, I think I'm on my. What video is this?
Well, you only have 3 more hours, right?
Only more 3 more hours? Okay. This is my 7th video. That's it. Okay, I better pick up the pace then.
Setbacks. But to compare American attitudes about race today to America 100 years ago, let alone to 1619, is absurd. Here's a fact that should
Of course it's absurd. They're not doing that.
be better known. 2 million Black Africans have come to America as legal immigrants from countries like Nigeria in the last 50 years and have become one of the most successful groups in the country. Why would these folks move to what is often called an evil, racist country? Because unlike many people
Well, you notice he said last 50 years because before 50 years ago, they were not allowed to immigrate from Africa and much of the world.
lucky enough to be born here, they know that America is a land of opportunity for everyone. It's also only fair to note that while Blacks have heroically fought for our rights, often against great odds, we haven't done it alone. A vast number of decent whites have also advanced the cause of racial equality. To cite one of countless examples, the U.S. Senate that passed the landmark Civil Rights Act in 1964 contained 98 whites and 2 men of color, and they were Asian. The great black leaders of the past, Harriet Tubman, Frederick.
But why? Okay, we had African American senators and members of Congress during the Reconstruction era, so it was racist policies and organizations, institutions that reversed that, beginning in the 1870s and onward all the way to the Civil Rights era, for crying out loud. So more cherry picking there.
Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Martin Luther King.
All people who overcame odds. I mean, look at the first two examples. Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass were runaway slaves. Booker T. Washington, it's amazing how he was able to, his story is just ridiculously impressive. So, and same Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, like, I mean, so to survivorship bias, again, like to say like, oh, see, we've had great black leaders of the past. Look at what they overcame to become leaders.
Never lost faith in America's promise that all people are created equal. None of them believed that race.
Yeah. I'm sure Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass when they were slaves, that they were just like, they never forgot that promise that we were all created equal. Yeah, I mean, I think that they didn't really feel it. Maybe they thought about that promise if they read about it in a book or something. But
racism was America's defining characteristic. They were right. Shortly after the 1619 Project was published, a group of distinguished historians, almost all on the left, wrote a public letter condemning the work. They called it a displacement of historical understanding by ideology.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they were all left-leaning, but yeah, I read those critiques and I agreed with a lot of what they had to say, for sure.
They were right too. I'm Wilfred Riley, associate.
Yeah, I mean, it is driven. 1619 Project is driven by not necessarily. I don't know if ideology is the right word to frame it, but like definitely they have an agenda. They have an agenda. They're trying to change how history is taught, and I get why people are threatened by that. I just think, again, going back to earlier videos and the things I said earlier in the live stream, that much of their fears are fear of something that's exaggerated, an exaggerated version of the 1619 Project. Thank you, tracking the core of stuff and more. Did the Reconstruction era fail because of the federal government practice fiscal austerity? That's a complicated question. It mostly failed because of we were just trying to keep the country together, and there was not enough political will in the North. And I mean, the compromise of 1877, we were, at that time, we were in danger of a second civil war. The United States was. So after that, much of the South was left to their own to govern themselves, and we saw what happened with Jim Crow laws and systemic racism. So, all right. So that was oh wow! I think I made it through all the suggestions. I would rank that video in terms of accuracy. I would say it was probably a 9, maybe. No, not 9, because they exaggerated. Probably a 7. Bias, I'd say 2. Number 10 being the best. And generally, I think it's probably a 4. It's not as bad as some of these other ones I've seen. It just exaggerates. It's mostly fighting a straw man again. So we've covered 7 videos. I think I'm going to go to the bathroom again, do some jumping jacks here again. This is going by quicker than I thought it would. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for all the super chats. If you've just now joined, I've been doing this since 8 a.m. this morning, Central Time. So I've been doing it for 4 hours. And I am exhausted. I've only got 7 videos. Somebody just commented Israel video, please. Super chats get priority, but I can put that on the list unless we. So let me start another piece of paper here. And start writing this down. Yes, Mrs. Beat was, she's been taking care of me here, checking on me, making sure I don't die here in my basement. But if you're just joining me, I had the available time. I'm a history teacher. I'm really upset with PragerU over the years on mostly how teachers will show this stuff in their classroom and not have their kids think critically about it. I don't like how PragerU attempts to indoctrinate kids. It's okay to show their stuff in class, but the fact that they are becoming parts of curriculums with curriculum materials and you're not critically thinking about the stuff, you're just consuming the content without critically thinking. That's what troubles me. I could easily attack, Vox, or I could attack Now This or the Gravel Institute. But I think those Gravel Institute is not, they're pure propaganda that's meant to counter PragerU. Vox and Now This, I don't just think are as guilty of as being as driven to spread ideology. Sure, they have a liberal slant, but I think PragerU is particularly, nefarious, frankly. So anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom, keep the chats coming. Thank you, Tracking the Core of Stuff and More, LOL. Can you do Alexander Hamilton Invented America? Sure, I'll put that one up next. I'll cue that one up next, and then I'll go to the bathroom. And if from 2 years ago, huh? Okay. Yeah, I've not even heard about this one. So I will, I'll be right back. Oh, Hudson, Louis, thank you. If it's not only PragerU, how about oversimplified history? Oversimplified, I think mostly is concerned about telling the truth in an entertaining way. And so, yeah, mistakes are made, but it's not like as nefarious. I'm mostly concerned about how malicious and nefarious PragerU can be with trying to spread its agenda. All right, jumping jacks. Okay. Bathroom. Oh, thank you.
I can probably hear you.
Yeah, they can hear me going pee. I did wash my hands. My hands are clean. Thank you. You can come on camera.
No. I haven't gotten ready.
Thank you. The sandwich.
No, come here. All right. It's bothering me.
All right, she fixed my collar.
I don't think I really fixed it, but
React to understanding Nixon. Okay, all right. I'll put that one next as well here. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Hamilton, Nixon. I do want to watch that Nixon video, actually. It looks... thank you for keeping me company at work while I'm busy answering emails. No problem, David. Thanks for watching. Thank you all for watching. Lunchtime here in the Central Time Zone. This pen is falling apart. Come on. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start playing the Hamilton video. It's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, Thomas Jefferson. Well, thank you. Yeah, Mrs. Beach, she was just down here. Oh, Toronto Transit Channel. Great to hear from you. Can you do the War on Cars video? If you want a joke vid, I suggest Dennis Prager lives in a society. Okay. Well, let me check out the War on Cars vid. So I've got some suggestions lined up. I appreciate that. All right. Oh, Osbers Gaming's here. Yeah, now the real fun. Dominic Richardson, thank you. I learned a lot about UBI, but I'm still convinced jobs guarantee is better. Thoughts? Oh, I could go on a while for that. I think that, first of all, human value should not be tied to your job. I think so many jobs are that we do on a day-to-day basis, are so much work that we do, I should say, is not valued by markets. Think about somebody who takes care of a loved one, like parents, or taking care of like your sick mom or something. You're working your butt off. It's 24/7. You're not going to pay for that. So tying value of a human being to market value work based on their labor, I think is not ideal. So I think UBI is better for that reason alone. Dragon Tamer West, peanut butter jelly time. Thank you. Why Girls Become Boys, PragerU video. Rachel, great to see you. Thank you for the donation. I'll put that one on my list as well. I've now got 4 lined up. Why Girls Become Boys. Okay. So we're going to be here for 3 more hours. I'm going to try to knock out as many of these as I can. All right.
It would only be a slight exaggeration to say that Alexander Hamilton invented the United States of America.
It's definitely an exaggeration, but hugely influential. No denying that.
George Washington was the guiding star, Thomas Jefferson the visionary, Benjamin Franklin the sage. But Hamilton was the pragmatist, the man who got it done. This most self-made...
I mean, that would be James Madison more than anybody. I would say, I mean, a lot of times Hamilton was not easy to get along with. James Madison was the one constantly compromising and bringing people together. So, and actually George Washington, come on, you know, he's the guy who was the glue.
Of self-made men took a country with no past and planned its future.
Yeah, that whole, I'm going to make a video about this. What defines a, quote, self-made man or self-made person? Because I think it's a loaded term, and it's often a term that's misused. When you say self-made, like, I don't like, if you say me building up my Mr. Beat YouTube channel empire, me saying that's self-made, I think that is misleading because I had lots of things that, lots of support networks and things put in place throughout my life to make me be who I am, successful as an adult with whatever I pursued. All of the founding fathers, pretty much all of them, were not self-made in terms of my true definition of it, which is you literally had nothing, no inheritance. Like the exception might be Benjamin Franklin. He would be probably the exception. Is probably somebody I admire more than most of them because of his life, like truly going from rags to riches. And whereas a lot of these other founding fathers, they inherited a lot. They at the very least had some kind of life that was comfortable where they could get into a position of power later on. So I think that's incredibly misleading whenever you use that term self-made. I always question, what do you mean by self-made? I think it's often overused to a point now where it's become meaningless.
He was born on January 11th, 1755, on the island of Nevis. This was not the Caribbean of your cruise fantasy.
Well, Hamilton, I do have a video about him as well. He, well, let me just wait to see what they say first. I don't want to jump the gun here.
Quite the contrary. As Ron Chernow writes in his biography of Hamilton, while other founding fathers were reared in tidy New England villages or cosseted on baronial Virginia estates, Hamilton grew up in a tropical hellhole. Sugar plantation slave auctions were a regular feature of island life. The spectacle, buyers swinging branding irons as they surveyed the human merchandise, made a permanent impression on Hamilton. He was a fierce abolitionist his entire life. Abandoned by his father at an early age,
if he was a fierce abolitionist his entire life, I don't know if we have evidence of that, but he definitely, in the early days of the country, we have evidence of him speaking out against slavery for sure, no doubt. I'm not sure exactly when he first publicly started to say this, but that's a bit of an assumption. I'm not sure if Ron Chernow says that in his book or not. I've not read that book. Believe it or not, I have not read the Hamilton book by Chernow.
Mother died of yellow fever when he was 14, leaving the teenage boy destitute. A local judge had to buy him shoes so that he could attend her funeral. He soon took a job as a clerk for a local merchant. Before long, he was running the business, coordinating shipments of mules and codfish, calculating currency exchanges, and advising sea captains on how to deal with pirates. It was an unmatchable apprenticeship in trade, credit, and commerce. In 1773, he arrived in New York to attend King's College, the forerunner of today's Columbia University.
Yeah, so far, yeah, totally, no doubt, all this stuff is true. He was something that the video is implying that it hasn't straight up said. He was very ambitious, like somebody who was driven, resilient, and you're like, man, what drives this kid? I don't know, but he seems to reach for the sky no matter what.
Swept up in the revolutionary fervor of his adopted country, he dropped out to join the Continental Army. He quickly came to the attention of George Washington, who made him a staff officer.
So, this was a turning point in Alexander Hamilton's life, for sure. And this is where connections come into play. Being at the right place at the right time come into play. Okay, so we can't deny that. Also, you'll see that soon with, if it mentions him getting married, and we'll see.
Sonless Washington called the fatherless Hamilton my boy. Fellow officers later remembered, "Call Colonel Hamilton," as Washington's instinctive utterance when important news arrived. As Washington's trusted aide, he was involved in every aspect of running the war, including actual fighting where he distinguished himself on multiple occasions. But more than anything, it was his dealings with the weak and indecisive Continental Congress that shaped his political views.
This video is pretty good, I will say. So far, pretty good.
The problem with Congress, in Hamilton's view, was that too few members took the idea of nationhood seriously. They quarreled over their narrow interests rather than uniting over the national interests.
This is true.
As the war was winding down, Hamilton laid out the choice before the country in a widely read 6-part essay. We could become a noble and magnificent federal republic, he wrote, closely linked in the pursuit of a common interest, or we could stumble ahead as a number of petty states with the appearance only of union.
I mean, he is the founder of the Federalist Party. I mean, for that reason, a big reason why the country was able to unite as one, despite different interests and values, was because of him, no doubt. Thank you to the super chats coming in. Ref Puck, thanks for everything you do, Mr. B. Thank you. X Tyrannex again. Please react to is fascism right or left? I did already react to that in one of my videos, or one of their fascism videos, but I will try to hit that one as well, that specific video. So thanks for adding it.
It was clear where Hamilton stood. The speed by which the United States became a unified nation with a cohesive federal government is largely a result of his tireless efforts before, during, and after the Constitutional Convention. Washington named Hamilton, still only 34, to be the first Secretary of the Treasury. He served in the post for almost 6 years. His task was nothing short of Herculean. Put the country drowning in war debt and teetering on the edge of bankruptcy on a sound financial footing. He succeeded, and in doing so set the course for America to become the world's most prosperous nation. Historian Leonard White writes that Hamilton was not only the greatest administrative genius of his generation, but one of the great administrators of all time. There's no telling what Hamilton might have achieved had he lived a longer life. Instead, he died one of the most pointless deaths in American history.
Okay, so he got all the highlights for the most part. Didn't mention the Federalist Party. Also didn't mention, like it said at the beginning of the video, I thought they were going this direction, that he was a self-made man. I think that was the direction they were wanting to go. I do think it's really important to mention that he married into some extraordinary wealth. Elizabeth Schuyler, his wife, her family was very rich and powerful. She was the daughter of a Continental Army general, actually, Philip Schuyler. So I think that put him a leg up. His connection with George Washington put him a leg up. So for him to even get to those positions where he had influence in the Continental Congress, but then later in the Washington administration, I think we can't just discount that. But also the Federalist Party, and a big reason why there was these rifts and this division right off the bat, the partisanship became a thing when George Washington warned against it, was because of his steadfast approach and like being stubborn and unwilling to work with people like Thomas Jefferson and even James Madison. But yeah, he's going to talk about Aaron Burr here. Tracking the core of stuff and more. Wasn't Lincoln and Henry Clay a fan of Hamilton? Yes, they were. Yes, there's lots of evidence of that.
As hard as it is to fathom today, he was killed in a duel with the Vice President of the United States, Aaron Burr, a man with whom he had a long and bitter political feud.
He did.
Hamilton fired his pistol harmlessly into the air. He never intended to kill Burr. To Hamilton, it was an affair of honor. But to Burr, it was something else. The vice president took careful aim, shot, and mortally wounded his rival, who spent some 30 hours in agony before succumbing. Hamilton was 49. Hamilton lived in a time when the great danger...
Yeah, not only that, Burr was... I like to see PragerU make a video about Burr. He was proud of what he had done and went around and bragged about it, even though he technically was a fugitive. And Thomas Jefferson denounced him immediately and said, "You're no longer my vice president, bro." So yeah, but clearly this is a video meant to glorify Hamilton. So, there's lots to admire about Hamilton.
The National Project was a government that was too weak. We live in a time when many believe that the great danger to the nation is from a national government grown too strong.
Yeah, here we are.
The ideal, Hamilton would have told us, is somewhere in between. But perhaps America will have to wait for
Well, it's interesting
another...
because, like, I think if Alexander Hamilton was alive today, I think it's a good hypothetical. I do think he would align more with probably the Democratic Party. It's interesting. I even think most of the founding fathers would actually, because things change, technology, society, values, cultures, that it all changes. So you have to adapt and, no doubt the federal government has more control now than it's ever had in the entire history of the country. And that does start with Hamilton. So it's kind of funny that the channel that's known for like criticizing the federal government, saying it's doing too much, is glorifying the man who started all that, essentially.
Hamilton to achieve that happy medium. I'm Joseph Tartakovsky, Senior Fellow at the Claremont Institute for Prager University.
Overall, pretty good video. I'd say as far as accuracy, 9 out of 10. It's up there with the General Grant or the Ulysses Grant video. As far as bias, probably a 7. It was pretty good video. Probably the best one I've seen yet, generally. So probably a 9 for a video. This is a video I would be comfortable sharing with my students, and the only caveat would be saying, hey, there are legitimate criticisms of Alexander Hamilton, and also maybe throw that hypothetical to the students saying, hey, where do you think Hamilton would align himself if he were alive today, and why? X10 or X says Leo and Layla's history adventures with President Ronald Reagan is more children-centered video you should react to as well. Is that PragerU? If it's PragerU, then I will totally do that. I haven't heard of that. Leo and Layla. Have not heard of that. All right. Ron Dietz for Senate still there. MediaBiasFactCheck.com is a good researching tool. I've heard of it. Thanks for suggesting that. There are many tools. There's also a Media Bias Chart. There's also Ground News and News Voice, the apps that you can kind of aggregate news and look at the bias of each source. Remember that I'm biased as well. Watching this, please know that. Please don't take everything I say as gospel, as truth with a capital T. That would be foolish. I'm going to like this video. There you go, PragerU. I give you a like, and it looks like it has a pretty high ratio. 1.6 million views, too. There you go. American history. It's not perfect, but we learn from it. That's right. In his own words, Washington describing a staff officer, my boy, B.O. Yeah, that's a good video. See, PragerU is not all bad. Next up, we've got Nixon. This is a newer video. This was just released, I believe, a few days ago. 4 days ago. Wow. Okay. Looks like it's doing pretty well so far with the like to dislike ratio. Nixon, of course, is one of those presidents that in today's Republican Party would probably not fit in very well. The Republican Party was much different when he was president. So interesting to see their approach, see if they're going to be more positive or negative about Nixon. I honestly don't know which direction they're going to be. We'll find out here.
Name this president.
Richard Nixon.
He created the Environmental Protection Agency and put real teeth in the Clean Air Act. Environmentalists called him the most environmentally conscious national figure since Teddy Roosevelt. He was admired, sometimes revered by civil rights leaders, including Martin Luther King and Jackie Robinson.
So it seems like this is going to be a video that praises Nixon, that makes him look good. The name of the video is called Understanding Nixon. Now, if you've watched me before, you know that I have my issues with Nixon, but it's complicated. He's not all bad. Clearly, the things that they just listed, the Clean Air Act, the EPA, what else did they mention? Oh, just a environmentally conscious figure. That's positive stuff to me. Yes, definitely. But let's see where else this video is.
Sometimes revered by civil rights leaders, including Martin Luther King and Jackie Robinson.
Yeah.
He desegregated Southern schools and vigorously enforced civil rights laws, often against his own political interests.
That's true.
His grasp of foreign affairs was acknowledged by both friend and foe to be unmatched.
I mean, he opened up relations with China, détente, easing tensions with the Soviet Union in the 1970s, early 70s. All good things, in my opinion.
He opened U.S. relations with communist China.
That's what I
signed
just
the
said.
first nuclear disarmament agreement in
that's
history.
part of détente. Yeah, look at this. It's all the good things that Nixon did.
And ended the Vietnam War.
Yeah, he could have. Okay, he could have ended.
And ended the Vietnam War.
He could have ended it sooner. He certainly was capable of doing that. I understand why he didn't. Also, it's important to note that the Cambodia bombings that were taking place in secret. Remember the Pentagon Papers? Remember there was stuff that the Nixon administration was not telling the public that he was doing that was not so great. Many civilians died, cancer. Still the legacy of that stuff today. Bombings of civilians related all to the Vietnam War. So, and he was slow to get out. So like this here is a bit of a whitewash right here.
When the peace accords were signed, it was clear that America was the victor in the conflict. Did you guess our
No, that's not true.
The victor in the conflict.
That they're making the claim that the United States won the Vietnam War. Am I understanding this correctly? They were the victor in the conflict. Okay, that's a good one. Zane Rosler says cared only for his legacy. Thanks for the super chat.
Did you guess our 37th president, Richard Nixon?
Yes.
If not, don't feel bad.
Oh,
most people only know one thing about him.
This is Hugh Hewitt. He's another similar. I think he's probably friends with Dennis Prager because they're both radio talk show political pundits. Very similar backgrounds, known in conservative. Like basically, Hugh Hewitt and Dennis Prager came out of the whole movement of Rush Limbaugh in the 90s of doing all like these prominent conservative radio hosts. So I'm very familiar with Hugh Hewitt.
That he resigned from office following the Watergate scandal. Looking back, his offense, covering up for overzealous subordinates who were caught trying to steal campaign secrets from the Democrats, almost seems quaint. But
well, I think it almost seems quaint because of the last administration. Let's be honest here. The scandals of the Trump administration have made Nixon look better. Let's just get that out of the way. I mean, a lot of the scandals on a daily basis that we saw from Trump, it's like, oh, can you believe what he did or what he tweeted even? It makes Nixon seem more professional, noble, hardworking, got stuff done, worked with people on the opposite side of the aisle, was less divisive, stuff like this. So yeah, I do agree that the Watergate scandal doesn't look as bad as it used to. We've had time to reflect more with recent events, but it still was bad. We can't deny that. He still lied to the American people. He still committed crimes, 3 of them. So can't whitewash that now. Be careful there, Hugh.
At the time, it roiled the nation. Had he accepted responsibility, apologized early on?
Well, he kind of did. I mean, he resigned. Like, imagine Trump resigning. He didn't resign. Like, he would never do that. He would never apologize. I don't think Trump apologized once. Nixon apologized. Like, okay, it took him a few years to apologize on certain things. And there's the famous Nixon Frost interviews where he basically said, well, I'm the president, so I can do it. You know, like, but I mean, overall, I think he was a bit more humble in terms of like that. Yeah, his ego was pretty bad too. Like I get it. Like a big reason why Nixon was so hated during his time in the 70s was he did act like he didn't do anything wrong. And then he was trying to cover up stuff that made him look bad, that would prove that he did stuff wrong. And that got out. And yeah, of course you're going to resign. But I mean, I don't know. Like I said earlier, I think his reputation simply looks better now because of what we witnessed with the Trump administration. Dominic Richardson, Nixon empowered Kissinger, making him unforgivingly monstrous. Yeah, Kissinger deserves a video. I think I'll make a video about him eventually. Still alive, believe it or not. But Henry Kissinger definitely had some pretty bad foreign policy initiatives. We'll just leave it at that.
He almost certainly would have survived. Sadly, he never considered
Not
the
really.
idea.
The political climate was a lot different back then. I don't know if he would have survived.
When he felt cornered, his first reaction was to counterattack, not apologize. Nixon was first and always a fighter. Everything he ever achieved, he had to fight for. He was born on January 9th,
That's quite the statement there, but
13 in Yorba Linda, California, in a small house his father built from a mail order kit. Yorba Linda is now a bustling suburb of Los Angeles, but then it was basically a lemon grove with a road running through it. He grew up with no advantages. If he wanted to escape, he read.
Well, he grew up with some advantages. Like, it wasn't like it was. I mean, if you want to talk about presidents who had bigger disadvantages, I mean, even Ronald Reagan was probably had a more modest childhood. Herbert Hoover certainly did. Andrew Jackson certainly did. Andrew Johnson. So, like, he's not this rags to riches story. I mean, he was always ambitious and fought. When they say fought, like in terms of like fighting to win, to get ahead, I guess, no matter like whether it be school or later on in politics. Yeah, I get that. But I mean, like, to say that they're going back to this kind of this self-made narrative, I guess, is the kind of what they're kind of hinting at and alluding to here.
Read a lot. It's part of the Nixon legend that he attended a local college, Whittier. What isn't well known is that he was accepted to Harvard. He didn't attend only because his parents couldn't afford to send him there. After
I didn't know that. It's fascinating.
volunteering for service in the Navy in the South Pacific during World War II, he returned home. A small-town law career, not politics, looked to be his future. Then fate took a hand. The local Republican Party was searching for a fresh face to oppose a popular Democrat congressman. Nixon passed the audition. Nobody expected him to win, but nobody expected him to campaign as hard and as effectively as he did.
Speaking of which, like, later he famously campaigned for president, visiting all 50 states, and ended up like it had a bad effect on his health for doing that. So yeah, this is definitely in character for Nixon. He didn't have much of a social life, kind of like me. I don't have much of a social life, but he what he sacrificed with not having very many close friends, he made up for by just putting himself out there and working long days and long hours. No denying how hard of a worker he was. Can't deny that.
He quickly became a fast-rising political star.
Also, one of the smartest presidents we've ever had.
Achieving national attention when he almost single-handedly exposed a major State Department official, Alger Hiss, as a Soviet spy.
You could argue this was all grandstanding and political, aiming for more political power and recognition in D.C. And it certainly raised his profile, and he wasn't as bad as Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin, but he definitely was one of the guys who was part of the Red Scare, saying, we need to watch out for communism. It's lurking behind every corner. So he was definitely guilty of red baiting at times.
Hiss was everything Nixon was not: sleek, urbane, Ivy League educated. He was well known and well loved among the East Coast intellectual and media elite. No one in Hiss's social set believed the charges against him until Nixon forced them to. The liberal elites never forgave him for that, or for beating the glamorous and very progressive.
Okay, whenever you say the liberal elites, I mean, if you are in Congress, you are no longer an outsider. Okay, you are now one of the elites. That's how it works. Okay, you're not like. So I guess like to assume that he's still this underdog figure at this time is misleading. By the end of the 1950s, you could argue that Nixon was certainly an elite. Maybe he was one of the conservative elites. I don't know. Just that word elite, you'll see it time and time again in PragerU videos. And I think that it's just like the word radical. It's just a quick way to kind of like put somebody down, just to categorize them in that way, to put them down.
Never forgave him for that, or for beating the glamorous and very progressive Hollywood actress Helen Gahagan Douglas in the 1950 California Senate.
Part of the Hollywood elite. Yeah.
Race. In 1952, Dwight Eisenhower tapped him to be his running mate. In just 6 years, Nixon rose from a small-town lawyer to vice president of the United States.
Yeah, he rose quickly. Also, I'm hoping that Hugh mentions here that Nixon was one of the most effective vice presidents that the United States has ever had. He was one of the first vice presidents to actually do stuff, to actually like help Eisenhower run things. If Eisenhower was unavailable, for example, it wasn't just like a job where it was meaningless anymore. Completely, it was still fairly meaningless, but Nixon expanded the role of the vice presidency.
He was only 39.
Oh,
Ike sent his vice president on important diplomatic missions all over the globe.
He did good.
It was on these
Permission in
missions that Nixon developed his mastery of international affairs.
Mm-hmm.
After a heartbreaking loss to John F. Kennedy in the presidential election of 1960,
this is a race where Nixon would have been maybe justified in saying there was voter fraud and that the election might have been rigged in some places, but he didn't. He stayed dignified, and he conceded to Kennedy. I don't think people realize how close the election of 1960 was. It was freaking close. JFK squeaked through. If you forgot, go back and watch my video about it. It was, but Nixon, he was the better man, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to accept the results, even though it was a frustrating loss for him.
One of the closest and most disputed elections of the modern era, Nixon returned to California. There he lost another election, an ill-advised run for governor in 1962. He should have been done as a politician. He wasn't. In one of the most unlikely comebacks in American political history, Nixon won the Republican nomination for president in 1968.
I mean, it goes back again to him tirelessly campaigning. He put in the hours, like he really, more than the other candidates, Republican candidates at the time.
And then defeated incumbent Vice President Hubert Humphrey in the general election. Few presidents have ever walked into a more difficult President Hubert Humphrey history. Nixon won the Republican nomination for president in 1968 and then defeated incumbent Vice President Hubert Humphrey in the general election. Few presidents have ever walked into a more difficult situation. The country was in turmoil. Bobby Kennedy and Martin Luther King had both been assassinated within the year.
I mean, you could say the same thing about 2020. It was a tumultuous year, and we're still seeing 2021 hasn't been much better. So Biden, I think he's had a really rough time, mostly because it's not easy. I mean, being president anytime is not easy. So, but yeah, 1968 was one of the most chaotic years in American history. So Nixon taking over then was, the thing about Nixon is, as soon as he was elected, though, he went to work before he even the day after election day, he was already preparing. And he didn't take any breaks between then and inauguration day, and was well prepared because of it.
Weeks apart. The Vietnam War was raging. Student unrest was out of control, and the economy was floundering. Nixon expertly navigated the turbulent political waters, steering a centrist course, just what his devoted supporters, the people he called the silent majority.
So when he talked about the silent majority, I think he had the centrist idea in mind. I think this is the same thing for most of history. The real silent majority that we're talking, I said real, like I work for PragerU, but I think oftentimes if you want to talk about what the silent majority is, it is the people that are kind of in the middle. The horseshoe theory, you could say, like if you are a proponent of that, those are the loud ones, like the ones on the extremes, the left and right. Whereas the people in the middle, generally the centrists, are, most of them are disengaged, let's be honest, and different. But a lot of them are just like, you don't hear from them. And so I think Nixon, it's good for this video to point out that this was actually the people in the center, not people on the right. I heard the silent majority term brought back for the 2020 election to describe Trump supporters, but I think it was inaccurate because many Trump supporters were very vocal, very loud. They were not silent at all.
Wanted him to do what he believed in, a sense of duty, common decency, hard work, the inherent greatness of America they believed in.
I mean, I think you could say that with most Americans, right? So.
The press never liked Nixon, but the majority of the American people loved him.
Loved might be too strong of a word. Remember in 1968, Humphrey wasn't the most charismatic guy to run against. It's not like he was, Nixon was no JFK in terms of charisma and having such a strong support, or same thing with Trump. Like Trump supporters, JFK supporters were much more passionate and actually did love their guy. I think with Nixon, it was more like they like him.
He was reelected in 1972 in one of the biggest landslides in American history.
Well, that's mostly because of fear of McGovern, who was seen as like this radical leftist. I think McGovern was a pretty weak candidate historically, and they were afraid of. It was still a chaotic time in 1972, so that it wasn't just because they passionately loved Nixon that he won that election so decidedly. He won it pretty decidedly. Certainly one of the biggest landslides in American history.
Winning 49 of the 50 states. He ended the military draft, brought the Vietnam War to a close in early 1973, and later that year, he saved Israel by airlifting military supplies during the so-called Yom Kippur War.
Yeah, I don't know if that was politically that's also debatable as far as, is this something that we mark as that makes him a good president? I don't know. I haven't really heard that much from historians.
And then came Watergate.
Okay.
Now you know why Richard Nixon, truly Shakespearean in both his attributes and his flaws, may be America's most misunderstood and underappreciated president. I'm Hugh Hewitt for Prager University.
All right. So the thesis of the video is that Nixon was underrated. If it weren't for Watergate, he would have been one of the best presidents we ever had. I think that there's stuff they're missing, they're leaving out. In particular, they're leaving out Cambodia, the airstrikes on civilians, like the chemical warfare and bombs dropped on civilians in Vietnam, Cambodia. That you can't ignore that. Also, you can't ignore the war on drugs that he almost single-handedly started with the Controlled Substances Act, and it's one of the worst laws ever passed, and the war on drugs has been extremely devastating for our country. Just trillions spent, millions incarcerated unjustly. I don't think people realize the full extent of how horrible the war on drugs has been for the United States. But additionally, he engaged economic policies that weren't necessarily the best, that were inflationary. A lot of the inflation we saw in the 70s was because of him and his price fixing and too much intervention in the economy. So he wasn't really as much a neoliberal as people maybe think. Let's see, what else? I think just generally, he started to his paranoia was not good, and sometimes his foreign policy was misguided. Other times it was great. Opening up trade with China, for example, and détente with Soviet Union. I think I agree with that. I do think that he has a mixed legacy. I struggle more than anything with the war on drugs part with Nixon. But I do think that Watergate has taken up too much of his legacy. Now, if you're going to make that argument, PragerU, I look forward to your upcoming video praising Bill Clinton. Oh yeah, Zane Rossler brought up Pinochet in Chile. He continued to overthrow dictators. Henry Kissinger enable him to do these horrible things. That's a whole video I could probably make a long video about Kissinger, his shenanigans, and I think he won the Nobel Peace Prize, right? Kissinger. He did. Holy crap. That guy won the Nobel Peace Prize. That's like giving the Nobel Peace Prize to Obama. Okay. Overall, this Nixon video for accuracy, I'm going to give it a 9. It left out a bunch of information. So that's where the bias will come in. So bias, I'm going to put down for 4, and generally I'll probably put it as a 6. It's better than many of their videos, but they're ignoring all the other bad stuff that Nixon did. I think they're not giving a complete picture. All right, now we're up on the war on cars. I mentioned the war on drugs. Here's the war on cars. This is my 10th video. Wow. Looks like we got a response video already here. War on boys. Those poor boys. All right. So the response, interestingly, has almost as much as the original. Well, a lot. That's quite the ratio, I should say. I've never heard of this one. This came out 4 years ago. Okay. Dominic Richardson, thank you. Mr. B, are you seeing what cynical historian is saying? I'm in the chat. Seems to be debunking things left and right. I don't know. I'm not. I didn't even know. Is he in the chat? Mm-hmm. Cynical historian is. Oh, there's probably things that I'm catching. I'm not catching. How don't I see him in the chat? Thank you. She brought me more food and a drink. What did he say in the chat? Well, thanks for watching. Thank you. I got Chicks Mix. Gardettos. Or Gardettos, yeah. How could I? And milk. Thank you.
That's all we have. We need to go grocery shopping.
We need to go grocery shopping. Well, we can. We got some super chats, so we can buy some food. I like it. Okay, so we're going to have to do some timestamps. This is the 10th video I'm looking at. Let me do some jumping jacks here. And get my blood moving. I've been sitting for too long here. This is back and forth here. Come on, here we go. Here we go. I've got 2 hours and 13 minutes left. I can do this. Next, the war on cars.
We may be witnessing the death of America's car culture.
Okay. That is quite a claim there. In 2017, too. This is a very bold claim. I'm curious how they're going to defend. Look at this. This video has 12,000 likes and 12,000 dislikes. Wow. Okay.
And it's not dying of old age. People are still buying lots of cars.
Yeah.
But there's been a concerted push by government bureaucrats and environmentalists to transform car ownership from a source of pride to a source of guilt.
That is something I've never seen evidence for, but I'm curious. You've caught my curiosity.
Ever since Henry Ford built the Model T, cars have been central to the American experience.
Well, I mean, he's a big reason why the middle class was able to afford cars, for sure. They existed before him. But yeah, like you got to give him credit for making them more affordable.
That's because cars are more than just another way to get from point A to point B. They allow us to go wherever we want, whenever we want.
You know what else allows us to go wherever we want, whenever we want? Our legs. We can walk anywhere we want. A bike also does the same thing. And in fact, a lot of trains and buses can do that. Even planes can get us pretty far. Sorry, I'm just being a little facetious here. KR, thank you. Can you say communism is a characteristic in a characteristic Nixon way? Communism? I don't know. I don't know what you meant there, KR. I'm sorry.
With whomever we want. Think about it. With trains, planes, and buses, the routes are planned and the schedule is timed.
Okay.
Only cars allow you to be spontaneous. When you get behind the wheel,
that's why I like driving so much. That's why I love road trips. Although I've taken a train from from Lawrence to Chicago and back. I also enjoy that experience. I like not having to worry about driving, honestly. So there's benefits to both.
You are in control. You are free. The very reason people...
But also, driving cars is significantly more dangerous than being in a train or a plane. So...
love cars, personal freedom, is also why regulators can't stand them. Government at all levels.
I mean, so this seems to be a video that we're going to attack government regulations. And this is just kind of a way to kind of cloak that real intention here. Like, really, government sucks and their regulations suck. So, I don't know. This seems like a stretch here with this, but...
craves control. And when it comes to your car...
I mean, this sounds like me when I was like maybe 18 years old.
Government at all levels craves control.
I would say human beings crave control, and government is made up of human beings. So I get that. A lot of times, though, when we talk about laws or ways to enforce laws, I think a lot of those laws are put into place to prevent people from seeking control or power. So they mean well. It's not like a regulation is there to give control to somebody. It's there to prevent somebody else from controlling you. So we need to think of it in terms of like that as well.
And when it comes to your car, they want you off the road. So do the environmentalists with whom they have made common cause.
This is quite a stretch here.
This antagonism toward America's car culture can be traced back to the 1970s. In response to the Arab oil embargo in the early part of that decade, Congress passed the National Fuel Economy Standards for cars and light trucks. These standards, known as CAFE, short for Corporate Average Fuel Economy, forced automakers to increase fuel efficiency.
Well, okay. The reason mostly was we're trying to cut back on fuel emissions. And so a lot of these regulations were put into place to, sorry, this is a salty snack, Gardettos. They were put in place for environmental reasons. And when we talk about regulations generally, a lot of times it's like public interest is in mind. Like we're not there. These regulations are not in place to enrich or empower, but to protect. The purpose of government is to protect. And so if you're going to force a private company to do something, the idea is that it's in the public interest, that we're breathing in cleaner air, that maybe there's less emissions that would create, the climate to change or whatever. Or, I don't know, like, which, the 70s mostly was about clean air. Like that's why the aforementioned Nixon signing the Clean Air Act was put into place. And the more fuel that you use, the more bad air that's out there. So it's,
Rather than let the free market decide what kind of cars customers wanted to buy, the government...
So it's just a free market video. I mean, we all know that in order to sometimes have a free market, well, not all of us know this, but a lot of us know if you want a truly free market, you want to empower the consumer. Instead of... A lot of times it's not like a perfect balance between consumer and producer. The producers have too much power. So if you want the market to be more free, then you pass laws and regulations. And this is the whole idea for so many regulations throughout history, is like you want the consumer to be empowered. If there's a monopoly, for example, then they lose leverage and they don't get to as much. I mean, like, what are you going to do? Go to a competitor? There's no competitor. And so especially industries where there's just a few dominant forces where people don't have much choice. I think a lot of people misconstrue that. Like they think that automatically if there's a new regulation that it's hurting our freedom, when a lot of times regulation is there to increase freedom for us.
Decided to do the dictating. Their regulations have cost car companies and consumers many billions of dollars. But in the last decade or so, the government's heavy hand has come down harder than ever. Beginning in 2009, the Obama administration sought to dramatically increase CAFE requirements. These Obama-era standards make cars more expensive, around $4,000.
I mean, yeah, that's the point. Also, you could bring up the example of the light bulbs. You know, like the regulations and requirements for LED lights versus the old style lights that don't last as long. So I mean, this isn't something like that's you know, crazy. It's you see it for many things throughout history. It's
dollars per new vehicle, according to economists Salim Firth and David Kreutzer. This prices millions of middle-class families out of the new car market. The regulations also encourage the production of smaller, lighter cars that are generally less safe than larger, heavier ones. The laws of physics are tough to argue with.
Is there evidence to back that claim up? I don't think there's any evidence to say that these cars were less safe. I'm going to go the evidence on this one. Let me open up in a new window. Let's see here. For complete script and sources. Oh, it's not listed. It looks like that got deleted. So they don't have sources listed for this one. No sources for this video.
To make matters worse, the new CAFE standards push automakers to produce more electric cars. A lose-lose for consumers and, ironically, the environment as well. Consumers lose because, according to a study from the consulting firm Arthur D. Little, electric vehicles cost significantly more to operate over their lifetime than comparable gasoline-powered.
Oh, look at that. There's a PDF there. I don't know if I want to type that full thing in right now, but like, I think that's a reasonable assumption that electric vehicles cost more to operate. Of course. Now, this was from 2017, so I know the cost of batteries have gone down, and it continues to go down, and the cost of charging continues to go down. So, I mean, I think that she's kind of missing the point, though, that some things we justify making more expensive if they're harmful for all of us, like if they're harmful for the environment. Or so I don't know if, like, I mean, it's the same thing with, well, what, you know, the Meat Inspection Act. When Teddy Roosevelt signed that, he probably did know that, yeah, this is going to cause meat to possibly become more expensive. But at the same time, like, you could say, well, if more and more people realize that their meat is safe, then maybe this will actually end up increasing the demand. And then if the demand goes up enough, then costs will go down eventually anyway. So, like, it's not a clear-cut argument there. Waffle Dog, thoughts on Alex Jones? I used to watch him and listen to him for entertainment purposes back in the day, but I haven't really kept up with him in recent years, to be honest. So,
cars around $20,000 more, and the environment loses because electric.
I'm not going to check that source now, but that seems a little high to me. But
cars around $20,000.
Yeah. Okay. Let me look into this here. Okay, adlittle.com. I wish there was a link to this. File. Am I going to type this whole thing in? Let's look at the name of this thing here. Really? What the heck? Is that really a downloads? Is this their link to their local hard drive? Okay. Let me just look up Arthur Little. Electric vehicles more expensive. Well, the first thing that shows up when I search it is challenging article, Little study on electric car emissions. So there you go. Oh, I found it though. Okay. So here is the, I'm going to go ahead and share the screen here with the. This is the study that they apparently are referencing. So it says here, based on our study, the ultimate environmental and economic reality of electric vehicles is far more complicated than their promise. Okay. It does acknowledge that the prices of lithium-ion battery packs declining from $1,126 in 2010 to just $300 in 2015. So yeah, it's even acknowledging how batteries are getting cheaper. Okay, let me zoom in so you can all see this. The multifaceted results. Let me make this bigger. So, with respect to environmental analysis and results, ADL determined that direct collateral impact to human life defined by human toxicity potential as secondary environmental impact is an important consideration to be balanced against greenhouse gas emissions. The total cost of ownership over a 20-year vehicle lifetime is that. What's BEF? BEF. Oh, that's a electric vehicle. Oh my gosh. What is this not the right thing? This is literally saying that it's cheaper. It's cheaper to have an electric vehicle, 44% cost advantage. Wait. BEV. Okay, what's BEV? A sample BEV model. Am I mixing this up here? Oh, no. Okay, I'm mixing it up. ICE, what's IC? Oh, internal. Okay. That's what they're saying. So, this is the electric vehicle. They're saying 68,492 versus 47,000 for, that's the traditional internal combustion engine. So 4% cheaper. That's excluding government subsidies. So if you get government subsidies, that they might make up for the difference for that. This is based on 2015, so this is 6 years old. So it's probably gotten better since then. Okay, yeah. So this is where they got the information. I'll give them that. I'm glad I looked this up though. The technology does get better, continue to get better for the electric vehicles and cheaper, and so we can't discount that entirely. But I'm glad there's evidence to back up what she's saying. So good job with that. I wish it was easier to find this information, but all right. Let's go back to my glasses are crooked now. Wait. Hold on. Share. Back to the video. Okay.
More. And the environment loses because electric vehicles produce 3 times as much toxic pollution as gas-powered ones when you factor in the mining of rare earth minerals that electric car batteries require.
Okay, that's another bold claim there. I've also heard the argument that, well, they use so much electricity that comes from coal power or gas power, so it defeats the purpose. That's a more compelling argument to me. But I think that this point here can be countered with, they are finding new technologies in terms of there's the new type of battery that's probably going to take the place of lithium ion. What's it called? A replacement alternative. What do they call it? It's I forgot. I was just watching a video on this the other day. Can someone in the comment say, yeah, lithium ion batteries are going to be replaced by, is it solid state batteries? Is that what they're called? Solid state battery? Yeah, solid state battery. And Toyota is actually leading the charge with this. All of their electric vehicles will have solid state batteries. So I think that might solve this issue. But they do have good points here. I mean, about I just think it's a, you know, and they're kind of the naysayers, which is can be annoying. But what they're saying is true.
And this doesn't include the environmental consequences involved in ultimately disposing of these batteries.
Yeah,
adding
that's a problem.
insult to injury, a typical.
There's that guy he used to work for Tesla that has started a company to recycle these batteries to prevent that problem. But
electric car gets fewer than 100 miles per charge and can take 4 to 8 hours to fully charge the battery.
Okay, this is clearly outdated. Electric cars these days, yeah, okay. So most new electric vehicles are at least 250 miles per charge. In fact, many of them upwards to 350 miles per charge, which is incredible. That's like more than a full tank of gas for most cars out there with internal combustible engines. Now, 4 to 8 hours of fully charged. I think the supercharger stations are much quicker than that now. It's the technology has gotten a lot better since this video came out just 4 years ago. So I think that's
so much for the freedom of the open road. Maybe that explains why consumers have shown scant interest in these cars, despite hefty government subsidies and.
Well, that's this video has aged poorly in that term, and I mean because the demand for electric cars has skyrocketed since then. So.
Privileges. Still, the regulators, bureaucrats, and environmentalists persist. Urban planners are adding bike lanes, reducing parking spots, and pouring billions into more public transportation, all to get people out of their cars.
No, I think that it's not that they want people out of the cars because they hate cars. I think they hate the pollution that the cars bring. So that's misleading. Shout out to Gintel G. Thanks for the super chat. Said props for looking up this incredibly inconvenient source. LOL. Yeah.
First. Former Boston Mayor Tom Menino once declared, "The car is no longer king," before banning all cars in a popular downtown shopping district. Arlington, Virginia, a suburb of DC, actually encourages people to adopt a car-free diet and live in one of the county's urban villages.
I mean, so what? Who cares? Like, they're not forcing people to not drive cars, though. It's like they're encouraging behavior. They're not forcing people to. I mean, it's.
Seattle, meanwhile, plans to aggressively discourage driving by limiting parking spots, even though cars are an unavoidable part of work and life for most people. I
would say that most cities already do this because this is one way they get revenue is parking tickets and then just charging for parking downtown. So like this is nothing new.
To the Seattle Times. Time will tell if these regulations and strategies will work. Americans are explorers. We value our independence, and we've never been.
I think some of us are explorers and some of us value our independence. That's
good at staying put or being told where to go and at what time.
I do think that she's right on that. As far as the overall American culture, we don't like to be told what to do generally. It explains a lot about the last year and a half with mask mandates and vaccination mandates and stuff like this. Like compared to many countries around the world, certainly there's no doubt that American culture is more individualist and individualistic. And I think that is largely because you look at, the immigrants who have come here over the years, and just the fact that we've had space, we've had lots of freedom to kind of self-govern over the years as well. They haven't had that in a lot of other countries.
Maybe that's why, despite the government's best laid plans, sales of trucks and SUVs are breaking records as low gasoline prices inspire people to drive more and buy bigger vehicles. Why shouldn't they? Personal car ownership is part of America's fabric. It brings people together and makes this big country of ours seem a little smaller. and more free.
I mean, I would argue that cars can sometimes isolate us. Think about road rage. I mean, if you're walking around or biking around, you're less likely to have road rage, right? A lot of what fuels road rage, pun not intended, is the fact that we don't see each other. We just see the car. And so we automatically get angry. We don't think about the person in the car. And so I do think that her argument that cars connect us is a little weird, considering that they can be same thing with living in an apartment complex versus living in a house. A lot of people live in houses, they don't even know their neighbors. You know, they pull into the garage, they don't even say hi to their neighbors. So apartments, you're kind of forced to get to know your neighbors. So
America's car culture isn't dead yet. So as long as Americans still want to live in the land of the free, America's car culture will never die. I'm Lauren Fix for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video.
Who are you, Lauren Fix?
People are, but there's been
Who are you? Oh, the car coach. Okay. I guess this is just something that, it seems like she's really worried about the car culture dying. I just don't see that happening. I don't. We love our cars, and even with electric cars, I mean, as we've seen with Tesla, like they're pretty impressive cars. They're more impressive, frankly, than a lot of non-electric cars to me. So I think that's and a lot of car enthusiasts are just as excited about them as they are with. I mean, there's a whole movement I follow online. Actually, I do follow a lot of electric car YouTube channels, and you'd be amazed with how passionate some of these folks are about electric cars. So I think that it's a little bit of a a fear that over something that really isn't that big of a deal. Okay, so this accuracy. I'm going to say this video was highly accurate as far as its cherry pick data that it chose to focus on. So I'm going to give it an 8 for accuracy. Bias, I'm going to give it a 1, extremely biased. And generally, I'll just say I'll give it a 4 because its bias is a little bit too much for me. It's like sometimes it's just so overwhelmingly biased. You're just like, man, I at least want to know something about what the other perspectives are, but I get it. You got 5 minutes in the video. All right. So next up on the list, we had, let me see if the top comment is on this, by the way. Oh, someone thought it was like The Onion. This has to be one of the dumbest videos I've ever seen heard. Car ownership brings people together. Is the biggest load of beep I've ever heard. It literally segregates everyone into small little metal boxes where they don't interact or engage with anyone else. That's what I said. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to why girls become boys. Oh boy, I did not think I'd be doing this one today. This one is, if I remember correctly, suggested by my regular viewer and Twitter person I interact with on Twitter, Rachel. She's, I think, identifies as she. Fantastic. Why girls become boys? Out of context, Mr. Beat. Why girls become boys? This one has a lot of dislikes as well. Fairly new, came out earlier this year, so it means we probably have some sources. So that's good. A lot of people, hot girls chat. Oh my gosh, what happened here? Oh my gosh, where did I start? Okay. I know nothing about this video. I've never heard of it. Let's begin. Are we good here? Checking the chat. Okay. Why girls become boys. This should be interesting.
If you know any middle or high school girls today, or if you are one yourself,
I'm not.
It would not be surprising if you know someone who identifies as transgender.
I do. I've had students that were identified as transgender. Most of them, when I first met them, weren't that way, but then they came out as transgender later. Derek Behrens, we got bots in the chat, Mr. Beat. Okay. Can I make you Derek, can I make you a moderator here? Will that help? Who would like to be a moderator? I'm going to make Osbers Gaming a moderator if I can. Oh, I can't on my mobile. Dang it. Let me try going to. Here we go. I'm going to make people moderators to handle this stuff. Oh, what a mess. I don't have enough moderators, apparently. Oh, okay. I'm adding Osbers too, okay? Okay. Back to the video.
The latest statistics indicate that 2% of American high school students now identify as transgender.
So that is pretty high. I would assume it was more like 1%, but I think PragerU is I'm going to predict they're going to make the assumption that this is alarmingly high.
And the overwhelming majority of them are teenage girls.
Yeah,
Between 2016 and 2017 alone, the number of females seeking gender surgery in America quadrupled. But if you graduated high school over a decade ago, it was unlikely that you knew anyone who was transgender because, according to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the condition underlying it afflicted roughly 1 in 10,000 people.
What the heck? What is this? The Diagnostic and
Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders.
Okay, well, let's look this up. Diagnostic. Never heard of this. And Statistical Manual. Of Mental Disorders. It's the so it calls it a mental disorder if you thought that you should be a girl and you're a boy, or a girl if you thought you should be a boy and you're a girl. Is that like how it used to be, like a mental disorder, like where if you thought like if you were gay, like they called that a mental disorder? That used to be the case. Okay. That seems a little. I mean, here's the thing. Like, we know more about transgenderism today than we've ever known before. And as I mentioned earlier in this live stream, gender is a social construct. It's different than sex, biological sex. There is a thing known as gender identity, and when more people are aware of it, of course, they're going to identify with it. So I think that what this video is probably going to try to do is like say, hey, they wouldn't want to be a boy if they never knew about this whole transgender thing, right? Put these liberal schools and teachers and parents putting these ideas in these poor girls' head. Ron Dietz, thank you. DSMs evolve and change over time. Need addition. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I don't know what the edition is that she's referring to, but so I'm assuming this is an older edition where they called it a mental disorder. It's an interesting attack there.
The condition underlying it afflicted roughly 1 in 10,000 people, or 0.01% of the population. Almost none of these cases were teenage girls. In fact, before 2012, there was no scientific or medical literature discussing adolescent girls who wanted to transition to the opposite sex.
Yeah, it's because it probably wasn't something that happened. Like I said just a little while ago, this is this whole discussion of being transgender. This is a new thing. Like this was not something that was common knowledge until recent years, and so of course it wouldn't be this. Yeah, this is no surprise.
That doesn't mean that we didn't know about transgender individuals.
No, most people didn't. No. Is she going to try to say it's mainstream before the last few years. Like it wasn't. Like if it was like it was something that people maybe whispered about, like I mean, but I think maybe she's conflating it with like I don't know, like just cross-dressing maybe. I don't know, like this is not something that was in common conversations until very recently. Trust me. This is a new
Gender
thing.
dysphoria, the severe discomfort in one's biological sex, has been studied for nearly 100 years. It almost
Gender dysphoria has been studied for 100 years. Okay, but that's studied on universities. Like, this is something that is not something you heard in the mainstream. Most people didn't talk about gender dysphoria until very recently. Okay, so yeah, I think, but she's probably trying to paint this as a mental illness.
always involved boys who began feeling it between the ages of 2 and 4 and were strong and persistent in their assertions to everyone around them that they were really girls. When a phenomenon that affects one half of a population, boys, suddenly begins affecting the other half, girls, and when its age of onset shifts from preschool to adolescence, something significant is happening. In 2016, Brown University public health researcher Lisa Littman began studying the sudden spike in trans identification of teenage girls. She concluded that peer influence and social media influence had a lot to do with this trans teen phenomenon. After all, based on parent reports, none of these girls had exhibited symptoms of gender dysphoria at the age that it typically first presents, early childhood. YouTube, Reddit, Tumblr, TikTok, and Instagram all host popular social media influencers, today's version of Hollywood stars, who insist that if you feel uncomfortable in your body, you're probably trans. Many promise that if you start a course of testosterone, all of your problems will go away.
Did they? Really? I mean, I think I understand like the angle of, when you're a teenager, you're trying to find your identity, and you might find this as a way to like get positive attention maybe when you're not getting it otherwise. I get that argument, but she's trying to make it seem here that, I don't know, like this is something that was pushed, by like it's a top-down thing by these social media companies. That's just how people communicate these days, the social media. I mean, the ideas spread in different ways, and these ideas have become mainstream. So yeah, I'm curious what direction she's going to take this.
There's every reason to believe that these girls are experiencing real psychological pain. Rates of anxiety, depression, and instances of self-harm are all at record levels for this generation. A quick fix becomes very tempting. So it doesn't take much, a YouTube video, a friend's suggestion, to get a troubled girl to buy into the fantasy that gender transition is the answer. Unfortunately for these girls who do not have typical gender dysphoria, gender transition rarely offers relief. And it's a catastrophic mistake for psychologists, educators, and the medical establishment to rush these teens towards a solution that will almost certainly harm rather than heal. Because here's what's not in dispute. Unnecessary medical gender transition causes irreversible damage, high risk of infertility, sexual dysfunction, and the creation of a permanent medical patient. Tragically, we've made it far too easy for kids to take this path, long before they're ready psychologically or emotionally to make such a life-altering decision. Testosterone is easily obtained by today's teens. In Oregon, a 15-year-old can walk into a gender...
I mean, steroids too. It's been easy to get steroids. Fairly easy for several decades. So, I mean, we've had these hormone changing abilities.
Clinic. Yes, there are now gender clinics all over the country, and walk out the same day with a prescription for...
Gender clinic? What's that? Gender clinic? Never heard of this. Sorry, me being a Kansas boy. Interesting. Well, I think this is kind of more rare than she's making it seem to be. But generally, I think I don't know if this is something where she's talking about teenagers here. I think generally when we see, operations and hormone treatment, I think we're seeing that with full-grown adults. I think it's mostly if you're worried about kids. I mean, I understand the concern when you're not fully developed to have these thoughts and want to make permanent change. I think most people would be concerned about that, but
testosterone without her parents' permission.
How old was she?
16-year-old girls have been able to undergo double mastectomies, the removal of both breasts, without even a therapist's note.
Is this true? Okay. What's the source on this? I'm going to go to the sources here. Oh, there's a quiz for this one. Okay. So doesn't appear to be a source for that claim. The closest thing I think they have to it is, okay, let me see here. I'm going to share the screen with this. This is one of the sources they shared here. It's from the Oregon Health Authority. Although minors age 14 and older can access outpatient mental health and chemical dependency services independently, parents are expected to be involved in their treatment at some point. This is interesting. I honestly don't know much about this. This is stuff that, to me, I don't feel like I'm very comfortable looking into a lot of, because I just need to learn more about it. I don't feel like I have strong opinions on this stuff yet. I'm going to go back to because I mean, it's like, yeah, some of the stuff on the surface definitely seems like, whoa, I think parents should be more involved. If they're 14 years old, 15, 16, 17, maybe they should be more involved. But maybe in the comments, somebody can, yeah. Oh, sorry. Let me get you back to the video. I'm getting slower doing this. You can tell I've been doing this for a while because I'm like, ugh. Okay, why girls become boys.
Predictably, hasty gender transition, remember we're talking about teenagers here, is now leading to a lot of regret. New testimonials appear on YouTube almost every week from teens who acknowledge that they made a terrible mistake and warn others not to make the same one. So how do you protect your daughter from being drawn into this dangerous and growing trend? First, limit their exposure to social media as much as you can. Several academic studies have already linked the alarming rates of anxiety and depression to young girls' punishing experience on social media.
I do think in general that there's been lots of evidence that social media causes anxiety and depression among particularly younger teens and particularly female. We've seen that. There's lots of evidence to back that up. That's why I'm not having my own daughters on social media until at least they're in high school, at least. I know I'm a controlling dad, but I just
a place that often makes them feel sad, unattractive, and alone.
It's true.
Second, oppose the teaching of gender ideology in your kid's school.
Is that really
in
happening?
California, gender identity education begins in kindergarten and proceeds through high school.
This is similar to the other video.
The theme is that kids' gender identity is totally independent of their physical sex and something that only they can know. Schools can and should insist that every child be treated respectfully without sowing gender confusion in an entire student population. Third, and most importantly, remember that a teenager is still just a teenager. You don't have to agree with every identity proclamation your daughter comes up with. Knowledge of her identity will develop over time. Until then, being the adult in the relationship is the most loving thing you can do. I'm Abigail Schreier, author of Irreversible Damage.
I think she was on Joe Rogan once. I think I remember this lady. So that last thing she said was not controversial at all. I'm curious, like it has a lot of dislikes. I'm sure the transgender community has been attacking this video. I don't know enough about this, and frankly, I don't think I should be really watching it for this live stream because it's not even really a history video. It's delving into something really brand new, and so I'm not even going to rank it. I'm going to move on to the next video here. So, is fascism right or left? That's the next one. Don't think I've seen this video before. Oh, I have. Is this the one with the? Oh, yeah. I have seen this video, but a long time ago. This video is almost 4 years old. Because I disliked it. It's related. There's another fascism video that I do reference in my Fascism Explained video that's pretty cringy. This is Dinesh D'Souza, so I imagine it's going to be probably pretty cringy as well. But let's just go ahead and check it out again. I don't remember it that well, to be honest.
He is a fascist.
Yes, I am.
For decades, this has been a favorite smear of the left aimed at those on the right.
We finally hear it. Okay. The left. Ben Shapiro says that a lot. What does that even mean? The left. It can mean many different things. And so when you're just saying the left as like this boogeyman to attack, it's just not doing it for me. It's not like it's kind of meaningless again. So I wish I knew what you were talking about exactly more so we could have a better conversation or.
Right. Every Republican left aimed at those on the right.
Uh-oh. Sorry. Okay.
Every Republican president, for that matter, virtually every Republican since the 1970s has been called a fascist, now more than ever. This label is based on the idea that fascism is a phenomenon of the political right. The left says it is, and some self-styled white supremacists and neo-Nazis embrace the label. But are they correct? To answer this question, we have to ask what fascism really means.
So I already made a video about a lot of these points. Fascism, you could tie it to the left and right, essentially. Long story short, originally, the original fascists, like in Italy, now it does go beyond Italy, of course, but a lot of the first fascists that were politically active and brought Mussolini to power were, I guess, right-leaning, and I guess that's where that's rooted, like why it's associated with that. But the word is just like communism or socialism or even capitalism. It's been misused so much that it's become meaningless. And so I don't even know if I want to watch this video because I kind of already addressed all these points in my fascism video. And so I feel like I'm going to be repeating myself.
What is its underlying ideology?
Let's see what he says.
Where does it even come from? These are not easy questions to answer. We know the name of the philosopher of capitalism, Adam Smith. We know the name of the philosopher of Marxism, Karl Marx. But who's the philosopher of fascism? Yes, exactly. You don't know. Don't feel bad. Almost no one knows. This is not because he doesn't exist, but because historians, most of whom are on the political left, had to erase him from history in order to avoid confronting fascism's actual beliefs. So let me introduce him to you. His name is Giovanni Gentile.
Yeah.
Born in 1875.
I mentioned him in.
He was one of the.
I mentioned him in my video as well. Like he's not the only one. I think he's often considered, like I guess, the biggest promoter of fascism. And remember the whole idea of. Well, let me first see what he has to say. I might react.
1875. He was one of the world's most influential philosophers in the first half of the 20th century. Gentile believed that there were two diametrically opposed types of democracy. One is liberal democracy, such as that of the United States, which Gentile dismisses as individualistic, too centered on liberty and personal rights, and therefore selfish. The other...
but this is ultimately what I think is more in line with with the United States. So anyway,
the one Gentile recommends is true democracy, in which individuals willingly subordinate themselves to the state.
Yeah.
Like his philosophical
did he
mentor,
word it that way?
Karl.
True I don't never heard him word it that way, and I guess I've never read the original writings of Gentile. So, but that's an interesting way of putting it.
Marx. Gentile wanted to create a community that resembles the family, a community where we are all in this together. It's easy to see the attraction of this idea. Indeed, it remains a common rhetorical theme of the left. For example, at the 1984 convention of the Democratic Party, the governor of New York, Mario Cuomo, likened America to an extended family, where, through the government, people all take care of each other.
All right, so
nothing's changed.
It appears to be that the goal now of this video is to say, well, the real fascists are the people on the left or the Democrats. So I get it. You know, you could make arguments about anybody being a fascist based on what he's saying. I think overall, I think that it's I mean, fascism, first of all, like how I define it, just simply for like my high school students, is essentially it's conform or else. A lot of times in order for fascism to actually be established, you have to have authoritarianism. They kind of go hand in hand. You're not going to get to fascism without authoritarianism. And so, you know, when he's talking about this way of like, this is the democracy, like, I mean, I think the real enemy that we all should be agreeing on is authoritarianism, is autocratic regimes that don't give anybody rights. And it's funny that like so much of this debate is just like, oh, you're debating something that's really just they're all just distractions here. We all agree that we're against authoritarianism, right? Can't we all just agree on that?
30 years later, a slogan of the 2012 Democratic Party convention was, "The government is the only thing we all belong to." They might as well have been quoting Gentile. Now, remember, Gentile was a man of...
We belong to the government. I think what they really are saying, we are the government. That's really what they're saying. We belong to the government. That sounds kind of ridiculous.
The left. He was a committed socialist.
Oh, yeah. So, there we go. Yeah. So he's probably also going to bring up the fact that the Nazis identified as socialists as well, right?
For Gentile, fascism is a form of socialism. Indeed, its most workable form. While the socialism of Marx mobilizes people on the basis of class, fascism mobilizes people...
I did include that part in my fascism video. That's the part I included. I forgot. So I was mixing up my nationalism video with my fascism video. But yes, I did mention that. I think I'm not going to watch the rest of this video because you can see the rest of my analysis of these criticisms here, or these kind of reinterpretations of history in my fascism video. So I'm just going to move on to the next one, which is one I never even heard of. Because I want to make sure we have time to get as much as possible here. We're running out of time, believe it or not. Okay, so this is interesting. This is a children's video. It's actually geared towards children. Leo and Layla. Apparently, this is a series. I had never heard of this. So they have one for Frederick Douglass. History Adventures. Okay, this only came out 3 months ago. So they're aiming for the younger demographic on this one. This should be interesting. This is about Reagan here. Oh, a little bit longer.
Hey, Leo. Hey, Layla. Why are you pulling down our neighbor's fence?
Today, this is not a fence.
Oh, yeah? Then what is it?
It's the Berlin Wall, and I'm Ronald Reagan, our 40th president.
And I guess that means you're here to tear down the Berlin Wall?
You got it.
Mr.
I'm going to set the East Berliners free.
Tear down
Leo, I'm pretty sure that our neighbors aren't from East Berlin.
All right, so this is kind of a reference to the... oh, wow, look at the dislike ratio on this one. Ooh. This is a reference to the famous speech that Ronald Reagan gave in Berlin. I believe it was 1987. Let me look at the exact date. Yeah, June 12th, 1987, the Tear Down This Wall speech, also known as the Berlin Wall speech, where he was essentially calling for, like a reunification of Berlin and Germany. But really, it's a pretty iconic speech. It's a good speech, but I think they're trying to already paint him as the guy who was the catalyst, the reason why Berlin reunited. Like the wall coming down wouldn't have happened if it weren't for the great Ronald Reagan. So I'm assuming this is going to be like similar to that Nixon video. It's going to be like and the Alexander Hamilton video, a glorification of Reagan, I imagine.
Well, they are today.
Whatever you say, Leo.
Did you know that Ronald Reagan was one of our most popular presidents?
Of course I knew that.
Yeah, he still is. In fact, historians still rank him in the top 10 of presidents.
And did you know he was California's governor before he was president?
I knew
that.
Yes.
Duh. Did you know that he started out as an actor?
Yes, I did.
He starred in over 50 movies.
Yes.
Yeah, and he wasn't just an actor either. He was in the military during World War II.
You know what? He was actually great at a lot of...
He was in the military during World War II. Let me look up his military service in World War II. I don't know much about it, honestly. Yeah, okay. So because he had poor eyesight, he had limited service. So, and that was in 1942. So it looks like he stayed in the United States. He never went overseas. Looks like he led a war loan drive in New York City, though. Yeah, I never knew much about his World War II. I think they're trying to paint it as if though he actually fought in Iwo Jima, though, is what they're trying to paint it as.
stuff. He played college football.
He was also on the swim team.
He ran track, too.
Plus, he was student body president.
And he was totally handsome.
Ew. Gross.
What the heck, Leo?
Boy, I sure wish I could have met Ronald Reagan.
This is a pretty cringy video. I'm sorry. I know it's meant for kids, but I'm just like, yeah.
Well, why can't you?
Because he passed away in 2004 when he was 93 years old. I wasn't even born yet, and now I'll never get to meet him.
Geez, Leo, don't be so dramatic. We can just use my new time travel app to go meet him.
Ooh,
really?
I want one of those.
Awesome.
You just tap here, and away we go. But let me get the settings right before you do that.
Ronald Reagan, here I come.
Oh, no!
We got to get one of those time travel apps.
Wow, is this what West Berlin looks like? Layla, look at that wall. It's huge. Hey, wait. Where's Layla?
What the heck? Where am I?
You're at the Reagan Ranch.
Thanks, Leo. I better go find him.
I can't believe I actually went back in time. Maybe I'll really get to meet Ronald Reagan.
Did someone say my name?
Wow, you're really President Reagan. Nice to meet you. I'm Leo, and I came here from the future. What are you doing here?
Nice to meet you, Leo. I'm here in Berlin to stop the communists and end the Cold War.
Oh, man. All this talk about communism.
Yeah, that's I'm here in Berlin to stop the communists and end the Cold War. I mean, that's a big part of his legacy, right? Is he does get a lot of credit for ending the Cold War, and he does deservedly should get a lot of credit for helping end the Cold War for sure. But I think we forget the details of how that came to be. A lot of times we do remember him for this speech, but there was so much more that happened before that. Also, we forget the early years of the Reagan presidency where he was talking a lot of trash and a bit more controversial with his foreign policy. So
Communist is making me hungry.
Well, Leo, communism makes everyone hungry. People living under communism are often poor and don't have enough money for food.
Yeah, I mean, the Soviet Union, of course, there was lots of evidence that people were struggling. You did have long lines of people waiting for food. I mean, you see that in the United States too, in capitalist societies too, but I digress. Now, when we say communism, it's with the capital C. That was their specific type of government. As an economic system, it's more accurate to say command economy, which, we did see that it had lots of problems. And but in terms of communism with a capital C, a lot of times we're talking about the the actual government of the Soviet Union or maybe China during the Cold War.
That's why we have to stop it.
I guess you're right, but can we have a snack first? I brought jelly beans.
Leo, thank you. That's my favorite snack.
He always had jelly beans on the desk of in the White House, famously.
It's too bad Layla isn't here to have some too. Hey, Mr. Reagan, can I ask you some questions?
Of course you can, Leo.
Why did they build the Berlin Wall in Germany?
That's a good question. We're in West Berlin, which is the free side of Germany. On the other side of the wall is East Berlin, which is occupied by the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union,
I mean, it wasn't the Soviet Union that occupied it. I mean, it was the Soviet Union heavily influenced it, yes. But specifically, if you're going to talk about, I mean, sure, they're pulling the strings, the Soviet Union, but there was a local government that actually was running things. But yeah, I get for the sake of the video, okay, we'll give them that.
Communist, built this wall during the Cold War to keep people locked in East Berlin and stop them from going to freedom in West Berlin.
We sure are lucky to be on this side.
You're right about that, Leo.
Why is it called the Cold War anyway? It doesn't seem that cold.
It's not because of cold weather. It's called the Cold War because we were able to end the war without using any weapons.
A war with no shoot.
Well, you were able to fight the war without using weapons directly against the Soviet Union. Lots of proxy wars. So, kid, you'll learn when you're older what a proxy war is. But a proxy war is basically fighting wars indirectly with the Soviet Union, aiding countries that are fighting communism in places like, say, Korea or Vietnam, or overthrowing dictators that are communism, like have communist governments. That type of stuff. So there was still some fighting going on, just not directly with the Soviet Union. Also, to back up what he was saying before that, West Berlin was, a much more desirable place to be in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Much more prosperous economically and free overall. So it's not like, this is too much of an exaggeration here, or too much of an oversimplification. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
Shooting our bombs? How did you do that?
Well, everyone was afraid that the United States and the Soviet Union were going to shoot nuclear bombs at each other. But thankfully, that never happened.
A nuclear bomb would have been terrible. That's the biggest kind of bomb there is.
You're absolutely right, Leo. That's why we signed the INF.
Oh, I see. Wait, what's the INF?
The INF stands for Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Both our countries agreed to sign the treaty so we didn't have to use our bombs.
Is that all it took to end the Cold War?
Well, no, Leo. We also used our economy to win.
Economy? Isn't that money stuff? It sounds really complicated.
I do have a video about how the Cold War ended. It's a very complicated question to answer, and you can't just say because of our economy. It's more complicated than that. There are many reasons. I think, the economy overall was a big factor ultimately, because, that's what the thing that people care about the most is being able to feed their families, pay the bills, stuff like that. Yeah. But there was a lot of things that kind of led to the downfall of the Soviet Union among, it was mostly them shooting themselves in the foot. Afghanistan, getting involved with a war in Afghanistan. That sounds familiar. Their restrictions on freedoms within their borders, especially when it came to like telling people what they could actually consume as consumers. So that's related to economics. Yeah. But there's a bunch of reasons. And I think the main thing that Soviet Union started to find by the 1980s is like, it was running out of money. It wasn't able to keep doing what it had been doing in previous decades. So that's ultimately why there were reforms that were made first, not because of Ronald Reagan, but because of within the country, there were reforms that were made. Gorbachev kind of leading the way in the 80s.
Complicated.
It's really very simple, Leo. We used a program called Reaganomics to make our economy strong. We cut taxes so that the government took less of people's hard-earned money away from them, and that led to more people getting jobs.
Okay. Wait,
I don't want a
So
job.
that's what ended the Cold War here. Let's see. I'm just trying to connect the dots here. What?
We also used our economy to win.
Economy? Isn't that money stuff? That sounds really complicated.
We used it to win.
It's really very simple, Leo. We used a program called Reaganomics to make our economy strong. We cut taxes so that the government took less of people's hard-earned money away from them, and that led to more people getting jobs.
Ugh, I don't want to.
Okay. I think so. Reaganomics, in case you don't know what Reaganomics is, Reagan himself in this video kind of explains it, but it's basically supply side economics. His version of it. A lot of opponents or critics of it call it trickle down economics, but essentially the idea is like reducing taxes, especially at the top, leads to more benefits to an economy, like less regulations, less taxes means more entrepreneurs can have the opportunity to build up their businesses, and then therefore theoretically pay their workers more. And if their workers are getting paid more, then they're spending their money more. And if they're spending their money more, then the companies are making more money. And then it creates this virtuous cycle. And yeah, like all you got to do is just lower taxes, especially at the top, and it will generate more revenue. Supply side economics, basically, was the goals of the Reagan administration pretty much throughout his entire presidency. It's why corporate taxes went down, income taxes went down for the wealthiest. Most economists today would say that it had mixed effects, but I would say mostly negative in terms of trying to. A lot of people say that the middle class has suffered overall since Reaganomics, and not just Reaganomics, but just neoliberalism as a whole. It's not just income inequality has gotten much worse since then. For example, you've seen deregulations continue after Reagan kind of got the ball rolling on a lot, although it kind of went back to Jimmy Carter. You also saw that, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, that wages and salaries have not really gone up in my lifetime. And that goes back when I was born, Reagan was president, and we have not seen real wages adjusted for inflation go up in my lifetime much at all. And many do blame Reaganomics for that. So for this video to propagandize that Reaganomics is it's not only a good thing, but it literally ended the Cold War and defeated the Soviet Union. That to me is pretty bad. So, Sam Rowe, do you think PragerU will have a 7-hour stream debunking your videos? No, they don't even know I exist. They never will. I'm a nobody to them, but that's okay.
Job. I hate work. My sister Layla has a job after school, but I like to play after school.
Well, Leo, when you grow up, getting a job and working hard is part of being responsible. I'm sure your sister is working hard to find you right now. Thanks to everyone working hard.
So her job is to find you. Is she getting paid for that? Is she getting paid to look for you?
The United States economy was so big that the Soviet Union couldn't keep up.
You are amazing, Mr. Reagan.
So I get what they're trying to really say here is to be fair, to concede on this point that the Soviet Union's economy was on the steady decline in the 70s into the 80s, and that's why they had to feel like they had to make reforms, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Soviet Union. So I get that argument, but you're just you're twisting it to give it all this credit to Reaganomics.
You saved everyone's lives and made them better at the same time.
Well, thank you, Leo, but the job isn't done yet. We still have one more thing to do. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Yeah, freedom for everyone.
There you are, Leo.
That's simple.
I've been looking for you everywhere. What have you been up to?
Hi, Layla. You just missed it. President Reagan and I tore down the real Berlin Wall.
Ugh, I can't believe I missed it. You need to be careful when you time travel. My phone battery is almost empty, and we need to get back before it's too late.
Okay, Layla. Let me say goodbye to Ronald Reagan first, though. Bye, Mr. President. It was nice meeting you. Thanks for beating the communists.
Goodbye, Leo, and remember this: it's never too late to fight for freedom.
Here we go, Leo.
Yay, we're back! Layla, you should have been there when Ronald Reagan told them to tear down the Berlin Wall. It was super fun.
It's okay,
Was it
Leo.
really that
I got
fun?
to do a lot of fun things in the past, too.
Like what?
Glad you asked, Leo. Well, I went to the White House and met Nancy Reagan, the First Lady, and I learned all about their program to keep kids off drugs.
Oh my gosh.
Just say no.
Just say no. That did not work. It did. The DARE program, all those programs did not work. The Just Say No program. There's no evidence that it worked. Drug use did go down though a little bit, I think, in the 80s, and there's different theories as to why that is. But it's funny that they bring that up. That's pretty interesting. They bring that up. That just because it kind of turned into a joke, for the longest time, like her Just Say No campaign. Like Zane Rosler, thanks again. Just say no. Just say no to the escalation of the war on drugs. Yes, to that.
You got that right. Plus, I went to the Supreme Court and visited one of my role models, Justice Sandra Day O'Connor.
Who was that?
She was the
female-
first woman on the Supreme Court.
Yes.
She's proof that anyone can become what they want in America. And guess who appointed her?
I have no idea.
Ronald Reagan.
I'll give you a hint. He really likes jelly beans.
Ronald Reagan did that too? Man, I'm so glad I got to meet him. Hey, Layla, do you think that I could grow up to be like Reagan?
Of course you can. When Ronald Reagan was your age, his family didn't even have plumbing or running water. But you'll have to work hard if you want to be like him.
This is true. He was born poor but didn't know it, as he famously said later.
Bet I will.
Great. Now why don't you start by fixing that fence before Mom and Dad get home?
Yeah, very cringy video. So it's interesting that PragerU, I didn't even know they were doing this, that they were now catering towards a younger audience. The comments are turned off. So this is meant for YouTube kids. And I'm sure the algorithms are suggesting it. I know that I've never have my daughters come across this when they watch YouTube Kids, but I'm curious to see if have any of your kids actually come across these videos when they, yes, 5 hours live, Angel. Thank you for still being here. Can you believe you called in sick just to do a live stream? Hey, maybe I already had the day off. So now I want to get into some more history videos. Like I feel like the Girls Become Boys video and War on Cars video were not really. Oh, as far as this video, this is pure propaganda. It's as far as ranking it. I guess it was mostly accurate on a lot of things. That the big thing about Reconomics was not accurate. So I'll say a 3 for accuracy, a 1 for bias. So remember, 10 being the best, 1 being the worst. Generally, probably a 2. That was a pretty bad video. I would never show my kids that without also showing them a video that trashed Reagan to get a better perspective, because his legacy is mixed. Okay, we can't just heavily treat him like he's like Abraham Lincoln or George Washington. There was a lot of good from the Reagan administration, but I don't think there's a lot of bad as well. And I think to give him so much credit for ending the Cold War through Reconomics is frankly, that's doing a disservice, PragerU. So I can't believe you really, I still can't believe they said that. Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom again here, and maybe in the chat, if you want to keep recommending more videos for
Name
me
this
to check
president.
out.
He created the environmental.
We've got so many. So many. 7 hours is not enough time. Wow. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom here. We got an hour left.
Okay.
Been sitting down way too long. Okay. Apparently you can. I went upstairs to go to the bathroom because the previous times I went to the bathroom you could hear me apparently. So sorry about that if you accidentally. Oh boy. I've gone through two coffees, one sandwich, one Cliff Bar, and some Gardettos. I'm still feeling pretty good. Got about an hour left of doing this. I've been doing it for the last 6 hours, and my voice is almost gone. If you just joined us, spread the word. But I've been reacting to PragerU videos. I've watched 13 of them. Went on 14. It hasn't been all debunking. I know it's a little misleading. Not all of them is debunking. A lot of it's just me. Actually, a lot of the stuff is true. I've watched some good videos. The one about Nixon was solid. The one about Hamilton was solid. The one about Ulysses Grant was solid. I'd like to show you a more just straight up history curriculum video now. Continue with those suggestions though in the chat. I'm trying to check that as well. So let me see if I can find a good candidate here. Kids shows. Look at that. Holy crap. The indoctrination begins. Oh, I forgot Candace Owens has her show on there. Political science. Let's just go down to, do they just have history? Okay, they don't. Hmm. I kind of want to avoid another profile. I've seen the Watergate one, yeah. What do we do about the homeless? I'd like to do one more about oh, there is no apolitical classroom. That's just more curriculum. Oh, the 9/11 video I saw, that was fairly uncontroversial. Who's more radical, the left or the right? Why are so many Americans in prison? Interesting. Market will set you free. I've watched that one. The myth of voter suppression. I've seen that one. Goodbye, America. Wow, there's just so many. Well, here's D-Day. Maybe I'll just do D-Day. Oh, there's the why you should be a nationalist. I have that in my nationalism and patriotism video compared. I look at that one. What was the Cold War? A Nation of Immigrants is the one that I looked at in my. I did a immigration video. Yeah, they don't have as many just straight up history videos as they used to. There's so many here. Why did America fight the Vietnam War? Let's do this one. Shut the door here. I wanted to watch this one.
The Vietnam War lasted 10 years, cost America 58,000 lives, and over $1 trillion adjusted for inflation.
This guy sounds like he's asleep, so I'm not imagining this to be that engaging. But yeah, we got some facts here. Yeah, bad stuff here.
It brought down a president, stirred social unrest, and ended in defeat. No one in hindsight believes fighting a losing war is ever worth the cost. Consequently, the Vietnam War is usually written off as a colossal strategic blunder and a humanitarian disaster.
Well, mostly. I would say that a lot of people, well, historians in particular, will say that, you can make the argument that going through these wars sometimes can make us better off in the end. So it's not that quite, it's not like you can have no positive come out of something like this.
Yet historical appraisals might have been much different had the Vietnam War followed the pattern of the Korean War, which the United States fought for almost identical reasons, the defense of freedom in Asia. The U.S.
All right. I think there is a key difference, though, in terms of comparing the Korean War and the Vietnam War. First of all, the Korean War was more like, I would say, dramatic in terms of how it escalated. It was also the United Nations on one side that was really fighting the war, and the United States was just a big part of it. And then on the other side, you had not only North Korea, but China and the Soviet Union. The Vietnam War was mostly just the United States, and kind of unilaterally, they had some aid from other countries. South Vietnam, of course, was who they were aiding, but they, a little bit of support from Australia or stuff like that. But generally, it was not NATO, the United Nations. So I think that's the first distinction. I think the Korean War, just right off the bat, is more justified from that it's a more worldwide thing that's uniting to kind of help out this nation that's been attacked, which is similar to the Persian Gulf War, by the way. The other thing is, I hope they get to this, but the Vietnam War was mostly started on lies, or really escalated on lies. The Gulf of Tonkin incident is generally what led to the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. After a couple of attacks, one that was real, one that was fake. And the one that was real wasn't even that big of a deal, but generally it's the fact that that was what caused Congress to pass the Gulf of Tonkin resolution in 1964 that dramatically escalated the Vietnam War, and then ultimately leading to 58,000 Americans dead, based on lies. And this is a war mostly fought by poor people. Most wars are fought by the poor, but many people of color, in particular, high percentage, and people in poverty. This is not a rich man's war. Rich man vote for it, poor man fight it type of deal. Korean War, you could say that to a certain extent. My grandpa fought in the Korean War. Also, remember the Korean War was right after World War II was over, and I think the circumstances were different. But ultimately, both part of the Cold War, both part of this this big fight globally against communism. Those proxy wars that I told you about earlier. It was never a hot war in terms of direct confrontation between the Soviet Union and the United States, but proxy wars like Vietnam and Korea. So anyway, I'm already thinking this video is going to be an apologist video for the Vietnam War, basically saying it was justified. We'll see where it goes.
Had military advisors in Vietnam during the 1950s, but didn't become involved in a major way until 1963. President John F. Kennedy firmly believed.
I mean, it wasn't that major until really after the Gulf of Tonkin incident. They were there, but there wasn't a lot of conflict and fighting before 1964, really before 1965.
Believed in the domino effect, the foreign policy theory that vulnerable nations without help would fall one after another.
Yeah, also Eisenhower and mostly Eisenhower had this theory as well that JFK also believed was a legitimate theory.
Like dominoes to external communist aggression. Kennedy thus hoped to stop Soviet and Chinese-backed communist invasions in the manner President Harry Truman had in Korea by taking a stand in Vietnam. As with Korea was a war the United States did not seek. As with Korea, Vietnam presented no imperial advantages, no natural resources or resources of any kind that the United States needed to protect or wished to obtain. As with
I mean, it's interesting they bring that up. It's when they say, quote, imperial advantages, I mean, a lot of imperialism is just geopolitical advantages, like being able to, have military bases built around the world, which the United States still has military bases all over the world, including Korea, the Korean Peninsula. I just think that this is pretty misleading here when it says no imperial advantages. It doesn't have to be resources. Besides that, I'm pretty sure resources. There were still economic advantages to being in these countries. For starters, anytime you have control or are in a country, you're going to have economic influence, and that's going to open up trade more with that country and reduce barriers in that way. I think if you were just to dig into it, I don't know if I think the byproducts of having access to resources is certainly in the minds of the government officials when they make the decision to intervene in these countries. I think it's naive to assume that they wouldn't consider that, oh yeah, we could have access to resources if we're involved in these countries.
Wish to obtain. As with Korea, the aggressor was the communist government in the north, intent on taking control of the south. And its military crossed.
Yes, they were communist governments and versions of them in both cases. And yes, they wanted a united country. I think it's more clear-cut in Korea than Vietnam. I think it was more justified to fight back in Korea because in Vietnam it was there was a lot of persecution in South Vietnam. If you are a fan of Rage Against the Machine, one of my favorite bands, I'm actually making a video about them for my other channel, The Beat Goes On. Their first album, on the cover of the album, there's a monk. It's a famous picture who lights himself on fire. And it's actually pretty disturbing to see this. There's actually video footage of this monk doing this. I forgot his name, but he did this not to retaliate against the communist North Vietnamese. He was retaliating. He was protesting the oppression against Buddhist monks in South Vietnam by the dictatorship that we propped up in South Vietnam. So it's not so clear cut. Who's the good guys and bad guys? The communists are the bad guys. The capitalists are the good guys. I mean, when we were supporting a pretty ruthless dictator in South Vietnam, I think it's and then South Korea, same situation and not as brutal, but it's not like it was a clear-cut picture of who was the good guy and bad guy. It was just an oversimplification of like, hey, we're just going to go after communism in whatever form it is, mostly to protect American business interests more than anything. Let's be honest here.
An internationally recognized border to do so. Following Kennedy's assassination in November of 1963, President Lyndon Johnson vastly escalated America's role in 1964. But even as he did so, Johnson prosecuted the war with deep ambivalence, authorizing significantly more troops and money for the war, but never pushing for total victory.
Well, I mean, okay. So I guess they're trying to make LBJ look bad here and like saying, well, if he really wanted to win this thing, he could have. I don't think it's that simple. I don't think that. Well, I mean, I also see the side like maybe he shouldn't have been pushing for total victory and just because you really ultimately, just like with Afghanistan, they should be fighting their own war. We shouldn't be the ones doing all of the work for them. But also, you notice how they glossed over. They didn't even say how the Gulf of Tonkin was a lie. Was based on that was a lie. They made up events. It was a lies based. Congress voted to escalate troop intervention in Vietnam based on lies, stuff that was made up. And we even have Robert McNamara, Secretary of Defense at the time, who later admitted, yeah, we made the whole thing up in order to try to convince Congress to have us escalate troop involvement in Vietnam. It's not hidden, and this isn't like secret information. It's well established at this point. And so PragerU just ignores that. It's really important information that every student learning about the Vietnam War needs to know about.
In contrast, the North Vietnamese never wavered. They ignored every one of Johnson's many offers to negotiate a settlement. By 1971, the war was at a stalemate, neither side able to establish a clear advantage. The President, Richard Nixon, pursued a two-pronged strategy: to turn over combat operations to the South Vietnamese and to bomb North Vietnam. The effort brought the communists to the Paris peace talks, and by 1970,
doesn't mention Cambodia, doesn't kind of glosses over that too.
1973, the North agreed to a general settlement, establishing two autonomous Vietnamese nations. One communist.
It's already talking about the end of the war here, but the video is called "Why Did America Fight the Vietnam War?" I thought that it would go more into that. Vietnam has a long history before the Vietnam War. You had before the United States, you had the French that was involved in their version of imperialism, and they declared independence from France before that. Before France, you had China that was the imperial power. You had the Portuguese also that had gotten involved. I mean, like throughout much of Vietnamese history, you had these imperial outsiders coming in and trying to control the area. And so this natural distrust of outsiders going back generations from ancestors before, it's no wonder that they were all fired up to fight against the evil imperialists, as they probably, most of them would have viewed the United States, just another imperialist force is trying to take over. I wish this video would go more into that, but of course,
one non-communist in the manner of North and South Korea. However, the Watergate scandal, the subsequent resignation of President Nixon, and the Democrats' sweeping congressional victory in the 1974 midterm election all helped to convince the North Vietnamese that America would not enforce the peace agreement. They were right. Without U.S. air support and material aid, the South Vietnamese had no chance against the North. Well supplied by the Soviet Union and the Chinese, the communists gained full control over the country in April 1975. The war proved far more costly than Korea because the geography and landscapes of Vietnam were far more conducive to insurgency operations. There were also far more restrictions placed on American commanders than during the Korean War. And the United States in the 1960s was a far less conservative and cohesive country than America of the 1950s. Yet despite the long ordeal and terrible costs, South Vietnam was saved in 19...
I mean, Harry Truman, who got us into the Korean War with the rest of the United Nations allies, was a Democrat, left-leaning. The one who got us out of the Korean War was Dwight Eisenhower, Republican. So, but he was pretty popular, and like we said earlier, he was a more moderate president who, most people agree that when the armistice deal was signed, like, we bring him home, So I think that's also misleading.
1973, only to be lost in 1975. The U.S. defeat in Vietnam was a political choice, not a military necessity.
So are they going to say the same thing about the war in Afghanistan? I wonder. It's curious how they will be framing this.
The U.S. protected an independent...
Framing when they make a video about the Afghanistan war. Or maybe they already have. I don't know.
But vulnerable South Vietnam in 1973 and 4, that country would have most likely followed the model of South Korea. Millions of Southeast Asians would not have become boat people and refugees or have been sent to the gulags and re-education camps. A viable U.S.-backed democratic Vietnam would have stabilized the region and almost certainly prevented the neighboring Cambodian genocide, in which 1/5 of that country, 2 million people, were slaughtered by its communist leadership. And much of the bitterness over the war on both sides of the American political spectrum, still with us today, would have vanished. And for the communist Vietnamese, the instigators and aggressors of the
Wait, it would have vanished if you just were to stay in Vietnam and then have an armistice deal just like you did with Korea, then
With us today,
wait, what are they even saying right here? Okay.
much of the bitterness over the war on both sides of the American political spectrum, still with us today, would have vanished. And for the communist Vietnamese,
that would have been there. In fact, that was a big reason why we didn't get involved with wars similarly for many years after that. It took 9/11 for us to get involved in another war that was somewhat similar. So that's not true at all.
Instigators and aggressors of the terrible conflict. What was it all for? Today, ironically, the Vietnamese government aspires to nothing more than the capitalist affluence that it once reviled. I'm Victor Davis Hanson of the Hoover Institution.
Well, I mean, okay, again, I feel like a broken record here, but when we're talking about type of government and economic system, we're talking about two different things. And so when we say communist, you can't just constantly go back and forth between. Ultimately, it was an authoritarian government that we were fighting in Vietnam. We also propped up an authoritarian government in South Vietnam. But yeah, I don't think, I mean, Vietnam has embraced capitalism for many years, and I don't think it's had this, like, I don't even know if we would call it that even, but they've had markets, okay? They've had, a lot of them were black markets at the time, but to assume, like, it wasn't like the Soviet Union where the government seized all private land. He mentioned the re-education camps that the North Vietnamese did there. Yeah, that did happen. But overall, I think this guy's just he wanted us to stay in Vietnam forever. I think this guy would probably be okay with us building military bases there in a similar situation to South Korea. I just don't think that, I mean, I think it was right to get out of Vietnam. I think it was we never should have went. It was based on lies to begin with. If you think the Gulf of Tonkin incident really happened, you need to learn more about it. All right, so we're back to, if there's other suggestions, but we'll go back to another video here. I think overall, as far as accuracy, I would rank that one probably a 4 out of 10. As far as bias, probably a 3 out of 10. Generally, probably a 4 out of 10. That was a disappointing video. But generally, PragerU has been more pro-war. I think I've noticed a lot of their videos, they like, interventionism is okay. I get at least there's some consistency there with. I'm getting tired. It's almost been 7 hours. Thank you all. Has anybody been here the whole time? Anybody? I've got a lot of dislikes. I think there's a lot of PragerU fans out there. Oh boy. Politics has become a sport. It's always been a sport. Let's keep going here. How socialism ruined my country. Oh, that's Brazil. Yeah. Why America Must Lead. I watched that one earlier, right? Yeah. Coolidge video? Calvin Coolidge? No. I might do that one. Income inequality is good. I mean, income inequality is unavoidable. I'll give them that. Oh, case closed 93 do Israel video. Okay, I think I saw that one earlier. We can do that one. Is it Israel the world's most moral army, or is it why isn't there a Palestinian state? Which one is it? Calvin Coolidge was underrated. I do enjoy. I love Calvin Coolidge. I've praised him in my Best Presidents video, actually. Okay. Oh, the Palestinian state one? Okay, gotcha. All right, so this is my 15th video. I'm going to try to do at least 2 more before I pass out here. Why isn't there a Palestinian state?
If
Wow,
Israel
a lot of
just allowed the
dislikes.
Palestinians to have a state of their own, there would be peace in the Middle East, right? That's what you hear.
Oh, that's what you hear? I don't think you hear that, do you? That's another straw man. I think I don't know if we'll ever have peace in the Middle East, no matter what. A lot of the problems we have in the Middle East are directly linked back to arbitrarily drawing up borders by the British and the French at the end of World War I, dividing up ethnic groups, dividing up nations, uniting nations that have nothing in common or hate each other. What a mess! The people who drew up the maps after World War I. That's kind of how a lot of this stuff got started. With Israel in particular, Zionism is what kind of really got the ball rolling. For before Zionism in the late 1800s, you had some Israel, like the historic state of Israel, I should say. It really was Palestine at the time, but in Palestine, for hundreds of years, you had Jewish people, Muslims, Christians, all living peacefully side by side for the most part, even in Jerusalem. But Zionism, you had people. You started to see Jews began to move back to Israel, mostly because they were being persecuted everywhere they were, everywhere they went, everywhere they lived, and there was this move for them to have this place where they would no longer be persecuted and discriminated against. I do have a video about anti-Semitism, the history of it. It's my most popular video, but it definitely has some pretty horrifying comments and lots of dislikes from anti-Semites. But generally, yeah, Zionism, it meant well, I think, in many ways, to try to find a place where Jewish people could live peacefully and have their ethnic state, but also, the whole thing, not how tolerant would they be for non-Jews was debated, and lots of Palestinians, lots of Muslims in particular, lived there already. You can't just go back and kick them off their land. But then we see the flash forward a few decades later, you see the establishment of Israel. Many people don't realize Israel is a fairly young country. It was after the United Nations existed that first recognized it. The United States was one of the first countries to recognize it. Many countries did not recognize it. It was too controversial. But the late 1940s, and so the country itself is relatively young. This whole time, Palestinians have been there, and they've many Palestinians have been now mistreated and lost their land and lost their homes, and there's been wars, a couple of big ones, but overall, the last 30, 40 years, it's mostly been just smaller conflicts, more extreme groups like Hamas on the Palestinian side, attacking Israel, and then Israel attacking back and forth, innocent people caught in between. It's been a mess. And the Arab-Israeli conflict has been basically ongoing since Israel first became a country. But yeah, I'm going to make the assumption that with Dennis Prager's background, he's Jewish. He's always been pro-Israel. I'm going to assume this is going to be a pro-Israel, anti-Palestine video. We'll see what they say.
Hear from UN ambassadors, European diplomats, and most college professors. But what if I told you that Israel has already offered the Palestinians a state of their own? And not just once, but on 5 separate occasions.
Okay, well, here's a history lesson here. Now, I'm sure they're going to leave out some details, but go ahead.
Don't believe me? Let's review the record. After the breakup of the Ottoman Empire following World War I, Britain took control of most of the Middle East, including the area that constitutes modern Israel. 17 years later, in 1936, the Arabs rebelled against the British and against their Jewish neighbors.
Because their land was being taken from them.
The British formed a task force, the Peel Commission, to study the cause of the rebellion. The commission concluded that the reason for the violence was that two peoples, Jews and Arabs, wanted to govern the same land. The answer...
I mean, that was part of it as well, but I think the Peel Commission might have been missing. I don't know a lot about the Peel Commission, but it was the British were just they're kind of outsiders, just like, okay, how can we make this go away in the best way we can? I don't think they had actually many people on the ground there assessing things that really knew what was going on. So, it's again like, okay, arbitrary borders to try to solve this. They can't coexist, which, honestly, never was there a solution. Like today, there's some people that call for a one-state solution with both Palestinians and Jews that have percentage proportionally represented in government. I don't understand why that's not brought up more. I mean, I'm more privy to that, but there's a lot I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not an expert on this. I did take an Arab-Israeli conflict class in college, and my professor was from Israel, and one of his best friends was from Palestine, and he came in as a guest teacher for a few classes. It's one of the best classes I ever took. It was amazing. That was at the University of Nebraska, Omaha, when I got my education degree up there.
The Peel Commission concluded would be to create two independent states, one for the Jews and one for the Arabs.
But how do you do that, especially with Jerusalem? How do you do that?
A two-state solution. The suggested split was heavily in favor of the Arabs. The British offered them 80% of the disputed territory, the Jews the remaining 20%. Yet, despite the tiny size of their proposed state, the Jews voted to accept.
I mean, okay. I think a lot of this down here is desert. So I think a lot of that's misleading. I didn't know that it was that lopsided, though, in terms of actual land area. But you notice how the area that was under British control still was
despite the tiny
the most
size
desirable.
of their proposed state, the Jews voted to accept this offer. But the Arabs rejected it and resumed their violent rebellion.
And he's not going to tell you why, is he? He's not going to say why they rejected. Why did Arabs or Palestinians reject Peel Commission? Okay. Says there was widespread public opposition, including in the media and by religious figures, according to Henry Laurens, who is a French historian. The Arabs saw the publication of the plan as ringing disavowal of every key undertaking the mandatory authorities had made since its inception, that there would be no separate Jewish state, no land expropriations, and no expulsions. So I guess like the fact that people would have to be they'd have to leave their homes. That's what they didn't want. Also, the fact that Jerusalem was placed outside the Palestinian state. They didn't like that as well. All right. So yeah, there's more to the story.
Rejection number one. 10 years later, in 1947, the British asked the United Nations to find a new solution to the continuing tensions.
This is more famous.
Like the Peel Commission, the UN decided that the best way to resolve the conflict was to divide the land. In November 1947, the UN voted to create two states. Again, the Jews accepted the offer, and again, the Arabs rejected it. Only this time, they did so by launching an all-out war.
That's the
rejection number two.
The first major war I was telling you about. So this one is this was the one that by the UN General Assembly. Keep in mind that like the original position is the Palestinians were already there. Like they were already there. So it's like, think of it like this, like you live in your home, like, and then someone knocks on your door, so you have to leave. And you ask them why. And they're like, well, these other people have to move in and you need to share space with them, or you need to go to this area while they move over here. And well, I don't want to go. I've been here. My parents were here. My grandparents were here. Especially if you're, most of them were farming of some sort, I am assuming. So it's not like, I mean, the default position was the Palestinians were already there. It's like kicking you off your land. And the ones who are moving in, it makes sense that they'd be more likely to be for it. So that makes sense. So there was, I guess, okay, let me find out exactly what was the official reason why they rejected it. So the Palestinian Arab leadership rejected the partition, given the inequality in the proposed population exchange and the transfer of 1/3 of Palestine, including most of its best agricultural land, to recent immigrants. That's why. That's the part they're leaving out of the video. They're leaving it out. Cowboy, thanks for the donation super chat. Someone can make the same argument about the Adams brothers and Ben Franklin. Hated slavery, but not necessarily pro-black. Can you discuss Eisenhower's view on race? Okay. It was kind of complicated. He was slightly racist, not as racist as others, but most presidents were racist. But yeah, we're running out of time here. I want to make sure I get through this video. So we thank you for your support, though. So that's rejection number 2.
Jordan,
you know why.
Egypt, Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria joined the conflict, but they failed. Israel won the war and got on with the business of building a new nation. Most of the land set aside by the UN for an Arab state, the West Bank and East Jerusalem, became occupied territory, occupied not by Israel, but by Jordan. 20 years later, in 1967, I
actually have a friend, I haven't talked to him for a while, but his dad is one of those refugees, Palestinian refugees, who was forced to move to Jordan and then ultimately ended up moving to the United States. So he has very strong opinions about how this all went down.
Arabs, led this time by Egypt and joined by Syria and Jordan, once again sought to destroy the Jewish state.
That's the Yom Kippur War this time. Yeah, then this time Egypt and these other countries are trying to, they're all ganging up on Israel here, but doesn't go so well for them.
The 1967 conflict, known as the Six-Day War, ended in a stunning victory for Israel. Jerusalem and the West Bank, as well as the area known as the Gaza Strip, fell into Israel's hands.
That's Six-Day War, not Yom
The
Kippur.
government split over what to do with this new territory. Half wanted to return the West Bank to Jordan and Gaza to Egypt in exchange for peace. The other half wanted to give it to the region's Arabs, who had begun referring to themselves as the Palestinians, in the hope that they would ultimately build their own state there.
I mean, that began well before this, to my knowledge. I think they're trying to make it seem like it was a brand new thing, and like, oh, Palestine, it's a new thing now. And it doesn't matter what you call it. The bottom line is they didn't want to be part of the Jewish state. That's what they were afraid of.
Neither initiative got very far. A few months later, the Arab League met in Sudan and issued its infamous 3 no's. No peace with Israel, no recognition of Israel, no negotiations with Israel. Again, a 2-state solution was dismissed by the Arabs, making this rejection number 3.
Oh, okay. They're saying that's the rejection number 3. Okay. That wasn't all that was mostly outside countries, I thought. That's after the 6-Day War, though. I was mixing up the Yom Kippur and 6-Day War, but how dare I? Because Yom Kippur was a few years later, right? Yeah. So I think the bottom line is, let's look at the, just going to the Wikipedia page here. This is where things really escalated here in the 60s and like to a whole new level. And I think, it's been building up. It's hard to go back once you build up to a certain point. But okay, so it says right here on the Wikipedia page about the 6-Day War aftermath. If you find that section, like the aftermath of the war is also of religious significance. Under Jordanian rule, Jews were expelled from Jerusalem and effectively barred from visiting the Western Wall. Like I noticed that after this is where you saw more aggressive policies by not only Jews in Israel, but their allies. And it's understandable because this is at this point, it's gotten more aggressive from not only Palestinians, but all these Arab countries that are allies with them. And so, I mean, this is one where by this point, I think he says like, oh, rejected a third time. Yeah. I mean, I think it's one of those things where now it's escalated for now generations. And so you have people by this point on both sides that are more radicalized because they kind of grew up with this. And this is kind of where it kind of brings us to even to this day.
In 2000, Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak met at Camp David with Palestinian Liberation Organization Chairman Yasser Arafat to conclude a new two-state plan. Barak offered Arafat a Palestinian state in all of Gaza and 94% of the West Bank, with East Jerusalem as its capital. But the Palestinian leader rejected the offer. In the words of U.S. President Bill Clinton, Arafat was here 14 days and said no to everything.
Yeah. Instead,
the Palestinians launched a bloody wave of suicide bombings that killed over 1,000 Israelis.
That was Hamas. That was like the extremists that did that.
And maimed thousands more on buses, in wedding halls, and in pizza parlors. Rejection number 4. In 2008, Israel tried yet again. Prime Minister Ehud Olmert went even further than Ehud Barak had, expanding the peace offer to include additional land to sweeten the deal. Like his predecessor, the new Palestinian leader, Mahmoud Abbas, turned the deal down. Rejection number 5. In between these last two Israeli offers, Israel unilaterally left Gaza, giving the Palestinians complete control there.
Well, the Gaza Strip is basically, it's heavily restricted. In some ways, it's like an open-air prison, some people have criticized. So I think that's pretty misleading there. I think like the bottom line is like, yeah, there is some stubbornness from the Palestinian side here. And, it's, I don't see this really changing. Sadly, it's a mess still. Ron eats. Nothing like conservatives and pizza parlors. All right, yeah. So I just think that, it is kind of sad to see how much potential for a two-state solution there was, even before Israel became a state. Like the Peel Commission was probably the best chance we had, but ultimately you got to remember it starts with the fact that they were being forced to they were kicked off they were trying to kick them off their land. And ultimately they were pushed off the land after the wars, the Palestinians, many Palestinians. The other thing that really I want you to realize is there's a lot of Palestinians, a lot of Arabs, Muslims that are currently in modern Israel that are still living peacefully there. It's not like, it's all Muslims in these areas, the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and then all Jewish and the others in Israel or Golan Heights. So I think that we should reconsider the one-state solution, just making sure that Palestinians have some political representation.
Instead of developing this territory for the good of its citizens, the Palestinians turned Gaza into a terrorist base from which they have fired thousands of rockets into Israel.
I mean, that's again, like that's a minority of people that who are desperate. Let's be honest, they are desperate.
Each time Israel has agreed to a Palestinian state, the Palestinians have rejected the offer, often violently. So if you're interested in peace in the Middle
violently, like there's two separate things going on. The rejection of the offer was the diplomacy negotiations going on, and the Hamas and maybe other fringe extremist groups that are doing the violence mostly. It's not like they are rejecting the, like Arafat rejects the offer and then he gets out his machine gun and starts shooting everybody. That's not.
East. Maybe the answer is not to pressure Israel to make yet another offer of a state to the Palestinians. Maybe the answer is to pressure the Palestinians to finally accept the existence of a Jewish state. I'm David Bragg, Executive Director of the Maccabee Task.
Yeah, I mean, most countries in the region now recognize Israel and have better relationships with Israel. Egypt's a good example of that. If you look at relations between Egypt and Israel in recent years, I mean, I think it's been more than 40 years since there's been hostilities, like pretty much since the Carter administration. So, and they used to be like bitter enemies. And so there's been progress on that front. It's just a shame to see the many Palestinians just like treated the way they are. And I think many people in Israel also feel the same way that I do. Like, you know, they want a solution. They have sympathy and empathy even for these folks. However, the ones shooting the rockets, they're not getting much empathy. Not much empathy for them. Thank you for the super chat. Oh my gosh. Oversized. Never mind. Thank you for that. Well, we have 12 minutes. Shall we do one last video? If you are just now watching, I've been doing this since 8 o'clock this morning. I got to leave here soon. I got to pick up my daughters from school and take my dog to the vet. She needs to get a shot. Shout out to Mrs. Beat, who's been feeding me all day. And she told me that I shouldn't pee in the bathroom next to this room because you could hear me. Also, she's provided me with caffeine, which is starting to wear off. This has been a weird experience. I can't believe I decided to do it. But here I am. Thank you for all the super chats and the support. I'm not skipping school, okay? I'm not skipping school. Do Dennis Prager's Christmas video? Anyone else for the Christmas video or something else? Last chance. I appreciate the nice comments. All right, we'll do the Christmas one. That seems... PragerU Christmas. Is this the War on Christmas or the Amazing History of Christmas? I think I like this one better.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house,
spirit.
not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. You probably know what happens next.
Yeah, my dog
But
needs
do you know who wrote this poem and when?
I think rabies.
Do you know where the tradition
Thank
of the
you,
Christmas tree
Arlene.
comes from? Lights on the Christmas tree, stockings, even the idea of gift giving. No holiday has a richer and more varied tradition than Christmas. So let's look into its history and see if we can uncover some of that richness and tradition. And if you don't celebrate Christmas, well, at least you'll have a better appreciation of why so many people do. Here's what everybody knows. Christmas is when Christians celebrate the birthday of Jesus Christ. That in itself is a very big deal. Christianity and all.
Yeah, a lot of the... I'm going to make a video about the history of Christmas too, but a lot of the traditions of Christmas was stolen from pagans and the winter solstice traditions. And so they kind of co-opted that holiday, the Christians did. And Jesus was not born on December 25th or around the winter solstice, but they just decided, oh, Well, a lot of people are celebrating the winter solstice anyway. The pagans are, so we might as well have this happen too around the same time. And a lot of times, winter solstice. One of the main winter solstice traditions was lighting things up. Used to be, fire. Today it's Christmas lights, cherry tops. Thank you for that donation.
All its many iterations, remains the most popular religion in the world. 2 billion people follow it.
Yes.
Aside from its obvious religious significance, the first Christmas stands as the great divide for the recording of human history. Until recently, history was divided between BC, before Christ, and AD, Anno Domini, which is Latin for Year of Our Lord. Now, you'll often see BCE, before the Common Era, and CE, Common Era. No matter.
I use both interchangeably because I'm weird like that.
Divide is still Jesus' birth. The great kings of the first millennium recognized the significance of the day and attached themselves to it. Charlemagne, Alfred the Great, and William the Conqueror, among many others, were either baptized or coronated on December 25th. The idea of Christmas as a time of gift giving also goes back to the earliest days of Christianity. The story is told that a 3rd century church bishop, Nicholas, would anonymously throw bags of gold coins into the
The original Santa Claus.
windows of the poor. The coins supposedly landed in the shoes or stockings that were drying by the fireplace. Thus was the stocking stuffer born. After Nicholas died and was declared a saint, his popularity and positive Christmas message spread across Europe, each nation adding its own distinct contribution. In Germany, the winter tradition of placing evergreens in their homes took on a new significance in the 16th century when Protestant reformer Martin Luther put candles in the branches. He told his children—
I thought they were going to mention Krampus, the horrifying...
The lights were like the sky above Bethlehem on the night of Christ's birth. The idea that St. Nicholas would judge whether you've been good or bad during the year stems from the book of Revelation in the New Testament, which depicts Christ returning to earth riding a white horse. In the Middle Ages, the legend sprang up that St.
That might be a stretch there. I'm not sure about that. I've never heard that. I have to look more into that. Suspend judgment about that Revelations.
Nicholas had been chosen as the Savior's advance guard. He wouldn't come at the end of the world, but every year to check things out and give a report. When this notion arrived in Norway, it encountered a problem. There were no horses in Norway, but they did have plenty of reindeer. And of course, Norway abuts the Arctic Circle and the North Pole, so St. Nick found himself with a new domicile. All these various European traditions came together in the great melting pot of America. In New York, in 1823, a professor at the Protestant Episcopal Seminary, Clement Moore, wrote a poem for his children. 'Twas the night before Christmas. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The poem caught on and
That one poem is responsible for so much of our perception of Santa Claus and Christmas. It was hugely influential. Glad he brought it up.
became a Christmas staple every school child could recite. The holiday got another push.
Thank you, McKenna Kokuru. I appreciate the kind words in the super chat.
In 1843, when the great British writer Charles Dickens published his short novel, A Christmas Carol.
Another big turning point to further popularize the. Now, remember, it was mostly just a Christian holiday up to this point, but because it was quickly becoming more secular in the 1800s.
The redemption of Ebenezer Scrooge perfectly captured what we now refer to as the Christmas spirit, the idea that the holiday brings out the best in all of us. As the new century turned, Hollywood got into the act. Almost as soon as there were movies celebrating Christmas. To this day, a year doesn't go by without a new one. Madison Avenue saw a big opportunity too. In 1931, Coca-Cola hired artist Haddon Sundblom to create a Christmas ad of Santa Claus, which is Dutch for St. Nicholas, drinking Coke. The jolly white bearded fellow in a bright red suit remains the
I never knew that was Dutch. And that's an iconic image there. Yeah, I didn't realize it was 1931. So
personification of old St. Nick. And in perfect melting pot fashion, Irving Berlin, the son of a rabbi, wrote the definitive Yuletide song, White Christmas.
That's right. Yep.
Many complain today that the religious aspect of Christmas has been overwhelmed by commerce. Retail sales between Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Well, that started probably, especially after World War II, like used to be, you might like as late as the 1800s, even like Christmas wasn't necessarily like people wouldn't really exchange gifts that much. It happened, but it was a smaller thing. But it really, especially after World War II, really took off with, commercialism and buying each other more and more gifts, especially with kids. That's when it became a much bigger thing, relatively new. So your 1800s kids aren't going to really be asking for much for Christmas versus your kids born after World War II.
Are now $1 trillion.
Yeah.
This is not a new complaint. The Puritans refused to celebrate Christmas because they thought it trivialized the holiday's religious message.
Well, hardly anybody really celebrated it that much back then. I mean, they celebrated it, but it wasn't as big a deal as it is today. And of course, it was commercialized in the 1600s, 1500s, and 1600s. Yeah.
But this remains the minority view. Most people love Christmas and all the things, the lights, the tree, the songs, the movies, and yes, the gifts.
I do
that come
too.
with it. And who can deny that people tend to act a little nicer, a little happier as the special day draws near. In a world that feels so divided, Christmas still unites us. For that, we should all be grateful.
That's a nice video to end on. Yeah, nice little video there. Mostly harmless. So PragerU can have videos that are like this, that are not really controversial. There's not a straightforward agenda. Well, there's an agenda here, but it's more of a lighthearted one. So yeah, most of the videos I watched today, I was pretty brutal toward, a lot of bias in the videos. I have bias against them automatically. I've been pretty vocal against my critiques against PragerU over the years, but yeah, there's been some good ones. So I think videos again that I would probably show. I watched 16, believe it or not, and the ones I watched, I think the Nixon one, the Hamilton one, and the Grant one, I would probably show to my students. I would definitely not show them the Vietnam War one. The fascism one, the ones that aren't part of the curriculum, of course. Some of the, like the 1619 Project. It seems like a lot of their stuff is actually fairly harmless. But to kind of reiterate points I made at the beginning of the stream 7 hours ago, holy crap, if you've been here the whole time, you're awesome. You're amazing. The Piloting Gamer, thank you. Mr. Bate, how did you react to Prager videos for almost 7 hours? By the way, you're epic. Thank you. I'm really tired. It's been rough. I don't know if I'll ever do this again. So if you caught this, it's a once in my lifetime deal. But I think to sum up my problems with PragerU is that they are trying to indoctrinate our kids, and they're trying to whitewash history, and they're doing that effectively. A lot of young people have seen their videos. Again, it's been in the billions of people that have seen their videos. They are now part of curriculums. I am part of social media groups, like Facebook groups where I interact with other history teachers, and history teachers still post their videos, say, hey, I want to use this in class tomorrow. What do you think of this one? Like the 9/11 video that they just released. They are increasingly trying to I guess, provide their version of history and social studies in general in the classroom. And I don't think they should teach kids what to think. I think that we should teach kids how to think. We should teach them to critically think about all information. I'm okay showing their videos in class as long as you are having the kids analyze the video itself, not just giving it to them as facts and that's it. Same with my videos. I don't think any of my videos are good enough to stand on their own. You need to say, hey, this is one history teacher's version of what happened. I always put my sources in the description so you can find them very easily. PragerU, as we've seen, does not do that. I had to hunt down some sources. A lot of times you click on a link and their source is no longer freaking there. So they're not as transparent as you think, or if they do provide sources, they're really hard to actually figure out. But a lot of times PragerU gets things right. A lot of times they give you right information, but they're cherry picking the information, or they're spinning it in their way to make their agenda look good. They focus on things that make certain conservative ideals look good, and they ignore things that make them look bad. So great example, the Ronald Reagan video was horrifying to me. The fact that they're gearing that towards little kids, like, my second grader watching that's the demographic that they're aiming for on YouTube Kids. That's horrifying. So don't show that crap to your kids unless you're explaining exactly what it is and where they're coming from. Bottom line is, get these kids to think for themselves and them to be the historians and detectives. Don't just spoon feed them information. And you'll find that these kids end up in much better shape than we were when we were their age. I wish we had, I wish even me growing up in the 90s had access to YouTube. That would have been a game changer. That's why I'm pretty optimistic about the future, because I know this generation, Gen Z and younger, grew up on educational content. But at the same time, it's also why I'm a little scared, because I know they've seen a lot of this content that's purely kind of nefarious propaganda. Oh, it's my dog. Come here, Patsy. We got to take you to the vet. So I'll have my cat too. Both. Okay, so thank you for joining me. She needs a bath. Did you give her a bath? No, she smells. How's that? You've been terrific. Oh, thanks. Ron Dietz again. Be going to need a PBS mental cleanse after this. Yeah, this has been rough, but it's been fun still. So thank you all. Thanks for watching. You're still 587 of you here. Holy crap. Yeah, so maybe we can chunk these down and edit them down to smaller videos, because who on earth would want to watch this whole thing? Okay, we'll see you later. Patsy, you have anything to say? All right. Thanks for watching, everybody.